Lord of Mystery, The Undead Don't Die from Passing Fire by author Ni Di Xun Zong. Chapter 121-130. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And those who want to support me, I have a Patreon channel, get early access to video on Patreon. Chapter 121, The Night of the Great Purge in Backland. Although the bed was already cold when Klein prepared to go back to sleep, he successfully relied on shivering to warm it up again. As the bed warmed up, he fell asleep unknowingly until he was woken up again by the protest of his stomach. I sigh long and wipe away my tears, mourning the hardships of the people. Klein sighed deeply, and after struggling for about 10 minutes between sleepiness and eating, he finally gave up, suddenly threw off the covers, and rushed to the washroom next door. After changing clothes and washing up, he went downstairs, found the ingredients, and made a bowl of fenboot noodles. Holding the fenboot noodles mixed with seasoning sauce and minced meat, Klein turned and walked towards the sofa area, intending to flip through the magazine he hadn't finished reading. But when he reached the sofa, he found a note on the coffee table at some point, with delicate and reserved handwriting. 10 p.m. tonight, meet at the back door of the Bravehearts bar. It was obvious that Miss Sharon had been there while he was lying in bed, and perhaps even peeked at him struggling in the covers. Klein's eye twitched, and he decided not to dwell on it. While flipping through the newspaper, he silently ate the noodles. However, before he could eat a few bites, he heard the sound of the doorbell. Putting down the magazine, Klein looked at the fenboot noodles that he had barely touched, his eye twitching slightly. He always felt that it wasn't a good sign. Klein got up and walked towards the door. Before he even grasped the doorknob, he already knew that Dr. Allen was outside. "Good morning, Allen, the fog today is gray," he said with a smile. Allen still had that indifferent expression, but with a bit more anxiety and panic. He pushed his gold-rimmed glasses and didn't bother with pleasantries, getting straight to the point. "Sherlock, I had a dream again. I dreamt of Will Ossepton again. ... Outskirts of the West End, grim cemetery. Furs, dressed in formal attire for a change, came to the cemetery with a bouquet of elegant, expensive flowers cultivated in a glass greenhouse. The reason she came here was because her mood was extremely complicated. On the one hand, it was because she knew that the reason she could become an extraordinary was due to the extraordinary characteristics left behind when Mrs. Anneliese died. On the other hand, it was also because of an accidental discovery this morning. Standing in front of the black tombstone, Furs looked deeply at the photo of Mrs. Anneliese for a few moments, bent down to place the flowers, and said softly, "Thank you." She immediately straightened up, closed her eyes, and quietly recalled past events. Just then, she heard a slightly aged voice. "You are truly a kind and good-hearted lady." Furs turned her head to look, and it was the Mr. Lawrence she had met a few days ago. Speaking of which, on a street near Grim Park in the West End, Klein sat in Dr. Allen's carriage, covering his protesting stomach, and said somewhat helplessly, "Why did you come to me instead of Ash?" "I went to look for him," Allen said sincerely, "but he wasn't home, and neither were Furs and her friend. So I'm just a backup." Klein grumbled inwardly, but he wouldn't actually show it. Last night, Dr. Allen dreamt of Will Ossepton again, but this time the scene in the dream was Grim Cemetery. That's why Dr. Allen was so eager to find him, wanting to know what was there. However, this also proves that Will Ossepton has not given up on Dr. Allen. Soon, the carriage reached the outskirts of Grim Cemetery. As soon as Dr. Allen got off the carriage, he impatiently pulled Klein towards the nearby woods. Just before that, Klein's peripheral vision accidentally caught sight of a remarkably beautiful lady, who was helping an old man leave Grim Cemetery. In a room beneath St. Samuel Cathedral in the Backland North District. Almost all the captains of the extraordinary teams in Backland who still had some strength were summoned, and a large number of elite night watchers wearing red gloves were also gathered here. Even if they didn't know what was happening, they could guess that something big was about to occur. Daly, wearing a black hooded robe, with blue eyeshadow and blush, giving her an enchanting and cold beauty, entered the room and casually found a seat. And with her came Dunn and Leonard, wearing black trench coats and red gloves. Ember saw them, and they also saw Ember and Al Hansen. But neither side spoke, they just nodded to each other in greeting. "I estimate this operation should be targeting the Aurora Order." Al Hansen, who was beside him, analyzed seriously. "How do you know?" Ember glanced at him and asked. "Isn't that simple?" Al Hansen pointed to the documents on the table, which showed intelligence on the Aurora Order. Ember shook his head and said, "But the documents don't just contain intelligence on the Aurora Order, the Rose School, the Blood Sect, almost all wanted secret organizations' intelligence is on them. But the Aurora Order is the focus. Al Hansen still insisted on his judgment, saying without hesitation, after all, they assassinated the Intis envoy not long ago. Although I don't like that pervert either, I have to admit that this incident had a very bad impact. The Ruined Kingdom, even if just for show, has to clean up the Aurora Order. Ember shook his head, thinking that this was possible, but not very likely. And after a while, the entire room fell silent. A man with short golden brown hair entered the room and scanned the surroundings with his dark green eyes. It was Cresti Sessima, one of the 9 senior deacons of the Church of the Night. Ember had met him once in Tingen, because at that time he was sent to Tingen to deal with the acting method leak and the Antigonus family notebook incidents. Cresti Sessima sat in the main seat, hiding his chin and lips in his upright collar, and spoke in a low voice. You must all be very curious why you were suddenly summoned. I can tell you the answer now. This operation is a joint operation organized by the royal family in conjunction with the 3 great churches, targeting the major secret organizations in Backland. Many people present showed slight changes in expression. It wouldn't be strange for the church to act against any single secret organization. But a joint operation between the 3 great churches and the royal family can only be described with one word. Great Purge. Although the intelligence on the various secret organizations recorded on the table had led many people to speculate, such a large-scale operation still truly shocked them. Then, what about the Wild Extraordinaries? A team captain raised his hand and asked. Wild Extraordinaries are not within the scope of arrest. Cresti Sessima looked at him calmly and said slowly, but the principle of tonight's operation is to rather arrest the wrong person than let anyone go. If any of your informants among the Wild Extraordinaries are unfortunately arrested, you can apply for bail afterwards. But before the operation officially begins, no one is allowed to leave the underground, to prevent the news from leaking. Cresti paused and added, this applies not only to us Night Watchers, but also to the Punishers, the Mechanical Heart, and Military Intelligence 9. Many people looked at each other, but no one raised any objections. Many of them did have informants among the Wild Extraordinaries, and these informants usually provided them with a lot of valuable intelligence. If there was a chance to bail them out, they would certainly try their best. But in this situation, they could only wish these informants good luck. Joint operation, how will it be joint? Ember suddenly asked. The sudden question made everyone turn their attention to Ember. Many deacons and captains who were unfamiliar with him were slightly surprised, as they seemed to have never seen Ember before. There were only so many deacons and captains in Backland, and Ember was clearly not among them. And if he was a red glove, he wasn't wearing a red glove. Separate operations. Facing Ember's question, Cresti said seriously, the Church of the Night is responsible for the North District and Hillston District, and the Queen's District among them will be jointly responsible by us and Military Intelligence 9. The West End will be jointly responsible by us and the Storm Church. The Storm Church is responsible for the Chowwood District and the Backland Bridge District, and the Steam Church is responsible for the Dock area and St. George District, and will also cooperate with the Storm Church to be responsible for the South Bridge District. The remaining East District will be jointly responsible by the 3 great churches and Military Intelligence 9. We will each send a portion of our teams to the East District to carry out the mission. In addition, the Red Gloves and the elite extraordinaries of the other 2 great churches will be flexibly deployed and can support various districts at any time depending on the situation. The people around nodded silently, apparently not finding anything wrong with such a distribution. Although the relationship between the 3 great churches of the Ruined Kingdom is relatively harmonious, once it touches upon matters of faith, even the most harmonious relationship will instantly become tense. Therefore, the 3 great churches usually avoid touching each other's core areas on a daily basis. For example, the Night Watchers would not want extraordinaries from other churches to come to the North District, to St. Samuel Cathedral, to carry out missions. This is not only blasphemy against their faith, but also a doubt about the capabilities of the Night Watchers. After all, the North District is the headquarters of the Night Watchers. If even the headquarters has problems and needs help from other churches, where would their face be? And if the areas are clearly divided, although it will reduce some efficiency, while avoiding conflicts with other churches, it can also make the division of responsibilities clearer. For example, if one side makes a mistake afterwards, there will be no argument over the division of responsibility. Among these 4 forces, it is the royal family, who initiated the operation, that bears the least responsibility, and not many people feel that there is anything wrong. After all, the strength of Military Intelligence 9 has always been the weakest, and it is only right to assign them fewer tasks. And besides the royal family, the one with the least burden is the Church of the Night. Although it seems that the Church of the Night is responsible for the most areas, both the North District where St. Samuel Cathedral is located and the Queen's District where the royal family is located are the areas with the best public security in the entire Backland, period. The only areas that require attention are the Hillston District and the West End, whose public security can be ranked among the top 5. And in this way, compared to other churches, the Church of the Night can mobilize more personnel. Of course, this is not necessarily a good thing, because most of these extra personnel will be sent to the East District to perform the most dangerous tasks. In other words, in the end, only the royal family will truly have free hands. Ember narrowed his eyes, as if he smelled a conspiracy. What are you thinking? Al Hansen saw Ember's furrowed brows and asked in a low voice. Ember had no reservations and asked directly, Captain, do you think this operation might be the royal family's ulterior motive? His voice was not concealed at all, and the people in the room were all extraordinaries above sequence 7, with hearing far exceeding that of ordinary people, so they naturally heard this sentence clearly. Al Hansen immediately looked as if he had seen a ghost, his face bitter. Why did he have to ask that extra question? And Ember, you are also a hereditary noble of the ruined kingdom. How can you say such words that are not conducive to unity? And the others also had various expressions, many with slightly strange and surprised looks. As night watchers, they were undoubtedly believers of the goddess of the night, but at the same time, they were also ruined people. Although it's not about loyalty to the king and serving the country, or sacrificing for the king, is it really appropriate for you to publicly question the royal family's intentions like this? After all, many of them have been cooperating quite happily with military intelligence 9 all along. Just as everyone thought Crestai would reprimand Ember, this senior deacon showed a pensive expression and gave an unexpected answer. What you said does have some truth to it, this possibility cannot be ruled out. Some people seemed to have thought of something, their expressions subtly changing as they quickly lowered their heads to hide the shift in their eyes. More people, however, felt a hint of something unusual amidst their surprise. What Ember said was, at most, unfavorable to unity, and could be glossed over with a couple of sentences. But Crestai, as a senior deacon, his words, in a sense, represented the attitude of the Church of the Night. Was there a problem with the relationship between the Church of the Night and the royal family, or was there really a problem with the royal family? Ember saw that Crestai was slightly surprised by his agreement, thought for a moment, and added, I suggest we still be careful with tonight's operation, after all, it's better to be safe than sorry. Al Hansen had a look of disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. Are you teaching Deacon Crestai how to do his job? Are you crazy? That's exactly what I was going to add. Crestai's expression froze for a moment, then he scanned the surroundings and said in a deep voice, tonight's operation requires us to go all out to apprehend the extraordinary individuals hidden throughout Backland. However, tonight's operation may involve demigod-level battles, so you must prioritize ensuring your own safety and that of your team members. Understood. Everyone's heart tightened, and they immediately nodded in agreement. The death rate of night watchers is inherently high, and those who can grow into sequence 7 captains or even sequence 6 deacons cannot be as naive as they were when they first joined the night watchers. Is there anything else to add? Crestai nodded with satisfaction, then looked at everyone and asked. The others unanimously turned their gaze towards Ember, as everyone knew that these words were actually directed at him. I have no further questions. Ember said somewhat helplessly. All right, meeting adjourned. Crestai immediately said, as long as you don't leave the underground, you can do whatever you want. Ah, what kind of situation is this? In an interrogation room at the police station, Klein Moretti, who was waiting to give his statement, couldn't help but look up at the ceiling and sigh. He had just dug up Will Ossepton's body with Dr. Allen at Grim Cemetery. To avoid trouble, he naturally chose to call the police immediately to handle the matter. Although the police said they believed they didn't kill the person, they still had to follow procedures to take notes and record statements. Although this would be a bit troublesome, for Klein, who frequently visited the police station, it was already a familiar routine, not to mention that he also had a lawyer. But what troubled Klein was not the police, but Will Ossepton. After all, I know that Will Ossepton isn't really dead, just restarted. What we saw was just an abandoned body, the real him should be in Dr. Allen's wife's belly right now. It's also possible that this is just a smokescreen he released, and he's actually hiding in someone else's belly. Although Klein felt that Will Ossepton shouldn't do anything to him, and the divination results also showed no danger. But this way, he would inevitably reappear in the sight of the night watchers. Next time, someone might enter his dream, and it might even be done. Although Klein could also try to avoid this situation through divination, he subconsciously ignored this option. However, what he cared about even more was another matter. That was the lady he met at Grim Cemetery. If I'm not mistaken, that should be Ms. Magician. Why would she go to the cemetery? And who was that old man? Her grandfather. Possibly, but not necessarily. Also, Sharon asked me to go to Bravehearts bar tonight. Why does it feel like everything is piling up at once? Why can't things happen one by one? And, I don't know if tonight's operation will be dangerous. Dr. Allen came too, timely. I didn't even finish my noodles and didn't have time to go above the gray fog for divination. While thinking, a police officer pushed open the door and walked in, smiling. Sorry, something held me up for a bit. I made you wait. No, it's fine. Klein waved his hand, then suddenly asked with some curiosity, may I ask what held you up? If you can't say, then forget it, just pretend I didn't ask. The police officer shrugged and said casually, nothing I can't say, just some small matters. The station suddenly decided to change the shift for the police patrolling tonight. Change shifts. Tonight. Klein's expression shifted slightly, and he immediately became alert. He was going to cooperate with Ms. Sharon and the others tonight. Could it be such a coincidence? West End, Carpensa Inn. Furs helped Lawrence into his room and let him lean back on the bed. Lawrence took a breath, then with difficulty took out a palm-sized notebook from the inner pocket of his half-open clothing. The notebook's hard cardboard cover was bronze green, giving it a very ancient feel. A passage was written on its surface in Fusite language. I came, I saw, I recorded. Lawrence placed the notebook on the quilt over his chest, took a breath, and said, Ms. Wall, if I die here, can you help me deliver it to Pritz Harbor? Mr. Lawrence, you will be fine. Furs was silent for a moment, then emphasized. I mean, if. Lawrence said with difficulty, smiling, Ms. Wall, will you help? Furs was silent for a long time, then suddenly whispered, Mr. Lawrence, you shouldn't ask me for help. You could simply find a postman to mail these things. I am an extraordinary. I know. Lawrence smiled, then suddenly took a painful breath, and after a while, continued, I know you inherited Anlis's legacy, I know you are an extraordinary. Yes, of course I know. The moment I saw your bracelet, I already knew all of this. You know a lot of information. It seems Annalisa must have told you a lot about the family, otherwise you wouldn't have refused, right? But it doesn't matter. The fact that you refused just shows that you are the most suitable person. Believe me, Ms. Wall, you won't regret this. Although the family has declined, its foundation is still there. Deliver it to Dorian Gray at the Pritz Harbor Fishermen's Association. He will give you sufficient compensation. Please don't refuse. Before Furs could speak, Lawrence said with a bitter smile, just consider it the last request of a dying old man, all right? At least, let me die in peace. All right. Furs was silent for a long time, then whispered, I will deliver it. Thank you. Lawrence smiled with relief, then suddenly said, Ms. Wall, could you go downstairs and get me a bottle of hot water? Furs nodded silently, turned around, picked up the thermos, and left the room. When she returned, Lawrence on the bed was already silent. Beside him lay an eye-sized diamond. The light from outside the window shone in, constantly refracting on the diamond, creating a scene as beautiful as starlight. Last night was the night of the full moon. As a member of the Abraham family, Mr. Lawrence was clearly also afflicted by a curse. With the Fool's blessing and Ember's help, he could face the threat of the curse without fear. But Mr. Lawrence couldn't. The curse that erupted last night had probably pushed him to his limit. He couldn't survive until the next full moon, or even reach the next full moon. During this time, he could turn into a monster at any moment due to losing control. So he chose to end his own life during his final moments, while his consciousness was still clear. He wanted to die as a human, not a monster. This was the last dignity of an extraordinary, a possessor of the Abraham family bloodline. Furs silently picked up the diamond, put the notebook into her embrace as well, and walked out of the room again. She would go to Pritz Harbor. The prerequisite is to discuss it with Ember first. Furs thought silently. Inside a room covered with a thick, soft carpet. The quill pen being held was constantly writing on the notebook, and on the notes spread out below it, there were lines of words and many smudged marks. Lawrence of the Abraham family successfully survived another blood moon, which is not surprising. As a bloodline member of the Abraham family, there will always be some special magical items that can help him. Unfortunately, he is already too old. Just resisting the blood moon has pushed him to his limit. Lawrence has a premonition that he probably won't live through this week. Lawrence plans to visit Labro and Anlis's graves tomorrow to offer a bouquet of flowers, then immediately return to meet with other members of the family's elder council to make arrangements for his affairs. But the condition of an elderly person can deteriorate very quickly. One moment they seem fine, but the next moment their condition can worsen at any time. Fur's Wall suddenly thought of Mrs. Anneliese, and remembered her kindness in guiding her onto the path of an extraordinary. She decided to go to Anneliese's grave in the early morning to offer a flower. After all, people are always emotional and their thoughts are always chaotic. No one knows what they will think of the next moment, which is quite reasonable. Smudged. Fur's Wall and Lawrence of the Abraham family met at the cemetery. Lawrence saw Fur's offering flowers for Anneliese and was touched that this lady still remembered Anneliese after so long. At least her character was very good, earning Lawrence's affirmation. Lawrence wanted to probe further, but his body didn't allow him to make more preparations. His suddenly worsening condition made him realize he didn't have much time left, and he had a faint sense of impending doom. Lawrence asked Furs to take him back to the inn and made arrangements for his affairs with Furs. Smudged. Furs intended to refuse, so she decided to reveal the fact that she was an extraordinary, hoping that Lawrence would give up due to past painful experiences. But what she didn't expect was that Lawrence already knew her identity and would trust her even more because of it. What malicious intentions could a dying old man have? Faced with Lawrence's earnest plea, Furs finally agreed to the request. Smudged. Lawrence died by suicide. Although his body could have lasted a bit longer, poor Lawrence misjudged this. His muddled mind prevented him from accurately assessing his physical condition, and to avoid turning into a monster, he chose to end his own life. Furs became increasingly determined to go to Pritz Harbor, but she was still a bit worried. Worried that the Abraham family would reject her because of past experiences, so she chose to seek help from Ash Black. Snap. The pale hand holding the quill pen slowly moved it away from the notebook, but kept it firmly grasped in the palm, as if worried that a mere quill pen might do something unfavorable to him. Zangwill leaned back against the backrest of the long chair, his expression gloomy. Ever since he obtained 008, Zangwill had a feeling that he could control everything. It was as if the life and death of all things in the world were within his grasp. This feeling made him incredibly inflated, even at one point thinking he could rival gods. However, acquiring this power required paying a small price. That was having to be wary of 008's backlash at all times, because this quill pen never stopped wanting to kill its owner. However, the longer Zangwill controlled this quill pen, the more he felt his powerlessness. He could control many things, but there were also many things he couldn't control. For example, in Tingen, as a Sequence 5 gatekeeper, it was difficult for him to affect demigods. And now, even having advanced to a Sequence 4 demigod, he could only slightly manipulate demigods up to Sequence 3. Furthermore, this manipulation was very unstable and prone to accidents. Just like last time, to save Lannis, he almost used all his strength, but it still ended with Lannis's death. And regarding the subsequent appearance of the Servant of Concealment, Ariana, Zangwill felt extremely powerless. He couldn't even cause her any effect. At that time, the only thing he could do was pray that he wouldn't be discovered by the other party. But since the other party was a Sequence 2 angel, it was very normal that he, a mere Sequence 4, couldn't affect her. Although Zangwill felt somewhat humiliated, it wasn't unacceptable. But excluding that Sequence 2 angel, in the entire Backland, he was still the master who controlled everything. Everyone's destiny was under his control, without exception. But what Zangwill found most unacceptable was the Night Watcher named Ash Black. He was clearly just a Sequence 7 astrologer, and even a week ago, he was merely a Sequence 8 trick master, yet he possessed a large number of magical items that even 008 couldn't see through. These magical items also allowed him to escape 008 and his control time and time again. It was like this in Tingen, and it's like this in Backland. The repeated losses of control filled Zangwill's heart with gloom. He couldn't accept the continued existence of such unstable factors. Just like in Tingen, the reason he prioritized killing Klein more ready no matter what. As a god, he didn't allow anyone to escape his control. Swish. Zangwill used his other hand to lift a corner of the notebook, turning it to the previous 2 pages. Audrey Hall invited Ash Black to the Rosal Memorial Exhibition, and Ash Black naturally chose to accept her invitation, because no one can refuse Backland's most dazzling gem. After the trip to the Rosal Memorial Exhibition, they returned to the Hall Villa. He naturally chose not to leave, because he wanted to spend more time with Backland's most dazzling gem. He stayed for dinner and talked with Earl Hall about recent events, successfully passing several hours. Finally, he chose to go home. Buria was in a very good mood today and chose to let his beloved dog out to forage earlier, instead of waiting until late at night as usual. As the ritual progressed, the demon dog's intelligence became lower and lower. It even forgot its master's instructions to feed in a more distant place and chose to look for targets at the border of Queens District and Hillston District. And this place happened to be Ash Black's necessary path home. Oh, poor Ash Black. He actually coincidentally encountered the demon dog that was feeding. As a mere Sequence 7 astrologer, he naturally couldn't resist a Sequence 6 demon dog. He didn't even have time to react. Smear. He didn't even have time to react before the demon dog was killed by the Crimson Wild Dog. Seeing this, Ince Zangwill's expression darkened again. He had tried to get rid of Ash Black. On the very night Ash Black returned to Backland, he made him, coincidentally, encounter that Sequence 6 demon dog. For Ince Zangwill, nothing was easier to control than a demon dog with not much rationality and an instinctive craving for flesh and blood. To avoid accidents, he even directly made that demon dog demonize. Although this might disrupt its advancement ritual, how could a brainless demon dog care about such things? It only wanted to tear apart the human who saw it feeding. But he failed. Again, the dog that bit Lannis to death appeared again. Just as it bit through Lannis's throat, it bit that demon dog to death again, a Sequence 6 demon dog. Damn it, where did this wild dog come from? First a wraith, then a curse, could it be the Rose School? Ince Zangwill was filled with frustration and confusion, but he didn't dare to probe further. For him, instead of continuing to target Ash Black and watching him disrupt his plans again and again, it was better to find a way to make him leave Backland. Just like the past month, days without Ash Black were good days. So, he chose to change his approach. Ash Black didn't pick up the remaining extraordinary characteristics, because that required waiting for a period of time for the extraordinary characteristics to precipitate. To avoid being discovered by patrolling extraordinary, he left the scene, not even cleaning up the spiritual remnants at the scene. Smear, smear, smear. The Storm Church and Military Intelligence 9 didn't arrive at the scene in time, they were a step late. The Night Watcher discovered the body first and preserved it. But this didn't prevent Military Intelligence 9 personnel from conducting a joint investigation and performing spirit mediumship on the demon dog's soul. Smear, smear. The demon dog's soul suddenly disappeared for some reason, so they could only perform spirit mediumship based on the remaining spiritual remnants at the scene. Smear. These spiritual remnants couldn't see Ash Black's figure, they only saw that Crimson Wild Dog. Continuing down the notes, there was a deep dot in the middle, where the quill pen lingered for a long time, as if its owner had been in a daze for quite a while. It was as if a certain decision had been made, since resistance was futile, choose to give up. Continuing down, Hilbert Hall saw his sister Audrey become an extraordinary. Although he was still worried about the loss of control that comes with being an extraordinary, he couldn't help but start to envy his sister. For this, he cautiously probed, revealing his secret desire to become an extraordinary. Audrey Hall naturally chose to help her brother. At the same time, she also thought of her friend Gleeland Viscount and used this to invite Ash Black's help. To capture Backland's most dazzling gem, Ash Black naturally chose to agree. This task would undoubtedly take him a considerable amount of time, because Gleeland decided to cultivate an extraordinary guard team for himself and constantly sought extraordinary materials for this purpose. To ensure her brother Hilbert Hall wouldn't lose control, Audrey frequently sought Ash Black's help. After Hilbert finished collecting the extraordinary materials, she personally concocted the potion for him and had Hilbert consume the potion only when Ash Black was present. Smear. Hilbert successfully became an extraordinary of the diviner pathway, but his servant was not so lucky and unfortunately lost control after taking the apothecary potion. To handle the matter of the apothecary who lost control and prevent the authorities from investigating the Hall family, Ash Black used his connections with the Church of the Night to cover it up. Quote. Finally, the time came to the full moon night. Furs was very lucky not to be affected, but Lawrence of the Abraham family was not so fortunate. Seeing this, Ince Zangwill's mood improved. Successfully wasting Ash Black's time for several days, now he only needed to use the two useful tools, Lawrence and Furs, to make him completely leave Backland. It was a pity that coincidences were not so easy to create. It wasn't until yesterday's full moon that he seized the opportunity. The corners of Ince Zangwill's mouth lifted slightly, as if he had already seen the ending he wanted. However, when he touched the writing below the paper, his expression darkened again. Because the messy handwriting stopped there, and the writing below was unusually neat, like it was printed by a typewriter. Oh, poor Ince Zangwill, he thinks he is a god, he thinks he can control everything. Haha, how laughable, does he think all of this is just because of his arrogance? Oh, well, I admit it's indeed because of his arrogance. But how could he have imagined that he, who tried to control everything, was actually under someone else's control? He will see this sentence, but he definitely won't believe it. After all, he wouldn't believe a pen, would he? Oh, poor Ince Zangwill, he doesn't even want to believe a harmless quill pen. Ince Zangwill looked at the content recorded on that page, his eyes turning cold. He naturally knew that all of this was 008's scheme, and he knew it wouldn't write meaningless words on the paper. And the fact was, whether he believed it or not, he was already affected by this passage. He knew the essence of sealed artifact, and they were no different from those magical items. These things were merely made from the remaining extraordinary characteristics of extraordinary, and their abilities were also related to the extraordinary themselves. And 008 was very likely from an angel of a certain pathway. However, that angel must have already passed away, otherwise their extraordinary characteristics wouldn't have been made into this sealed artifact. So he was now the only one who could possess this power. Only he could control others' destinies, and no one could control him. Just then, a gentle breeze blew, lifting the thick notebook on the desk, turning its pages, and exposing more words and smears to the air. Finally, the page stopped on one of them. Poor Ince Zangwill, he completely failed to notice that he was becoming more and more arrogant. He thought this was due to the influence brought by his advancement to demigod, but was it really that simple? How pathetic, he used to be so cautious, but now he ignores some obvious things because of arrogance. Oh, poor Ince Zangwill, when will he soberly realize that he is just a useful tool in someone else's hands? Bang! Ince Zangwill violently swept everything on the desk, including the notebook, onto the floor. He tightly clenched the 008 in his hand, his expression incredibly distorted. Chapter 122 Bang! Tell me or not. Bang! Tell me or not. Chapter 122, Slap. Speak or not. Slap. Speak or not. Sherwood Borough, Minsk Street. Klein, who had just been released from the police station after giving his statement, felt increasingly uneasy the more he thought about it. He had a gloomy expression all the way back, so much so that Dr. Allen, who drove him back, noticed his unusual state and asked with some concern. Are you all right? I'm fine. Klein shook his head and sighed. I just didn't expect Will Ossepton to die like that. He was only 8 years old. Upon hearing this, Dr. Allen fell silent. He didn't know what to say. He felt that the child seemed to have some special connection with him, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Soon, the carriage arrived at 15 Minsk Street. Klein got off the carriage, smiled and bid farewell to Dr. Allen, and watched the carriage drive away. Then, while smiling and greeting Mrs. Starlin next door, he opened the door. But the moment the door closed, Klein's expression instantly darkened again. No, I have to perform a divination. Klein took a deep breath, a deep worry in his eyes, and immediately took 4 steps counterclockwise to the fool. He sat at the head of the bronze long table, then took off the citrine pendant wrapped around his cuff. While holding the pendulum in his left hand, Klein also quickly adjusted his state through meditation. Going to the Bravehearts bar at 10 tonight will be dangerous. Entering meditation, after completing all the steps of the pendulum method, Klein opened his eyes and looked at the result. The citrine pendant rotated counterclockwise, but the amplitude was extremely small and the speed was very slow. This indicated a negative result, with some twists and turns but no great danger. But Klein's brows were still tightly furrowed, without the slightest relaxation. After thinking for a moment, he began to test a new divination statement. Tonight's action will be dangerous. After silently repeating it 7 times, he opened his eyes and saw the citrine pendant rotating clockwise, very quickly and with a large amplitude. This indicated a positive result. Not only was there danger, but it was also very great. Klein's face changed instantly, almost breaking down. In a room beneath St. Samuel Cathedral in Backland North District. Al Hansen looked at Ember, who seemed perfectly fine next to him, and complained rather speechlessly, "You are truly brave. You dared to speak like that in front of Deacon Crestai. Fortunately, the deacon didn't hold it against you, otherwise, tisk tisk." Ember glanced at him and asked in return, "Didn't you notice something was wrong?" Although he always thought Al Hansen wasn't very bright, he didn't think he was this bad, right? Couldn't he see such obvious clues? Al Hansen rolled his eyes at Ember and said grumpily, "If you're referring to your special identity, I noticed that long ago." "What then? I see you completely don't understand." Seeing Al Hansen's clueless look, Ember said helplessly, "Have you ever thought about why Deacon Crestai summoned us so early?" Al Hansen was stunned for a moment. With Ember's prompting, he also realized a problem. Since the action was in the evening, why were they notified in the morning? Of course, it was perfectly normal for them, as an official organization, to take action at night. For the Church of the Night, this was easy to understand. After all, most of the Beyonders of the Church of the Night were from the Sleepless Pathway, and they would be greatly strengthened at night. For other churches, while the night did not provide enhancement, it had other benefits, such as effectively concealing the traces of Beyonder battles. The only problem was, why tell them about the evening operation more than 10 hours in advance? Although Deacon Crestai required them not to leave the underground for secrecy, wasn't this trying to cover up a truth? If they really wanted to keep it secret, they could have just summoned them 1 or 2 hours before the operation. Deacon Crestai's actions, rather than preventing them from leaking secrets, seem to be encouraging some of them to leak secrets. Doesn't this mean that the Church of the Night has actually been infiltrated? Who did you say that to? Al Hansen asked with a serious expression. What do you think? Ember asked back, leaving Al Hansen speechless. It seemed, perhaps, he had only said it to him. Al Hansen felt a bit awkward and could only whisper, "Don't tell anyone else." Ember glanced at him, did not answer, and just silently withdrew his gaze. Among the many people present, there were definitely some who also realized this problem. The only difference was how they would choose to act. Although the Nighthawks of the Church of the Night were all believers of the goddess, their faith might not be devout. Backland Bridge District, Iron Gate Street, Bravehearts Bar. The heavy black wooden door was tightly closed. Like most other bars, it was not open during the day. Klein didn't care about the closed front door and instead went around to a nearby alley, arriving at the back door of the bar. Bang bang bang. Klein knocked on the door according to the agreed secret signal, 3 heavy knocks and 2 light ones. Soon, an old man with a large nose and wearing a linen shirt opened the door. He was the owner of this bar, Casper Scanlening. He had a large, gaping scar on his face, stretching from the corner of his right eye to the right side of his mouth. His nose was a typical drinker's nose, almost completely red. Casper looked left and right, and said in a low voice, "Come in first." Casper stepped aside, and Klein walked through the back door without hesitation. After Casper looked nervously at both sides of the alley as if he had a guilty conscience, he quickly closed the door. "Speak, what is it?" Casper limped over to Klein's side and asked in a deep voice. He knew that Klein coming to him in broad daylight must be for an urgent matter. Klein didn't prevaricate and said quickly, "Where is Marich? I have something important to find him for." He actually wanted to find Sharon directly, but he had no way to contact her. However, Klein noticed that as soon as he finished speaking, Casper's expression became a little strange. Because in a room behind him, Marich, wearing a white shirt, black vest, and tight pants, walked out. And on the mirror nearby, a figure in a black court dress and a small soft hat quickly appeared. Sharon's azure eyes looked at Klein, and she asked in a drifting tone, "What is it?" Klein couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw Sharon, then quickly said, "I received a message that the official Beyonders in Backland will have a big operation tonight. I suggest we temporarily cancel the operation tonight." Before he came to the Bravehearts bar to notify Sharon, the divination results showed that there would be no great danger. And on the way here, he had already thought of a reason to convince her to give up. Before Sharon could speak, Marich, who had always doubted Klein's strength, frowned and said, "If you're scared, just say so. We don't necessarily need your help." Klein shrugged and ignored Marich's taunt, his gaze fixed on Sharon. After all, she was the one in charge here. What Marich said didn't count, only what she said counted. Sharon was silent for a moment, then said softly, "Tell me your basis. I have a friend." Upon hearing this, Klein immediately presented the explanation he had prepared without changing his expression, saying, "He is a Nighthawk from the Church of the Night, and this information was revealed to me by him." Marich frowned slightly and looked at Sharon inquiringly. But his peripheral vision was subtly directed at Klein, with an unfriendly expression. Feeling Marich's hostility, Klein took the initiative and said, "I can stay here with you tonight. You will have enough time to verify what I said." He had expected this situation long ago and had already thought of countermeasures. If they were suspicious, he would suggest staying at the bar with them. Anyway, he had already divined in advance that there would be no great danger here. In the evening, Backland, without the sun and shrouded in fog, was always covered by darkness faster than other cities. Pedestrians still on the road hurried their steps, hoping to get home as soon as possible. Although there was no curfew in Backland, they instinctively did not want to stay in the darkness, even if there were a few gas streetlights on the streets that could dispel the darkness. Backland, on the sparsely populated streets of Backland, there were figures moving quickly in the shadows. From the safest Empress Borough to the worst-off East Borough, all the streets of Backland were filled with a large number of Beyonders moving through them. An hour ago, various teams received accurate intelligence on some secret organizations in Backland. This allowed them to avoid wasting time searching for these secret organizations and go straight to their lairs to apprehend people. Moses Ascetic Order, Hermetic Order, Blood Sanctify Sect, Theosophy Order, Rose School of Thought, Aurora Order. Information on almost all secret organizations was laid out on their tables in great detail. Even the Nighthawks couldn't help but be secretly shocked when they saw this intelligence. Because much of this information was something they hadn't even mastered. Somewhere in Hillston District. Bang! A woman with a graceful figure and a charming face suddenly crashed through a window, ignoring the pain of broken glass piercing her body, and staggered towards a manhole cover in the depths of a dark alley nearby, trying to escape. Her eyes were full of hope, filled with the desire to live. As long as I can reach that place, as long as I can reach that place. Dragging her injured right leg, the beautiful lady walked with a limp, but at a speed faster than ordinary people. At an extremely fast speed, she disappeared into the alley in the blink of an eye. Just a few steps away, she could lift the already prepared manhole cover and escape the pursuit through the complex sewer system. Bang! In the blink of an eye, she had reached the manhole cover, quickly lifted the sewer manhole cover, and even remembered to throw a few talismans at the Nighthawks behind her. Boom boom boom. Amidst the ear-piercing explosions, she quickly drilled into the sewer manhole. By the time the Nighthawks finally reacted, the lady had already disappeared into the complex sewer system. Thanks to the stench of the sewer, no one could find her in this intricate network of sewers anymore. Ha 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 ha. The lady suddenly burst into laughter, as if she had completely forgotten that she was still being pursued, and completely disregarded whether her laughter would attract the Nighthawks' pursuit. Your movements are too slow. At the alley entrance, Al Hansen looked at Borgia opposite him and immediately gave him a stern lecture. If the speed of entering the dream was a little slower, she might have really escaped. Borgia said somewhat speechlessly, "This is a Sequence 7 demoness. Do you think she's some ordinary person? I only just advanced to Sequence 7 not long ago, how could it be so fast to force someone into a dream? Is it my fault?" Al Hansen asked back. Borgia's eye twitched, and he wisely chose to shut up. The most appropriate thing to say at this time would be, "If you can do it, you go ahead," but Borgia couldn't say it. After all, as a Sequence 6 soul assurer, Al Hansen really could do it if he went up. At this time, it was best to just shut up and take the scolding. When he had scolded enough, he would naturally find it boring. Tisk. And just as Borgia had guessed, Al Hansen saw that Borgia didn't talk back, clicked his tongue, and didn't continue to mock. He then turned his gaze to the lady in the alley, who was standing just one step away from the manhole cover. It was as if in the next second, she could lift the manhole cover and jump in, successfully escaping the pursuit. However, fate seemed to play a cruel trick on her. This mere step became an insurmountable chasm she could never cross in this life, and being caught was her inevitable destiny. In fact, they had already predicted this outcome before the operation. Given that they were prepared while the others were not, these Beander from secret organizations had no chance of turning the tables. Coupled with the fact that this was a joint operation between the three great churches and the royal family, it was conceivable that a large number of secret organization members would be caught tonight. For them, this was undoubtedly a good thing, but it wasn't necessarily so for Wild Beander. Because although these Wild Beander were not within their scope of pursuit, Wild Beander who wanted to become stronger had to attend Beander gatherings organized by other Wild Beander. And those who organized Beander gatherings were usually members of these secret organizations. With these people being caught, it would inevitably lead to many Beander gatherings no longer being held. But there was no other way. Choosing offline gatherings meant taking such risks, as they couldn't do it online after all. Don't say that. Al Hansen took a step closer, carefully examining the beautiful lady's fair and charming face, and clicked his tongue in wonder. These demoness are beautiful, and each one is more beautiful than the last. I've never seen an ugly demoness. Rather, I've never even seen many women who are more beautiful than these demoness. Ember gave him a deep look and said pointedly, "If you're really interested, we can come back in half an hour. That should be enough, right? Cough, cough, let's skip that then." Al Hansen coughed twice and said seriously, "How can we Nighthawks be tempted by mere beauty? What's more, who knows what he looked like before he turned into a woman?" He curled his lip. Even if he looked good, he must have been a man before. "What about that Counselor Jim?" Ember looked at the late Lolota and asked. "Sleeping soundly." Lady Lolota yawned, "But when he wakes up tomorrow morning and finds his wife missing, he'll probably go to the police station to report it. However, it has nothing to do with us, it's not our responsibility." Before she finished speaking, their eyes suddenly lit up. Or rather, the sky in the distance suddenly lit up. A huge mushroom cloud accompanied by flames rose up, and even Ember and the others, who were far away in Hillston District, could see it clearly. Boom! At the same time, a deafening explosion came from the distance. Even the demoness, who had been forced into a dream, was startled awake by the huge explosion. She almost subconsciously showed a look of terror, because in her dream, she had clearly escaped. But this was only for an instant. She quickly reacted and prepared to take out a charm from her pocket. Until a cold light flashed, the ice gale straight sword, emanating cold air, directly sliced across her arm. The fair arm, like a tender lotus root, fell onto the dirty black mud ground of the alley, but not a drop of blood flowed from the cut, because the wound was already frozen the moment the arm was severed. Despite this, the demoness still cried out in pain, clutching her arm. "Ah, my hand! My hand!" Thwack! Borgia showed no pity whatsoever and directly punched her to the ground, his leather boot stomping fiercely on her delicate face, pressing the other half of her cheek tightly against the foul-smelling mud. Everyone's expression sank. They had all determined the direction from which the fire and explosion sounds came, the East Borough. With such a huge commotion, anyone could realize that something big had definitely happened. As the most populated and largest district in Backland, the East Borough must hide the most dangers. But no one had expected beforehand that a joint operation by several major churches would still cause such a huge disturbance. Ember quickly said, "You continue with the mission, I'll go take a look." "Okay." Al Hansen took a deep breath and nodded solemnly. They weren't Red Gloves, and their mission was far from complete, so they couldn't leave their post without authorization. But Ember was different. Although he was part of their team, his strength was even above theirs. And his freedom of action was even slightly higher than that of the Red Gloves. "Be careful," Lolota instructed. Ember nodded slightly, but in the next second, his figure seemed to turn into an afterimage and vanished instantly. Meanwhile, a terrified voice came from behind the group. "Who are you? What do you want to do to my wife?" Borgia turned his head. It was Counselor Jim, who had also been awakened by the explosion. And at this moment, his foot was still stepping on the fair and beautiful face of Counselor Jim's wife. "Darling, save me." The demoness seemed to see a glimmer of hope and pleaded pitiably, "They want to catch me." Counselor Jim looked at his beloved wife's tragic state, and anger immediately surged in his heart. Trembling with rage, he pointed at the group and said, "Do you know who I am? I'm a counselor. If you do this, you'll..." Counselor Jim's voice stopped abruptly because Lady Lolota showed him a small identification card, which was the police officer's badge issued by Sevalith Square to the Nighthawks. Lolota said indifferently, "Your wife is suspected of attempting to murder the king. Are you sure you want to protect her?" Counselor Jim's expression changed slightly, and he immediately said, "Officers, I'm not familiar with this woman at all. I don't know why she appeared near my house, I swear. I swear by the god." Before he finished speaking, he saw that the eyes of the people in front of him suddenly became less friendly. Since he could become a counselor, his ability to assess the situation was naturally not bad, and he immediately changed his words, "I swear in the name of the king, I am irreconcilable with evil." In a building not far from Bravehearts bar, Klein looked at the sparks rising outside the window, released his hands covering his ears, and said slowly to the people beside him, "Wasn't I right? Something big is going to happen tonight." "What?" Caspar looked at Klein with a mixture of pain and confusion. The sonic boom from the explosion just now made him feel as if his eardrums had burst. "That's the East Borough." Miss Sharon, wearing a black court dress and a small soft hat, outlined her figure from the mirror and said in a low voice. Klein raised his eyebrows and said seriously, "To be precise, it should be the dock area. Or rather, the area where the dock area borders the East Borough." As a well-known detective who frequently entered and exited the East Borough, Klein felt he was qualified to say this. Miss Sharon remained silent for a long time and said in a low voice, "You are right, tonight is indeed not suitable for action." Klein was a little surprised, but he seemed to have thought of something and said with a strange expression, "You're not going to tell me that the ambush location you originally chose was in the dock area, are you?" Miss Sharon's pale face was as expressionless as ever, but Marich, who was standing beside her, looked away with a guilty conscience. "All right, case closed." Klein's mouth twitched slightly. He wondered why the divination result showed such great danger. Was it because they were heading straight into the enemy's guns? Looking at the situation, there were at least 2 sequence 4 or higher demigod in the dock area. After all, only Beander above demigod could cause such a large commotion with just the aftermath of their battle. Klein stroked his chin and muttered to himself thoughtfully, "I wonder which pathway the demigod belonged to." Perhaps based on his desire for strength, or perhaps for other reasons, he was quite curious about the pathway of the 2 fighting demigod. Of course, it was limited to curiosity. After all, he didn't want to become a prime example of, try it and die. However, one thing was certain, one of them must be a demigod of the sailor pathway. How did he know? Because in his line of sight, a large amount of river water was being drawn from the Tussock River to extinguish the large fire on the shore caused by the explosion. The originally calm river water was now almost sweeping into a surging tsunami. And in midair, there was a figure completely bathed in lightning, as if undergoing a tribulation. 10,000 bolts of lightning were pouring down from the sky, turning into streaks of silver-white electric snakes that shot out, carrying a strong, almost substantial, aura of tyrannical destruction, densely striking the surrounding ground. From a distance, an area spanning at least several hundred meters was enveloped within the lightning forest. It made one not doubt that any creature covered by it would be shattered and evaporated in the roar of the thunder. Although Klein was not very familiar with the names of the high sequence potion of the various churches, just by the two abilities displayed before him, he could guess that they definitely belonged to the Storm Church, to a high sequence Beander of the Sailor Pathway. And this, fellow Taoist, undergoing tribulation might just be one of the cardinals of the Storm Church, the Archbishop of the Backland Diocese, God of Songs, Ace Snake. However, all of this was only for an instant. Whether it was the 10,000 bolts of lightning in the sky or the landslides and tsunamis on the ground, they all disappeared in the blink of an eye. A patch of darkness silently enveloped the area, and no one could see clearly what was happening within it. Klein's heart stirred, and he immediately realized that this must be because a demigod from the Church of the Night had also taken action. When Ember arrived at the East Burrow, the rising mushroom cloud had long since dissipated, and the large fire caused by the explosion had also been extinguished by the river water controlled by other demigod. The entire area was even enveloped in darkness, as if space had been covered by a black curtain, but this did not prevent Ember from accurately finding the location of the incident. Because the enveloped darkness itself was the best beacon. Just as he arrived at the area enveloped by darkness, the darkness in front of him suddenly split open, as if inviting Ember to enter. And through this rift, one could still see the scene of lightning and thunder within. Ember didn't hesitate at all and entered through the rift. Viscount Ash Black. Ember heard the voice coming from beside him but didn't pay attention. Instead, he looked at the area covered by lightning ahead and frowned, saying, "I thought you would be a bit quieter." An old man wearing a black and red clergyman's robe, with no facial hair and deep eyes, came to Ember's side. It was the Archbishop of the Church of the Night, Archbishop Anthony Stevenson. Archbishop Anthony's expression wasn't very good, and he said in a deep voice, "There was a small accident." "This is no small accident." Ember glanced at Archbishop Anthony out of the corner of his eye but thoughtfully didn't point it out. He didn't say anything, only letting his gaze return to the battlefield ahead, where he saw two demigods confronting each other. One was the God of Songs of the Storm Church, Ace Snake, who was in midair controlling lightning to deliver indiscriminate destructive strikes to the area below. And the other one was on the ground, a giant bear. The giant bear was roaring towards the sky, and around him were over a dozen giant golems, 4 meters tall. These golems were like stars surrounding the moon, clustering around the giant bear in the center. And in the outer area, countless plant vines were continuously drilling out from underground, growing rapidly towards the sky. These vines formed a green, plant cocoon, in midair, resisting the 10,000 bolts of lightning from the sky like a barrier, firmly protecting the golems and the giant bear within. Meanwhile, in the distance, green plants grew out of the ground struck by lightning, attempting to grow from tiny sprouts into towering trees. But every time they broke through the ground, they were mercilessly annihilated by the lightning covering the entire area. Archbishop Anthony proactively introduced, that is a sequence 4 demigod of the Earth Pathway, a classical alchemist. Those puppets are the product of his life transmutation, and some of them even possess strength comparable to a sequence 4 of the warrior pathway. Earth Pathway. Earth Mother Church. No. Archbishop Anthony shook his head and said in a deep voice, "Every God blessed of the Earth Mother Church is reported to the other 5 great churches, and every single one is on record." In Archbishop Anthony's deep eyes, a hint of worry was revealed. But he is not any God blessed we know of. In fact, if he hadn't actively revealed himself, we wouldn't even know he was in Backland. So he's a wild demigod. That's the only possibility. Archbishop Anthony nodded, but the worry in his eyes did not dissipate. Cultivating a demigod is not a simple matter, especially cultivating a demigod of the planter pathway, that is even more difficult. This is because any faction will strictly control beyonders of this pathway. Low sequences might not be a big deal, but it's basically impossible for high sequence beyonders to appear. Even within the Earth Mother Church itself, due to certain established reasons, they treat beyonders of the Earth Pathway differently. For example, the Earth Mother Church is divided into two major systems, the God-favored and the God-blessed. The God-blessed are clergy members of the Earth and Moon pathways who have received the favor of the Earth Mother, while the God-favored are those outside these two pathways who are favored by the Earth Mother. Theoretically, the Earth Mother is the true God of the Earth pathway, and she should trust the God-blessed of the same Earth pathway more than the God-favored from other pathways. However, she clearly distrusts the God-blessed, and even divine revelations can only be conveyed by the God-favored from other pathways. Moreover, within the Earth Mother Church, a taboo is widely circulated. Whether they are clergy members of the Church or believers of the Earth Mother. Anyone who claims to have received divine inspiration is tempted by a demon, without exception. Even within the Earth Mother Church, control is strict, let alone other factions. And now, a strange demigod of the Earth pathway, who was never recorded and seemed to have suddenly emerged from underground, undoubtedly stirred the hearts of almost everyone in the three great churches. So that's why they aren't intervening. Ember glanced thoughtfully at Archbishop Anthony, who was watching the battle from the side, and the old man on the other side of the battlefield wearing a white priest's robe and a clerical soft cap. They hadn't made a move since the battle began, but had been watching from the sides of the battlefield. In professional terms, this is edge of the battle observation. But combined with the special identity of the demigod on the field, they seem to be guarding against something. A wild demigod of the Earth pathway contains far more danger than any other pathway. What's more, up until now, this Sequence 4 demigod has actually been on the defensive. Instead of trying to break through or counterattack, he has been solely defending, which made them sense something unusual. However, the God of Songs is after all a Sequence 3 demigod, significantly stronger than that Sequence 4 demigod of the Earth pathway. Although it seemed to be a stalemate, he quickly managed to open up the situation. Gradually, the speed at which the plants grew wildly began to show a clear lag. In the blink of an eye, huge gaps were torn open by lightning, adding some scorched color to the giant golems serving as the second line of defense. Finally, the demigod of the Earth pathway, the giant bear, seemed to have anticipated something. He no longer solely defended and instead began to actively attack. The ground vines began to grow wildly at a faster speed, making them like long snakes, rushing straight into the sky and colliding with the silver-white fine snakes formed by lightning. In the blink of an eye, the wildly growing vines even shattered the lightning, transforming into a giant net that covered the sky and pounced towards the God of Songs in midair. HMPH. The God of Songs let out a cold snort, and countless lightning bolts wove a more intricate field in front of him, almost instantly shattering the giant net formed by the countless vines. But at the same time this giant vine net was shattered, the figure of the giant bear had already disappeared. The golems that had been standing motionless like door gods around him now charged simultaneously towards the direction of the God of Songs. Among them, the four tallest steel golems, over 6 meters tall, quietly detached from the main force and charged directly towards the other two demigods located on the sides of the battlefield. Clearly, the other golems were only used to entangle the God of Songs, and only these 4 golems were the alchemist's backup plan for breaking through. The 4 golems were almost identical in appearance, all wearing exquisite and sturdy full-body armor. The only difference was that 2 of them were silver and the other 2 were black, each wielding a greatsword or a giant axe. And the ones rushing towards Archbishop Anthony at this moment were the Silver Knight, holding a greatsword, and another, Black Knight, also holding a greatsword. Benefactor. Archbishop Anthony called out in a low voice, and by this time Ember had already put on a full set of Black Knight armor and was holding a great sword larger than himself, transforming into a slightly shorter Black Knight, facing off against the Black Knight golem also wearing black armor. Black Knight Greatsword. The Black Knight Greatsword that wanders the world. A weapon used to fight chaos demons. Perhaps it's because it constantly fights enemies larger than itself. Its unique attack can effectively reduce the enemy's toughness. Combat skill. Lunge. Lunging forward by lowering the body with weight can increase toughness. And a heavy attack can be struck with the momentum. Bang. Ember placed the greatsword in front of him, lowered his body, and used a combat skill to cover his entire body with a faint milky white light. And in this short breath, the golem that was originally hundreds of meters away had arrived in front of him in the blink of an eye. Accompanied by heavy footsteps that could shake the Emperor, it swung the greatsword, which was 6 or 7 meters long, down at Ember. Clang. Just like their master, the 2 great swords of vastly different sizes collided fiercely. Relying on its size advantage, the Black Knight giant successfully pinned Ember under its sword. But that was all. It has strength, but lacks the blessing of beyonder power. The moment the great swords in their hands collided, Ember immediately judged the strength of the Black Knight. It seemed to have the strength to rival a demigod, but it only had pure brute force. For Beyonders, their bizarre, unpredictable, and ever-changing abilities are the most difficult to deal with. For example, the former Mr. A, even if only a small piece of flesh remained, he could still survive. Although not comparable to regeneration from a drop of blood, this recovery ability was already astonishing enough. Even Beyonders of the warrior pathway, known for their brute force, also possess powerful Beyonder abilities. And these are undoubtedly what the golems lack. Just as he was thinking this, countless green sprouts suddenly emerged from the blade of the greatsword in the Black Knight Golem's hand, and even Ember's Black Knight greatsword also grew green sprouts. These green sprouts were growing wildly, quickly covering more than half of the blade. They not only corroded the originally exceptionally sturdy Black Knight greatsword but also, like slippery green poisonous snakes, were madly surging along the hilt towards Ember, who was holding the greatsword. Undoubtedly, this was an ability belonging to a demigod of the earth pathway. Any creature or object touched or attacked by it would gain life, or at least a large amount of life would grow from its body. And along with the growth of this life, there was endless madness and pollution. Ember didn't hesitate to let go of one hand and took out a black round can from somewhere, throwing it violently towards the sprouts on the sword. Bang! In the violent explosion, surging flames instantly swallowed the sprouts that had just grown. In the face of the surging flames, these new lives quickly met their death, turning into ashes in the fire. And these burned green sprouts further enhanced the power of the flames, making the blaze stronger. But soon, more and more green sprouts grew wildly, eventually even cutting off the air and instead being swallowed by the flames. But at the same time, Ember had already put away the Black Knight greatsword. With no obstacle, the Black Knight Golem's heavy greatsword instantly smashed a deep pit in the ground, and the kicked-up dust even covered its tall 6-meter body. And in the dust diffused in the air, a glimmer of fire light was exceptionally dazzling. That was the Flame of Curses located on Ember's right hand, emitting a scorching light. Flame of Curses. A fire catalyst used by sorcerers. To use sorcery, one must equip the Flame of Curses. And memorize the sorcery at a bonfire beforehand. Combat skill, Ignite Flame. Can ignite intense flames from the hand. It is a simple sorcery, but thus powerful. A combat skill that can be used whether equipped in the left or right hand. On the Flame of Curses, a boiling flame, as if from the ancient abyss, or as if from the first, a breeding ground for demons that once ravaged the world, was burning fiercely. At first, it was only the size of a fist, but the moment it was thrown at the Black Knight Golem, it began to expand rapidly during its flight. Beneath the high-temperature flames, it seemed to contain some deepest darkness and terror. But before he could see clearly, it had already hit the Black Knight Golem. In the brief moment of contact, the Black Knight Golem's chest and abdomen were completely melted away, revealing the man inside with a look of horror on his face. The next moment, countless vines surged out of the Black Knight Golem's body like a wildly growing jungle. They grew rapidly, transforming from tiny sprouts into twisting green snakes in the blink of an eye. They frantically intertwined and converged in front of the man, like spiders weaving a web, eventually forming a giant green cocoon, wrapping around the man on one side and attempting to use the same trick to cut off the air and hinder the burning of the flames on the other. However, the moment these plant vines grew, they were already burned to ashes by the flames. The vines that were enough to block the lightning strikes of the Sequence 3 God of Songs seemed fragile at this moment, unable to even slightly delay for a moment. Until, in the man's terrified eyes inside the giant golem, the surging flames completely swallowed him. Not even dregs would remain. Bed of Chaos remnants. Remnants of the bed of chaos that birthed demons. Can throw chaotic flames that burn everything around to ashes. Demons born from flame reside in the smoke, gradually heading towards extinction. And this is also the current state of the flame. Chapter 123. I have no idea what you're talking about. Open black lens bracket Sol plus 500000 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Edward Enix close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Classical Alchemist Beyonder characteristic close black lens bracket. Crack. The remnants of the hotbed melted the golem, and also melted the alchemist inside. The molten debris dropped to the ground, melting the ground as well, creating a huge, high-temperature pit. Meanwhile, having lost the alchemist's control in the life enhancement, the steel golem also stopped moving. As the battle ended, the violent thunder in the sky gradually dissipated. God of Songs, Ace Snake glanced at the remnants of the hotbed with some apprehension, circled around, and slowly descended from midair in front of Ember and Archbishop Anthony. It's over. Archbishop Anthony looked up at the God of Songs and said slowly. Ace Snake frowned and asked in a magnetic voice, just him. Anthony's gaze swept around, and he said solemnly, "At least I didn't find anyone else." He didn't think this classical alchemist would be alone, yet he truly found no signs of accomplices. While it's difficult for an individual to become a Sequence 5 Beander with just enough money, it's not impossible. But to become a demigod, there must be the support of a major power behind them. Ace Snake sighed, saying with some regret, "It's a pity he's dead, otherwise we might have been able to get some information from him. They originally wanted to capture him alive, but unfortunately, he died at Ember's hands." Ace Snake had just scanned the area. The opponent couldn't even leave a spirit behind and had been completely incinerated by the remnants of the hotbed. Of course, although Ace Snake didn't know Ember's identity, he could tell that he had a close relationship with the Church of the Night, so he wisely didn't pursue accountability. What's more, they weren't completely without leads. This demigod had been hiding in Backland for who knows how long. Although he was dead, he would definitely leave behind many clues. Just as Rosal the Great said, "Wherever one goes, traces are left behind." Based on these clues, even if they couldn't follow the vine to find the person behind it, they could at least figure out which force was supporting him. Seeing the God of Song's regretful expression, Ember suddenly asked, "Although he's dead, his soul can still be questioned, right?" Ace Snake was stunned for a while, then saw Ember take out a ball of light and hand it to Anthony. Anthony's eyes lit up. He skillfully took the ball of light, and soon a male figure appeared from within. Although the form was quite ethereal, judging by his appearance, it was precisely that unknown Earth Pathway demigod. Ace Snake came to his senses, his expression a little strange, but he didn't think of asking the Church of the Night for the soul's ownership. After all, they killed the person, and they preserved the soul. On the contrary, their side had handled things poorly and almost let the person escape. "Thank you for your help, Viscount Ash Black." The God of Songs clasped his hand into a fist, lightly struck his chest, and said solemnly. Compared to this, Ember rubbed his chin, turned his head to look at the God of Songs beside him. "I'm more curious about another question." "What?" The God of Songs was slightly taken aback, and then heard Ember ask with a hint of meaning. "The commotion from your battle just now wasn't ordinary, I could see it from Hillston District. But where are the royal family's people?" The God of Songs' expression shifted slightly. This operation was a joint action between the royal family and the three great churches. The archbishops of the three great churches were all present, but where were the royal family's people? They had seen many of the royal family's beyonders, who were indeed cooperating wholeheartedly with the three great churches. But the key point was the demigods. Where were the royal family's demigods? Anthony's expression shifted slightly, and he quietly withdrew the darkness curtain covering the dock area. On the periphery of the battlefield, the elite beyonders from the various churches saw the curtain disperse and tacitly came forward. God of Songs, Ace Snake, wearing a black soft hat, swept his silver eyes over the arriving Punisher's elites and ordered in a deep voice. "Go investigate thoroughly and see what the royal family's people are doing." Among the beyonders present, there were quite a few who belonged to Military Intelligence 9. Hearing this, their expressions immediately changed slightly. But the God of Songs couldn't even be bothered to look at them, clearly not caring at all, otherwise he wouldn't have said this in front of them. Meanwhile, elsewhere in Backland, another battle was quietly taking place. And the commotion caused by the battle here was no less than the battle happening in the dock area. However, it seemed that under the enhancement of some power, this place was in an independent space. Although it was also Backland, it had no intersection with the real Backland. Everything that happened in this kind of place wouldn't affect reality, and naturally wouldn't be observed by reality. And at this moment, in this independent space, a battle of unprecedented scale was erupting with a full 3 demigods above Sequence 4. One of them was Prince Sunia, Grave Augustus, with a rectangular face. At this moment, he was joining forces with 2 other demigods who also belonged to the royal family, launching a siege against another demigod. No teleportation here, no floating here, no concealment here. Grave Augustus cooperated with the other demigods without mercy, applying restrictive rules one after another, while saying in a deep voice, "Zatwan, you know what I'm talking about. Hand over the things, and I can spare you." Meanwhile, a slightly visible figure emerged in midair. He stumbled and fell towards the ground, barely managing to maintain his balance. This figure wore a black clerical robe, a black glove on his left hand. His face was gaunt, his skin brownish, and his eyes sunken like a mummy's. His beard roots were black with white tips, extending from the sides of his mouth all the way to his ears, but they weren't thick and were quite short, appearing sparse. He was a demigod of the Rose School of Thought, mentor of the leader of the Celestial Sect, Sequence 3 Feet disciple of Silence, Zatwan. And at this moment, this demigod, who was originally high and mighty, now appeared exceptionally disheveled. He couldn't even bother to clean the dust off himself or deal with his bleeding wounds. His light brown eyes, close to his skin color, stared chillingly at the few people behind him, and he said in a deep voice, "What do you want? Stop playing dumb." Grav Augustus said coldly, "We know that dog is a wraith raised by your Rose School of Thought. The Ruined Kingdom has no intention of being enemies with the Rose School of Thought. As long as you hand over the method to cure the curse and those things, we can spare you." Zatuan coughed twice, his face pale with a hint of blue, and gritted his teeth. "I have no idea what you're talking about. What dog? What curse?" He couldn't understand at all. "It seems you still don't want to talk. It's okay, you'll talk when you're dead." Grav Augustus's eyes turned cold, and he sneered, no longer bothering to persuade him nicely. Although the Ruined Kingdom indeed didn't want to easily offend hidden organizations and even had a cooperative relationship with the demonist sect among them, this didn't mean the Rune royal family was afraid of falling out with hidden organizations. If he wouldn't talk while alive, his soul would eventually speak after death. Grav Augustus no longer held back and launched the final general attack in coordination with the other two demigods. "Damn it!" Zatuan cursed angrily, and with a wave of his hand, summoned a large number of wraiths and zombies that had been prepared long ago, surging towards the few people. For ordinary people, just seeing this scene would be enough to scare them half to death. But for demigods, these things were truly not much of a threat. One of the demigods stopped and immediately said solemnly, "No ghosts or wraiths here. No resurrection of the dead here." Taking advantage of this moment, Zatuan's figure suddenly disappeared. That was the strange ability belonging to the Disciple of Silence. They could possess other objects for a long time. As long as they possessed enough objects and escaped far enough, it would be difficult for even fellow demigods to discover their tracks. Seeing Zatuan's figure disappear, Grav immediately said solemnly, "No object possession here." The next moment, the figure of Zatuan, who had just disappeared, reappeared out of thin air. FCK. Backland Bridge District, two disheveled figures were running wildly on the streets covered by the night. They ran across the main streets lit by gas lamps and fled into the deep alleys beside the road that reeked of decay, trying their best to hide their tracks under the cover of the night. Because if passers-by saw their appearance, they would definitely be scared into calling the police immediately. After all, one of them had a face as pale as a dead person, with even rotten wounds remaining on his face. His flesh had long since decayed, and white maggots were wriggling out one after another, vying for space. Getting close, one could even smell the stench of a corpse. The other was even more exaggerated, being directly a werewolf covered in hardened, dark, pointed hair. Even just from their appearance, one could tell they were the prisoner, sequence 6 feet zombie, and sequence 7 feet werewolf. Their characteristics couldn't be more obvious. And these two were clearly also members of the Rose School of Thought. Damn it, what's with these official beyonders suddenly going crazy? They're chasing us like mad dogs. Having finally shaken off the pursuers, the werewolf, Tyrell, leaned against the alley wall to rest, muttering curses incessantly. "Say less." The zombie, Jason, beside him said coldly, "Lord Zatuan is holding back those few demigods to buy us time to escape. If you delay because of this, don't blame me for not warning you in advance." The werewolf, Tyrell, had a hint of coldness in his eyes but didn't retort. Being besieged by 3 demigods at the same time, anyone knew that Lord Zatuan was bound to be in grave danger. They could escape during the chaos only thanks to those few royal family demigods not bothering with them, these little mice. What's more, the royal family didn't just let them go like this. Those royal family lackeys from Military Intelligence 9 were still in hot pursuit. Although they had prepared a few safe houses, with their main base being raided, these safe houses were clearly unreliable. Although Backland was large, there was no longer a place for them to hide. What they could undoubtedly do now was only to escape Backland under the cover of night as quickly as possible. Jason, Tyrell. Inside a house not far away, Sharon, wearing a black court dress and a small soft hat, suddenly said softly, "They are the ones chasing us. Isn't this a coincidence?" Klein was looking strangely at the two figures cautiously poking their heads out from the alley. They were already preparing to abandon tonight's operation, yet you actually delivered yourselves to their doorstep. What kind of situation is this? Shall we make a move? Zombie, Marich licked his lips, asking with some eagerness, "If we miss this chance, we might not get such a good opportunity again." Sharon didn't reply but glanced at Klein. Klein immediately understood in his heart. Sharon was definitely inclined to take action but still needed to ask for his advice as an external helper. After all, the reason tonight's operation was cancelled and they were able to survive the Great Purge was also thanks to his information. He himself was inclined to play it safe, but Miss Sharon had helped him after all. And the current situation was indeed an excellent time to act, so he couldn't easily miss the opportunity. Klein hesitated for a long time, finally making a difficult decision and gritting his teeth. Let me do a divination first. In front of the others, Klein took out his pendulum. A moment later, he got the answer. Great luck. Let's do it. Klein thought fiercely in his heart. East Borough, Executor Eakins Bernard, with a head of fluffy, messy, stubborn brown hair, held an ancient silver mirror with strange patterns. The sides of the mirror were decorated with black gems forming eyes. He was a little nervous because the archbishop of the three great churches in the Backland diocese were all surrounding him at this time. Let's begin. An old man wearing a white pastor's robe and a clergyman's soft hat instructed Executor Eakins. He was the archbishop of the steam church in the Backland diocese, Horamic. Hayden. Phew. Executor Eakins took a deep breath, picked up the silver mirror, and gently stroked the surface 3 times with his right hand. After a slight pause, he said in a deep voice, Respected Erodes, my question is, where is Prince Sunia now? Although this mirror was only a sequence 2 sealed artifact, its ability was very useful. However, to ensure that the question could be accurately described and an answer obtained, Executor Eakins chose to directly locate the royal family representative organizing this cooperation, Prince Sunia Grave Augustus. The surrounding light suddenly deepened, as if dyed with the mist after the rain, and strange water light flashed on the surface of the silver mirror, converging into a scene. In an independent space that seemed to be cut and surrounded by light, Grave Augustus, who had a rectangular face and was dressed in attire from 100 years ago, was leading 2 other demigods besieging a thin old man in a black robe. At the moment, that old man was clearly struggling under the siege of the 3 demigods. He had been stripped of several Beander abilities in a short time, and was so severely injured that he couldn't even escape. While others were still thinking about the old man's identity, the god of songs, Ace Snake spoke directly. That is a demigod from the Rose School of Thought, Zatwin, a Sequence 3 saint. Horamic. Hayden's tightly furrowed brows relaxed slightly, and he smiled. It seems the royal family is indeed taking action, but they were entangled by demigod from other forces and couldn't arrive in time for support. Viscount Ash Black, what do you think? Archbishop Anthony did not express an opinion but cast his gaze towards Ember on the side. Seeing this, the other 2 archbishop also successively turned their gaze towards Ember, with a hint of friendly inquiry. Perhaps. Ember looked at the scene in the mirror and said calmly. Perhaps because he knew that the Black Emperor was George III, he lacked the most basic trust in the Rune royal family. He instinctively felt that the royal family had a conspiracy, and still thought so even now. Although they were also dealing with demigod from secret organizations at the moment, appearing to be doing their best, this might also be part of the royal family's plan. Ember looked at the battle in the silver mirror, which was nearing its end, and said slowly, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving first. Of course. Archbishop Anthony smiled and nodded, just leave the rest to us. Executor Eakins didn't notice when Ember left, he was seriously listening to the opinions of the archbishop regarding the royal family. But at this moment, the scene inside the silver mirror ended with the old man falling into a pool of blood. When the mirror's surface turned black, several lines of Fusaic language words suddenly appeared on the silver mirror. According to the principle of reciprocity, it is my turn to ask a question. If you answer incorrectly, or lie, you will suffer punishment. The word, punishment, was crimson like blood, as if still dripping liquid. Executor Eakins's facial expression twisted for a moment, then immediately became extremely solemn. Immediately after, water light flickered on the silver mirror, and a new line of words appeared. What is your sexual orientation? Executor Eakins was stunned, and even the 3 archbishop couldn't bother to suspect whether the royal family had other motives. Their gazes instantly fell upon Executor Eakins. Throughout the latter half of the night, the Beander of the 3 great churches were exceptionally busy. Firstly, the captured wild Beander needed to be dealt with by the major churches as soon as possible. Due to the large number of people arrested, even the cages originally used to detain Beander seemed insufficient. As Nighthawks who could pull people into the night at Sequence 7, they were also the busiest among the 3 great churches. This was because they also needed to make the residents at the border between the East Borough and the dock area who witnessed the battle scene enter dreams and erase their memories through the dreams. Fortunately, most Nighthawks become more energetic the later it gets at night. Even if they only sleep for a few hours each day, they are still full of energy by the daytime of the next day, even after working all night. And Ember naturally wouldn't get involved in these matters, as Archbishop Anthony had already said he didn't need to handle the cleanup. He went straight back to the Hillston district and met up with Al Hansen and a few others who were escorting those wild Beander to the Church of the Stars. After confirming that there were no other tasks he needed to help with, he turned and returned home. Standing at the entrance of 117 Birmingham, Ember glanced at the dark building. There were no lights inside, as if Ms. Furs and Hugh had already gone to bed. However, when Ember passed through the door and entered the living room, Ms. Furs and Hugh were sitting side by side on the sofa, looking at him. As if he had expected it, Ember asked with a normal expression, "Why are you still awake so late?" "Can't sleep." Hugh shook her head and asked softly, "Did the Church of the Night have any operation? Why did you come back so late?" "A small matter, arresting two Beander from a secret organization." Ember briefly explained and turned the switch of the gas lamp on the side. Click, 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 snap. A cluster of flames ignited, rapidly growing larger. The bright light first occupied the inside of the wall lamp, then passed through the transparent glass, bathing the room in warm colors. The darkness suddenly receded, and crimson withdrew from the window. Ember. Hugh hesitated for 2 seconds, and under the expectant gaze of her friend beside her, she slowly said, "Ms. Furs has something very important to tell you." "Huh? Hey. Ms. Furs widened her eyes and looked at Hugh in disbelief. "Didn't we agree on it?" Hugh gave her a look and said irritably, "Who told you to agree to others without authorization? Since you agreed to others, you should naturally tell Ember yourself." "What is it?" Ember looked at Ms. Furs with some doubt. "It's not a big deal, just promised to help an old man deliver something." Ms. Furs shrank her neck and weakly recounted her experience at the cemetery during the day to Ember in detail. At the end, she added in a low voice, "He said the Abraham family would give us generous compensation." "Abraham family?" Ember pondered for a moment and then nodded slightly, "Then let's go tomorrow. I'm quite interested in this family as well. Is it really okay?" Ms. Furs asked in a low voice, somewhat surprised and a little nervous. Ember smiled and said, "Anyway, Pritz Harbor isn't too far, and it only takes half a day to go back and forth." "Indeed." Hugh nodded and said seriously, "If we take the first steam train in the morning, we should be able to get back before 3 in the afternoon." After a pause, Hugh added, "Provided that you, Ms. Furs, can get up that early." Hugh. The enemy is in the open, I am in the dark. Furthermore, Klein and the other two could be considered well rested. Facing 3 half-crippled Beander, this battle naturally had no suspense. And when Sharon, at Klein's suggestion of quick battle, picked the soft persimmon to squeeze, first invaded the werewolf's body from the shadows, controlling the werewolf's body and making him pull off his own neck while still alive. "Sharon, you deserve to die." With the death of the werewolf, although the remaining zombie, Jason was stronger than the werewolf, Tyler, and although Sequence 5 Steve was still possessing him, under the premeditated siege of the 3, he could only die on the spot after letting out an unwilling roar. Klein looked at Sharon, who picked up the small black soft hat, and reminded her, "Official Beander might arrive at any time, we need to hurry." Sharon nodded and tilted her head to ask, "Okay, Marich. Don't worry." Marich's hoarse voice came from behind. His pale face, like that of a corpse, emerged from the shadows. "I've already had my zombie attract the attention of those Beander, they won't be here for a while." Although that was said, to guard against potential arriving Beander, the 3 of them quickly cleaned up the battlefield with great tacit understanding. After that, they quickly returned to Kaspar's home not far away. Backland, Empress Borough, Soderic Palace. Having just used the excuse of dealing with the Rose School of Thought to fool the Archbishop of the 3 great churches, Grave Augustus, upon returning to the palace, immediately personally performed a spirit medium ritual on Zadwin's soul that they had obtained. However, when he finally finished the spirit medium ritual, he still had a livid expression. Because he found neither the method to remove the curse in Zadwin's soul nor the lost letters and intelligence. With a feeling of unease, he had an audience with George III, who was wearing a crown, late at night. And after he finished describing the clues he had obtained through the spirit medium ritual, George III's face visibly darkened, and he said in a deep voice, "Are you trying to tell me that what we gained after paying a huge price, uniting the 3 great churches, even abandoning arrangements that lasted for several years, and sacrificing loyal allies, was nothing at all? Is that it? Wasn't it you who confidently told me before that those things must have been done by the Rose School of Thought?" "Your Majesty." Grave Augustus's forehead broke out in a cold sweat, and he hurriedly explained, "These things were definitely done by the Rose School of Thought, I assure you. Whether it's wraiths or curses, these are common methods of the Rose School of Thought. This operation might just be because we arrested the wrong person. If it was just arresting the wrong person, then at most the intelligence officers below didn't obtain accurate information. But if even the direction of suspicion was wrong, then it would be his fault. So even if he himself doubted whether it was the Rose School of Thought, he could only insist now that it was done by the Rose School of Thought. George III leaned back against the chair back expressionlessly and said coldly, "Then tell me, what useful information did you get from his soul?" Grav couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief in his heart and hurriedly explained, "Zadwin appeared in Backland because he had been pursuing the Temperance faction within the Rose School of Thought, and coincidentally, the Temperance faction had been hiding in Backland. At the same time, he was also assigned by the abomination Saya to track a blasphemer, designated by a false oracle." George III's expression shifted slightly, and he frowned, asking, "Blasphemer?" "Yes." Grav nodded and quickly explained, "A month ago, the St. Jex from the Rose School of Thought on the Rorstad archipelago received an oracle, designating a divine messenger wearing 10 rings to collect 22 blasphemy card. But it was later discovered that this oracle was actually falsely transmitted by a demigod. The person wearing 10 rings was not a divine messenger either, but a blasphemer. And recently, the bound god transmitted another oracle, claiming the blasphemer is in Backland." "Demigod," George III said coldly, "do you think there is any demigod who can falsely transmit an oracle to deceive another demigod?" Grav's expression stiffened, and he smiled bitterly, not daring to retort. What could he do? That's what Zadwin's soul said, so of course he had to relay it verbatim to George III. It's better to be mocked now than to be held accountable later. After all, although George III was theoretically his junior, his strength and status were far higher than his own. In front of George III, he didn't dare to adopt any so-called elder's attitude, because he knew the consequences. Those who relied on their seniority in the royal family had long been secretly purged by George III with an iron fist. George III glanced at Grav and didn't make things too difficult for him, but asked indifferently, could this matter have been done by the Temperance faction? Unlikely. Grav Augustus thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, the Temperance faction has long been nearly wiped out under the suppression of the Indulgence faction. Even their Sequence 2 angel was killed by the Indulgence faction. What's left are just minor characters who aren't even demigods. To possess a curse capable of killing a demigod, you would need at least a Sequence 3 disciple of silence. George III gently tapped the table with his finger and said faintly, the Rose School of Thought doesn't have many saints in total. If it wasn't a saint from the Rose School of Thought, then it's probably only an abomination. Grav Augustus's heart sank immediately. If it was just a Sequence 3 demigod targeting them, the Rune royal family could handle it. But if it was Abomination Saya, a Sequence 1 angel, taking action personally, the consequences would be unimaginable. Unlike demigods, Sequence 1 angels could truly threaten their plan. After all, even His Majesty is just. George III clearly realized this as well and said in a deep voice, go ask that person if he has any suggestions. The potion formula was provided by him, and the plan was conceived by him. Now that we've encountered a problem, it's only right that he helps us solve it. Grav Augustus first looked up at George III with some confusion, not knowing who he was referring to, but then the corresponding image appeared in his mind. While his pupils contracted sharply, he forcefully suppressed the shock in his heart and immediately lowered his head respectfully. Yes, Your Majesty. He didn't ask why George III didn't personally ask that person, because they were both Sequence 1 angels, the most powerful beyonders in this world apart from the true gods. Therefore, they both had to do their best to avoid causing panic in the other party. Although Grav Augustus didn't think that Mr. would feel panicked, and that person was even George III's teacher, to some extent. But for Sequence 1 angels, no matter what, not meeting was the best way for them to interact with each other. In a hidden space filled with light, a cross hundreds of meters high stood directly in front. In front of the cross, a blurry giant figure stood there, bearing everything, watching all spirits with pity. And in front of the giant, there were rows of black chairs with backs, but there was only one person praying. This person praying had his eyes closed, sitting in the center of the first row, wearing a rather simple white robe, with a light golden beard covering the lower half of his face, his hands clasped in front of the silver cross pendant on his chest, his expression gentle and calm. At this moment, he raised his head, revealing eyes as clear as a child's. And in front of him was Grav Augustus, who didn't know why or when he had appeared here. He slowly stood up, looked at Grav Augustus in front of him, and spoke with a peaceful expression. Tell George III that everything is proceeding according to plan, and the Rose School of Thought will not be an obstacle to us. Grav Augustus still kept his head lowered, not daring to lift it. The demigod, who was high and mighty in the real world, didn't even dare to move in front of this person. And he didn't look at Grave Augustus again, because in the next second, Grave Augustus's figure rapidly faded until it disappeared. In the entire space of light, only he remained. But he didn't sit down again, nor did he continue praying. He just looked somewhere, his gaze seemingly passing through countless spaces, finally landing on someone, and whispered. "Oh, first fire, perhaps, this is another path leading to the outer deity." And he raised his head, looking melancholic, not knowing what he saw. Although the future was unknown, a path he had never explored, the first fire would at least not be constrained or threatened by the first. October 24th, Wednesday. Ember and Furs arrived at Pritz Harbor by steam train early in the morning. It only took less than 2 hours, as the distance wasn't far. And to ensure they could return home before evening and enjoy the dinner prepared by Zio and Kurlis, they had also booked their return inland waterway tickets in advance. Compared to the City of Fog, Backland, the air quality in Pritz Harbor was better. However, no matter where they were, they could smell the pervasive scent of the sea in the air. But compared to Backland, the streets here were also considerably dirtier. Without any trouble, they easily found the Fishermen's Association in an old small building and met Dorian Gray there. This mister was of medium build but had exaggerated arms. His hair was neatly combed, completely different from the bird's nest-like hairstyles of most people in the association. Dorian sat at the desk and greeted them with a smile. "Good afternoon, Mr. Blake, Ms. Wall, is there anything I can help you with?" Furs subconsciously looked at Ember. After receiving Ember's affirmative nod, she gathered her courage, took a step forward, and said softly. "Mr. Lawrence asked me to come find you." She briefly explained the purpose of her visit and handed over the will and notebook left by Lawrence, along with the diamond-like Deander characteristic, to him. A hint of astonishment and surprise flashed in Dorian's eyes, as if he hadn't expected Lawrence, whom he had only recently met, to pass away so suddenly. With a complex expression, he took the items from the young woman's hand and first opened the will. After reading it carefully, he raised his head and looked sincerely at Furs with his blue eyes. "Praise your kindness and trustworthiness, Ms. Wall. I will always remember the help you provided for Annalisa and Lawrence. Would you accept my thanks? I'd like to invite you and Mr. Blake to lunch." "No problem." Furs winked at Ember, then agreed without hesitation. She was wondering how to pass the time before the boat departed. "Please wait for me for a moment." Dorian politely asked Ember and Furs to wait in the adjacent lounge, and provided red tea and snacks, newspapers, and magazines. After returning to the office, this mister opened a dark cabinet with some hesitation and took out an item. It was a crystal ball that was pure and shimmered with brilliant light. Although the family had long since declined under the torment of the curse, and despite experiencing a betrayal that caused the Abraham great losses, the mystical items passed down among them were still not few. Dorian drew the curtains, making the office dim, and then sat down. He held the crystal ball in his left hand, his right palm gently touching the top, stroking it back and forth, while constantly whispering, like a murmur. Gradually, the sparkling points within the crystal ball became brighter and more distinct, as if the night cosmos had cast its reflection. The stars often used to determine the direction of fate and life trajectories appeared one after another, forming a three-dimensional astrolabe, mixed with many spirit world revelations that seemed to be symbolic signs. Dorian Gray finally stopped and buried his head in examination. Something is hidden, but there is no lie. Dorian breathed a sigh of relief. At least this confirmed that Ms. Furs was trustworthy. He hurried to put the crystal ball back into the dark cabinet, but after a slight hesitation, he couldn't help but feel curious about the identity of Mr. Blake, who was with Ms. Furs. After hesitating for a moment, he extended his right hand again and began to stroke the crystal ball. Gradually, the crystal ball lit up again, and the sparkling starlight gradually became dazzling. But in an instant, a faint spark of fire suddenly rose from the starlight. In just a flash, all the starlight was swallowed by the flames, and in Dorian's sight, only a dazzling blaze remained. "Ah!" Dorian let out a scream, covering his eyes and curling up on the ground in pain. The crystal ball, which was originally supported, also lost its support and rolled a few times on the ground before stopping slightly after hitting the corner of the table. But throughout the process, the flames in the crystal ball grew stronger and more dazzling, until... crack! The crystal ball seemed to have reached some limit, suddenly exploding with a crack, like a glass marble falling to the ground. "Fire, it's fire!" Dorian endured the pain and opened his eyes. He saw the exploded crystal ball, saw this destroyed mystical item, but there was no regret in his eyes. Instead, amidst the painful convulsions, his eyes seemed to carry a trace of ecstatic joy, as if he had survived a catastrophe. The prophecy came true. He struggled to support himself with his hands on the ground, crawled up from the ground with difficulty, and staggered towards the door, trying to find the two guests waiting in the lounge. But when he reached the door, when his hand grasped the doorknob, he hesitated again. In the end, he didn't open the door. He tidied his appearance, changed his clothes to look presentable. Finally, he painstakingly waited until lunchtime. He immediately walked out the door, instructed the restaurant to prepare a feast, and personally went to the lounge to invite Ember and the other person to lunch. The reason he endured the torment in his heart and waited until now was that he wanted to discuss things at the dining table, as it was said that the success rate would be higher this way. Ms. Wall. In the private dining room of the restaurant, Dorian Gray asked with a smile. How do you find the taste of the dishes here? It's very good. Furs answered reservedly. In front of her was a fish that had been sliced, deep-fried, and sprinkled with rosemary. Its skin was crispy and fragrant, the flesh was tender and delicious, with no small bones, quite tasty. The only thing worth complaining about was the chef's very peculiar aesthetic. He had kept the two bulging fish eyes and, using plating techniques, made them both look upwards simultaneously, as if expressing their unwillingness to die. This made her have to push down the fish head and cut off the fish tail, covering the eye that was looking upwards. Dorian Gray glanced at Ember beside him without leaving a trace, and while using his knife and fork, said seemingly casually. Anneliese was very fond of mysticism and had some research in this area. When you finally sorted through her belongings, did you see any relevant books, notes, or items? There were some notes and books. Furz's expression subtly changed, but she didn't show any abnormality and answered frankly, I became a mysticism enthusiast because of this, but unfortunately, there are some contents I couldn't understand at all. If that's the case, seeing everything develop as expected, Dorian quickly said, does Ms. Wall know about the Beyonders mentioned in the books? Furz hesitated for a moment, but still didn't hide it and nodded slightly, I know a little, but those are just legends. No, Dorian said in a deep voice, Beyonders are real. Anneliese, Lawrence, and including me, we are all Beyonders. We all belong to a once great family, the Abraham. Ms. Wall. Dorian said extremely seriously, do you want to become a Beyonder? Consider this as my way of expressing gratitude to you for Anneliese and Lawrence. Dorian's expression was incredibly sincere, as if he truly just wanted to thank Furz, this selfless young lady. But if one observed carefully, they would find that although he didn't mention Ember in any sentence, his peripheral vision was always subtly on Ember. And even Furz could see this point. Chapter 124, Only Flame Can Purify the World. Offering kindness for no reason means either deceit or theft. Rosal the Great's famous quote inexplicably surfaced in Furz's mind, and she secretly grew wary. Giving her compensation to thank her sounded reasonable. But Furz felt that her contributions were not enough for the stranger Dorian to pour out his heart and soul to her. Mrs. Anneliese led her onto the Beyonder path because she had taken care of Mrs. Anneliese for a long time. And Mr. Lawrence was willing to show her trust and sincerity because he discovered her identity on his deathbed. These could all be explained. But Dorian was different. They had only met for the first time. No, it's not necessary. Furz decisively refused, carefully considered her words in her mind, and hesitated before extending her right hand. She lifted her cuff, revealing her fair wrist hidden by the frilled cuff and a string of silver stone beads. Furz chose her words carefully and said softly, Mrs. Anneliese gave this to me, including her Beyonder characteristic. Dorian's eyes showed a hint of astonishment, and he immediately fell silent. Beyonder characteristic, this term would not be understood by anyone who wasn't an insider. This meant that Furz was already a Beyonder, using Anneliese's Beyonder characteristic, and had inherited everything from her. And Ash Black beside her was also clearly a Beyonder. Moreover, he was definitely a powerful Beyonder. But this did not make Dorian give up, instead, it strengthened the guess in his heart. Ms. Wall. Dorian took a deep breath and said slowly, did Anneliese ever tell you which family she came from? No. Furz shook her head gently and replied frankly, Anneliese was vaguely dissatisfied with Mr. Laboureux's relatives. Dorian fell silent. Laboureux, Anneliese's husband, was also a member of the Abraham. Ms. Wall. Dorian raised his head and said sincerely, would you be willing to listen to me tell a story? Furz was silent for a long time, then subconsciously looked at Ember beside her. Ember saw through the girl's thoughts and said slowly, I'm just here with you. Furz puffed up her cheeks. Wasn't this just kicking the ball back to her? All right, Mr. Dorian. Furz thought for a moment and said somewhat helplessly, but could you please tell this story as briefly as possible? Of course. Dorian breathed a sigh of relief. He opened his mouth but made no sound, seemingly unsure where to begin. But after hesitating for a long time, he still spoke slowly. During the Solomon Empire period in the Fourth Epoch, there was once an incredibly glorious Abraham family. That was a powerful angel family comparable to the Solomon family of that time and the Tudor family that later ruled the Tudor dynasty. And during the subsequent Tudor dynasty period, the Abraham family was also one of the 5 great angel families alongside Ammon, Antigonus, Jacob, and Tamara. Yes, just as you thought. This family once possessed angels, more than one. Dorian said, paused for a moment, and explained solemnly. No, actually, I already knew. Furs muttered inwardly but showed a cooperative expression of surprise on her face. After all, it was Ember who told her all this, and neither Mrs. Anneliese nor Mr. Lawrence had told her about it. Well, of course, the history Ember recounted inevitably lacked details and wasn't as comprehensive as Dorian's. But one day, the ancestor of the Abraham family suddenly disappeared. After that, all family members bore an unknown curse. This curse made the Abraham far more prone to losing control than ordinary Beyonders, and also made it almost impossible for them to become powerful Beyonders. The originally powerful angel family disintegrated in an instant. Furs listened attentively, nodding occasionally, while muttering to herself inwardly. Next should be the betrayal, right? What followed was nothing more than the Abraham being betrayed by their apprentice, and the family suffering heavy losses as a result. She had heard this story before. Although it was indeed a tragedy, after hearing it multiple times, the initial emotional impact was gone. Furs had even once considered writing this experience into a book. For example, the protagonist Miss She taught an excellent apprentice, but in the end, this apprentice chose to betray her teacher and destroy her family. However, to Furs's surprise, the story Dorian told next was completely unexpected. Dorian's expression suddenly became solemn. His voice was ethereal and resonant, as if recounting an epic. When the curse spread within the family, there were still a few surviving demigods, all Beyonders of sequence 4 or above. To prevent the curse from spreading, they tried every method, but all ended in failure. Gradually, even these demigods died one by one amidst their continuous efforts. That was the most desperate time for the Abraham. When all the demigods died, there would be no one left to protect this former angel family. But at this most desperate moment, the Abraham saw hope. Hope. Furs blinked, her emotions also stirred. Because this part of the story was something Ember had not told her, or rather, something Ember himself didn't know. Yes, hope. Dorian's expression became serious. He took a deep breath and said, at the most desperate time, the Abraham received a prophecy. Only Flame and Fool can save the Abraham. Fool and Flame. Furs's expression immediately became tense. She wasn't a spectator nor a clown, so she could only quickly lower her head to hide her emotional changes. She didn't want anyone to know that she could meet Mr. Fool at the Tarot Club every Monday. So, the reason Dorian said these things was because he knew that she and Ember believed in Mr. Fool. Yes, Flame and Fool. Dorian nodded solemnly and frankly, but then chuckled self-deprecatingly. But within the family, many people have already given up on this prophecy, thinking it's just meant to fool future generations. The prophecy obtained at the cost of the last demigod's life is, in their eyes, merely meant to fool them. Isn't that ridiculous? So, Mr. Dorian, you still believe in this prophecy? Furs hesitated for a moment and asked tentatively. Of course. Dorian readily admitted his identity as an Abraham and said seriously, I have always firmly believed in the prophecy that our ancestor exchanged for his life. Only Flame and Fool can save the Abraham. Furs felt her mind was in a mess. She hesitated and asked, so, Mr. Dorian, you think we are related to Fool? She didn't know what Flame was, but she knew Fool, and subconsciously thought the other party was referring to Mr. Fool. No. Dorian shook his head and said, on the contrary, the Abraham know who Fool is. That is the peak of the seer pathway mastered by the Antigonus family. However, just like our ancestor, the ancestor of the Antigonus family also disappeared long ago. Fool is ethereal. For us, Flame is the only salvation. But for thousands of years, we have never found any clues or information related to Flame. It's as if it's just an illusory dream. Until today. Dorian suddenly changed the subject, with a hint of fanaticism in his eyes. Today. Furs immediately realized he was referring to the arrival of the two of them. But she definitely had nothing to do with the so-called Flame. Combined with Dorian's occasional glances at Ember while speaking, the answer was obvious. The so-called Flame was referring to Ember. Furs looked up at Ember, only to find him looking at the somewhat fanatical Dorian with an expressionless face, and he said calmly. So, you hope I can help you? Or, help the Abraham? Yes. Dorian nodded without hesitation and said in a deep voice, I don't know what relationship Mr. Black has with Flame, but for thousands of years, you are the only person I have met who might be able to resolve the curse we bear. Then how can you be sure? Furs suddenly felt a little uneasy inside and asked in return. I am a sequence 7 astrologer and possess the ability of divination and prophecy. Moreover, Dorian paused, looked at Furs beside him, and suddenly smiled. I think Ms. Wall, you have already confirmed my guess, haven't you? Because you used that string of beads, you are also troubled by the curse, right? It was Mr. Black who resolved, or at least suppressed, your curse, wasn't it? What curse? Facing Dorian's question, Furs tried her best to control her expression and asked back. Unfortunately, although she had tried her best not to reveal any flaws. But she was only a trickmaster after all, and couldn't perform as flawlessly as a spectator or clown. Dorian laughed dumbfoundedly, shook his head, and said, Miss Wall, perhaps you lack talent in acting. Furs wanted to retort but quickly lost her spirit and pouted. Dorian turned his hopeful gaze back to Ember, hoping to get his answer. I can help you. Ember gently tapped the table with his finger and said slowly, but the question is, what kind of compensation can you offer? Any compensation. Hearing these words, Dorian not only didn't feel anything wrong but replied without the slightest hesitation. As long as you are willing to provide help, the Abraham can pay any price. Ember pondered for 2 seconds and said calmly, if that's the case, I can try. He originally needed to obtain potion formulas of sequence 5 or above from the Abraham, and perhaps more than just potion formulas. A family that had been passed down for thousands of years, even if it was in decline now, still had a rich foundation, otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to continue to this day. Perhaps in their family treasury, there were not only potion formulas but also the corresponding main ingredients. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to cultivate so many apprentices in a short period of time. It was a pity that these apprentices eventually betrayed the Abraham. Good. Seeing Ember finally nod, Dorian's face showed an expression of ecstasy, and his voice seemed to tremble slightly. If possible, I would like to contact other members of the family now. At least, let them meet Mr. Black. Okay. Ember nodded slightly. And Dorian, having received the answer, hurried out of the private room as if he were rushing to enter the bridal chamber, excusing himself. Ember. Furs absent-mindedly flipped the grilled fish on her plate with a fork and asked in a low voice, are you really going to agree to him? There's no harm in it anyway, is there? Ember nodded and said with a smile. That's true. Furs hesitated a little and said doubtfully, but if that's the case, won't I be unable to return to Backland tonight? Should I send a telegram to Zio in advance? No need to go to such trouble. Ember shook his head and said calmly amidst the girl's bewildered expression, you can simply pray to Fool and ask it to convey the message, can't you? Furs opened her mouth, wanting to speak but stopping, then wanting to speak again but stopping, unsure what to say. Is this how Mr. Fool is used? That's a reviving gods. And according to Mr. Dorian, this Mr. Fool might even be the ancestor of the Antigonus family. Don't feel too burdened. Ember seemed to see through Furs's thoughts at a glance and said leisurely, you can inform Mr. Fool about your conversation with Dorian just now. After all, this information must be of great value to Mr. Fool. And as compensation, asking him to relay a message isn't an excessive request, is it? Furs hesitated for 2 seconds, her expression softening, as if persuaded by Ember. Finally, the young girl nodded silently, tidied herself up slightly, and softly chanted. The fool who does not belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the gray mist. The king of yellow and black who holds good fortune. I wish to pray to you and report what I encountered today. Backland, inside the Crag Club's cafeteria. Klein was getting food with Dr. Allen and others. This wasn't because he wanted to save money on a meal, but simply because he happened to pass by the Crag Club today. Since he was already here, wouldn't it be a waste not to eat? But just then, he heard the layered, illusory sound of prayer once more, vaguely from a woman. Klein's expression shifted slightly, but he calmly continued getting his food and found a nearby spot to sit with Dr. Allen. After putting down his plate, Klein quickly said, I'm going to the restroom. Dr. Allen looked at Klein with some surprise and oddity, but Klein had already turned and strode towards the restroom as soon as he finished speaking, not noticing Dr. Allen's gaze at all. Entering the restroom, Klein locked the door and skillfully took 4 counterclockwise steps to enter the pool. Looking at the constantly expanding and contracting crimson stars, he extended his spirituality and chose to listen. Dorian Gray, Abraham family. Abraham bear a curse, a demigod's prophecy, only fire and the fool can save Abraham. The pinnacle of the seer pathway is the fool. Abraham suspect that the fool is the ancestor of the Antigonus family. Klein was initially confused, but soon his expression changed due to Furz's information, and even his clown ability almost failed to control his expression. Bolts of lightning exploded in Klein's mind, leaving his thoughts in disarray and giving him a sense of destiny again. I was so foolish, truly. I only knew that the sequence the Antigonus family controlled was the seer pathway, but I never thought that the sequence 0 feet of the seer pathway could very well be the fool. The notes that caused the original owner's death and indirectly helped me transmigrate came from the Antigonus family, who mastered the seer pathway. It was Rosal the Great's diary that made me ultimately choose the seer potion. And why did I call myself the fool? Was it because of that astrologer? But if that fool from the Antigonus family isn't dead yet, aren't my current actions like a dove occupying a magpie's nest? At this moment, Klein's thoughts were incredibly complicated, as if there were two little people fighting in his heart. One said, "You're finished. The moment the fool returns, you'll be the first to be settled with." The other said, "Impossible, he's been dead for a long time, I am the true fool." He tried hard to recall the face of that astrologer from back then, but found that he couldn't remember it at all. He remembered meeting her in front of a low tent, remembered her wearing a pointed hat and a black long dress, her face painted with red and yellow grease paint, her eyes gray-blue and deep. He remembered her being chased away by a real astrologer halfway through her reading, and that she, who had read his fortune, was actually just a beast tamer. But what about her face? What did she actually look like? This is simply like fate weaving a suffocating net. And what exactly is hidden behind all of this? Klein rubbed his temples, trying to calm his thoughts, and at the same time pulled Miss Magician up to the fool. Suddenly, Furz opened her eyes and saw boundless gray-white fog below her, saw towering stone pillars, saw the majestic palace supported by the stone pillars, and before her was an ancient, mottled bronze long table. And at the head of the bronze long table, there was a mysterious and unusual figure enveloped in thick gray fog, seemingly looking down on everything. Furz half rose and bowed, saying respectfully, "Mr. Fool." The fool, Klein, smiled and nodded. "Your information is very valuable. What kind of reward do you need?" "No, I don't need a reward." Furz waved her hand, thought for a moment, and then whispered, "Mr. Fool, if possible, I hope you can help relay a message to Miss Judgment, that we might not be able to return to Backland in the short term." After speaking, Furz seemed a little uneasy. This is Mr. Fool, is it really okay to bother him with such a small matter? This is truly great. Klein couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief in his heart. He was afraid that Furz would make a request he couldn't fulfill. Just relaying a message, such a small matter, was simply too easy. However, he still had to maintain the fool's aloofness on the surface. Klein just smiled and nodded. "You may. Thank you for your generosity." Furz breathed a sigh of relief, but hesitated for a moment, then asked somewhat hesitantly, "Mr. Fool, I have a question." Furz raised her head to look at the fool, found that the fool was looking at her encouragingly, and so she mustered her courage and said, "I want to know, what is the relationship between lover and fire?" Ember didn't tell her to ask this question, but Furz still asked it out of her own will. "A good question." Klein raised an eyebrow slightly, quite satisfied with Furz's question. He had actually wanted to answer this question for a long time. Klein raised his hand and pointed somewhere. Furz looked in the direction Mr. Fool pointed. The gray fog flowed like water, dotted with one crimson, illusory star after another. Some were large, some were small, some were hidden deep within, and some floated on the surface. "This is you," Klein said, pointing to one of the lit-up crimson stars. "Me." Furz was a little stunned, but Klein quickly pointed to other stars. "This is Miss Judgment. This is Miss Justice. This is Mr. Hanged Man." Klein introduced several of the stars, but Furz suddenly felt a little uneasy, because Mr. Fool hadn't introduced lovers. But soon, after introducing the other members, Klein finally pointed somewhere and said slowly, "That is lovers." Furz looked in the direction the fool pointed, and finally found a red star much larger than the other stars. "This is Ember." Furz thought subconsciously, but she quickly realized her mistake. Because when she looked closely, she discovered that behind that red star, there was actually a small cluster of flames hidden. The flame was small, emitting a bright yellow light. But its light was too faint, overlapping with the crimson stars, and the faint glow was almost imperceptible. If Mr. Fool hadn't specifically pointed it out to her, she would never have noticed the existence of that small cluster of flames. Furz was silent for a long time, then asked in a low voice, "That flame, is that Ember?" "Yes." Mr. Fool nodded slightly and sighed leisurely. Fire is his past, and also a curse. But no matter what it is, it has long since merged with him. If Miss Furz hadn't mentioned it, he would have almost forgotten that what represented Ember was a cluster of flames. And this small cluster of flames could actually confirm some of his guesses. Ember must have taken either the transferring fire or the firekeeper's soul, otherwise there's no explanation for why a cluster of flames represents his soul. But this made Klein even more curious. How could someone who could do something as rebellious as transferring fire or firekeeper's soul constantly think about transferring fire? Is this logical? However, only fire and the fool can save Abraham. That statement doesn't seem to have any issues. After all, the curse of the Abraham family is the ravings of the full moon. And Ember can completely solve this problem for the Abraham family. This has been well demonstrated on Furs. As for the fool, wait, it seems I can do this kind of thing too. Klein's expression suddenly became a little strange. Thinking carefully, is there a possibility that he could also solve their curse? As long as members of the Abraham family chant his honorific name, he can provide protection on the night of the full moon. So, what that fool pointed to, it really seems to be referring to himself. Is this prophecy that accurate? Klein showed a relieved smile. This means that he is the only fool, which is a good thing. But then, perhaps thinking of something else, Klein's expression suddenly became stiff. What if he was the one who stepped forward to help the Abraham family, what could he gain? Firstly, as the saying goes, a starved camel is still bigger than a horse. Since the Abraham family was once an angel family, they must have at least one Beander at sequence 2 or even sequence 1. Even if such a family has declined and suffered betrayal, their foundation is definitely not comparable to ordinary secret organizations. If the fool successfully helped them, he would definitely gain the friendship of Abraham, and could even turn them into his believers. Then, when he, as a god, sends out his benefactor to ask his believers for mystical items or potion formulas, would they still refuse? If he could subdue this ancient but fallen family, wouldn't it mean his future path would be smooth sailing? And doesn't this also mean that he has missed another opportunity? Thinking of the reward Ember might receive, the fool's face contorted into a stiff smile. No, not a loss. At least when Ember obtains these things, he shouldn't be stingy about selling them to Mr. World or Klein. Rounding it up, isn't that basically the same? It just requires paying a small price, which is gold pounds. Moreover, it might not be a good thing to have all of Abraham believe in me. For example, I can't respond to them one by one, nor can I guarantee protection for everyone. My spirituality isn't enough to support me doing that, so this is actually a good thing. Yes, that's right. Klein kept trying to reason with and comfort himself in his heart, attempting to convince his soul that was shouting, I'm so jealous. What did the fool say? Inside the private room of the restaurant, Ember looked at the young girl who seemed not to have fully recovered her senses and asked. Mr. Fool agreed. Furs didn't look at him, but lowered her head to look at the plate on the table. As if extremely hungry, she speared a piece of fried fish fillet and stuffed it into her mouth, saying indistinctly, so, don't make me do this kind of thing again next time. Don't you think it's too much to make Mr. Fool act as a messenger? Ember shrugged and didn't reply. He also lowered his head to look at the fried fish fillet on the plate. The two bulging fish eyes on the fish head were simultaneously staring at Ember, seemingly expressing their unwillingness to die. Even Ember felt a bit of physical discomfort. He speared the fish head and threw it into the trash can. Bang bang. Just then, there was a knock on the door from outside. After receiving the response from inside the private room, Dorian pushed the door open. His expression no longer seemed as troubled as before, apparently much more relaxed, having shed many burdens. Dorian smiled and said, I have sent telegrams to the other members of the family, and some have already responded. As agreed, we will meet in Dixie County in a few days. Fearing that Ember might find it troublesome, Dorian quickly added, Mr. Blake, to travel from Pritz Harbor to Dixie County, even by steam train, it takes nearly 3 days. Ember did not show the impatient expression Dorian had imagined, but merely asked calmly. When do we leave? How about tomorrow? Dorian asked cautiously, I still need to wait for replies from other family members, so it's best to wait until tomorrow morning before taking a steamship or steam train to Dixie County. Furs was a little puzzled. Doesn't that mean we have to stay in Pritz Harbor for another day? Then we'll have to find a hotel this afternoon. That won't be necessary. Dorian smiled and said, I have a villa in the suburbs of Pritz Harbor. Although I don't live there, I've always employed a maid to clean it. If you don't mind, you can stay there tonight to rest. Furs didn't want to say anything. Is this what you'd expect from an ancient family with thousands of years of history? Even though they have declined, the wealth they possess is still an astronomical figure for ordinary people. Buying a villa and not living in it, while still hiring a maid to clean it, is almost like buying a villa specifically for the maid and having to pay her wages as well. Oh, and there's this. Dorian seemed to remember something and suddenly took out a notebook. This is. Furs glanced at it. It was the notebook Mr. Lawrence had given her. Dorian stroked the notebook cover and said softly, "It's called Lemonoo's Travel Notes, but we prefer to call it Lemonoo's Book of Magic. This Book of Magic allows you to record a Beander ability the moment you witness it. This will be fixed on one page of the notebook and preserved for a long time. You can use it whenever you need to. But after one use, the corresponding page will become blank again, waiting for you to record it again." Shepard, Ember asked thoughtfully. "Very similar." Dorian nodded and explained, "This corresponds to the Beander ability of Sequence 6 Feet Scribe, in our apprentice pathway. To some extent, it can even be said to be stronger than Shepard. Because a shepherd can only control one soul at a time, while a scribe can use multiple abilities simultaneously." Ember was noncommittal, neither refuting nor affirming. Although Dorian came from an ancient family and possessed many secrets, limited by his own Sequence 7, he couldn't truly imagine many things even if he saw descriptions. And because he walked the apprentice pathway, coupled with the past glory of the Abraham family, he naturally had the illusion of, the pathway I walk is the best in the world. But in fact, scribe and shepherd each have their pros and cons. The former can use multiple abilities simultaneously, but each can only be used once, and the quantity is limited. While the latter needs to switch the controlled soul to unleash the Beander ability corresponding to that soul, this process can change instantaneously, and a shepherd can also control the soul of a scribe, as was the case with Mr. A. It can record 3 demigod-level Beander abilities, 10 Beander abilities of Sequence 5 and Sequence 6, and 25 Beander abilities below Sequence 6. However, the higher the sequence, the greater the chance of failure, so it often requires several or even dozens of attempts to succeed. And the higher the sequence, the worse the effect will be. Sequence 4 and above may only have half of the original effect, and even Sequence the 5th of may only have 80% of the original left. In addition, like other mystical items, it has powerful negative effects. After each use, it will make you get lost, encountering various dangers, even the kind of getting lost that results in loss of life. You must draw your own blood after use and smear it evenly on the cover to eliminate this effect. Furs nodded repeatedly as she listened, but at the end, she asked with some confusion. "Mr. Dorian, why are you telling us this? Abraham repay kindness." Dorian seemed to have anticipated this question. He smiled and handed the notebook to Furs, saying solemnly, "Regardless of whether you can resolve the curse we bear, this notebook will be compensation for your efforts." Compensation? That's quite bold. Furs took the notebook and sighed softly in her heart. Getting a mystical item for free without doing anything, the Abraham family's foundation is truly deep. But by doing this, Mr. Dorian is also proving to them that the Abraham family can indeed provide sufficient rewards, right? But is this really necessary? It's just a prophecy that has never been confirmed. They can't even be sure of Ember's identity, yet they are willing to pay such a high price. Did they truly believe in that so-called prophecy? Or is it because they are desperate and grasping at straws? Or for some other reason? Furs handed the notebook to Ember, and looking at Ember's profile, questions couldn't help but arise in her heart. After all, what exactly is fire? What is the relationship between Ember and fire? Is the reason he has no heartbeat also related to fire? Seeing that Ember and she had accepted this mystical item, Dorian breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "I still have some matters to attend to, so I won't disturb your meal. If you need extra food, you can tell Chef Sergey in the kitchen. If you need to find me, I'll be in the study upstairs. Oh, and this is the address and key to the villa." Dorian placed a note and a key on the table, then backed out of the private room after speaking, even thoughtfully closing the door. "Doesn't he worry that we'll take the things and just run?" Furs grumbled, then turned her head and found Ember staring blankly at the notebook. She couldn't help but ask softly with some confusion, "What are you thinking about?" Ember pondered for 2 seconds and suddenly asked, "I was thinking, can this notebook only record Beander abilities?" Furs was stunned for a moment, unable to react immediately, and asked instinctively, "Besides Beander abilities, what else is there?" Ember thought for a moment and replied seriously, "Magic, curses, miracles, well, also combat techniques, prayers." Quote. Furs hesitated to speak. "Are you sure these aren't the same thing? Or rather, shouldn't all of these be classified as Beander abilities? What's the difference? Dorian left the restaurant and returned to the office on the 2nd floor, closing the door. The curtains in the office had been drawn at some point, making the light in the room particularly dim. But Dorian was clearly used to all of this. He simply walked silently to the desk and sat down. Whoosh! A gust of wind suddenly blew in the office, carrying a crying tremor. Circles of light quickly spread out, seeming to form a door outside of the normal concept. A semi-illusory, semi-real spherical object flew out from the bottom of the light circle. It was milky white all over, with no eyes, nose, arms, or legs, only a slit on the surface that looked like a mouth. Dorian showed a clear smile, opened his mouth, and hummed a folk-style lullaby. Theosphere immediately swayed from side to side, looking extremely comfortable. After humming a song, Dorian reached out his hand. Theosphere bounced up and down, its body suddenly swelled, and its mouth opened extremely wide. Then, it spat out a letter. Well done, Marmos. Dorian praised Theosphere as he took the letter, making Theosphere sway happily again. However, when Dorian opened the letter and quickly scanned it with great anticipation, his eyes visibly became disappointed and lonely. He had lied. It wasn't true that someone from the family had responded, agreeing to meet in Dixie County in a few days, as he had told Ember. In fact, he wasn't using telegrams to contact others, but a messenger, which is relatively rare even among Beyonders. A messenger allowed him to contact members of the Abraham family living all over the world faster and more conveniently, and could ensure that the person receiving the letter was indeed them. But unfortunately, among everyone he contacted, not a single person gave an encouraging or supportive reply. Dorian's face was full of bitterness. After thousands of years, those in the Abraham family who were still willing to believe in the prophecy were ultimately a minority. Especially after that betrayal, their vigilance and rejection of outsiders also increased day by day. The reason he said they would meet in Dixie County in 4 days was actually just a delaying tactic. He hoped that within these 4 days, he could write to as many family members as possible and persuade them as much as possible. Although he didn't know how many people would go, no matter what, it was still a hope. Even if this hope was incredibly ethereal and illusory, even if it seemed as unreachable as flowers in a mirror or the moon in water. But no matter what, a person can only grasp that fleeting miracle by reaching out. But is all this worth it? Dorian sat at the desk, looking at the last sentence of the letter, his fingers gripping the edge of the paper so hard they turned white, and remained silent for a long time. But in the end, it all just turned into a long sigh. And at this moment, his eyes became firmer than ever before. He picked up his pen and took out a clean sheet of letter paper. It's worth it. Nothing is more worth fighting for than this. My parents, my brothers, my sisters, my children, and thousands of years ago, countless ancestors, too many people have paid the price of their lives because of the curse. If there is hope to lift the curse in my generation, what reason do we have not to try? Even if not for ourselves, we must at least try for our children, for your children, right? Dorian folded the letter and handed it to his messenger, Marmos. Then he took out another clean sheet of letter paper. Members of the Abraham family were scattered all over the world, and Dorian needed to use different tones for different people. And this time, his pen only wrote a short sentence. Make Abraham great again. P.S. A potential masterpiece, worth reading, recommending it again. Chapter 125 The Principle of Convergence, The Advantage is Mine. October 29th, Monday. After a voyage of nearly 5 days, Ember and the others finally arrived at Connaught City at 10 in the morning on the steamship they were traveling on. This is a coastal city located in Dissy Bay, adjacent to South Wales, and is also the capital and largest port of Dixie County. Upon arriving at the port, Dorian hesitated little and directly took Ember and the other person to a villa in the suburbs of Connaught City. The villa's housekeeper and maid seemed to have received the news long ago and were already lining up at the entrance to welcome them. This is worth at least £10,000. Furs asked curiously while estimating the villa's value by looking at its decorations. Mr. Dorian, is this your villa too? No, it's not. Dorian looked at the somewhat puzzled Furs and explained with a smile, this doesn't belong to me personally, but is a family property managed by family members who have settled here. After a pause, Dorian continued, some of them are still on the way and might not arrive until evening. So before then, you can rest well. As for me, I will go visit an old friend who has settled here. Evening. No problem. Ember nodded slightly. The Tarot Club meeting was at 3 in the afternoon, so there was no conflict in time. Dorian breathed a sigh of relief. After instructing the maids to serve Ember as they would serve their master, he got into the carriage and drove towards the city center. Along the way, he had never given up contacting the family members scattered in various places through messengers. He wrote letters to those members almost non-stop, in a manner close to harassment. Although this greatly annoyed other family members, quite a few eventually agreed to come to Connaught City under his persistent efforts. And Dorian wasn't lying, some people were indeed still on the way and wouldn't arrive until evening. But more people had actually already arrived in Qanat City, only they still harbored vigilance and doubts and didn't rush to meet up immediately. And this time, Dorian was going to go personally to dispel their doubts. Ms. Wall, Mr. Black. After Dorian left, Emma, the golden-haired housekeeper who looked about 30 years old, asked respectfully, "Would you like something to drink?" Furs glanced at Ember, who didn't seem to want to speak much, and asked politely. Could you arrange a room for us? We'd like to rest first." "Of course." Emma nodded respectfully and personally led the two up the stairs to a living room on the second floor of the villa. Bang! Furs politely declined Emma's inquiry about, "Just ask if you need anything," and closed the room door. "Ember," Furs asked in a low voice, "do you believe Mr. Dorian?" Ember replied very calmly, "Half and half. I approach everything with a skeptical attitude. However, the curse carried by the Abraham family is real, and their determination to lift the curse is also real. In any case, they should have no ill intentions." "What if they do?" Furs asked softly. Facing Furs's naivety, Ember countered with a question. "Wouldn't that be even better?" Furs opened her mouth, but for a moment was speechless, not knowing what to say. Ember shook his head and changed the subject. "Do you remember what I told you?" "Yes." Furs nodded seriously, hugging the notebook in her arms tightly. This was the thank you gift Dorian had given them, Lemonoo's travel notes. However, unlike its initial appearance which was almost entirely blank, the magic book was now filled. "That's good." Ember nodded slightly, said nothing more, and just sat on the sofa nearby, closing his eyes to rest. Not long after, the housekeeper Emma knocked on the door again, politely asking if they needed to eat. Furs didn't refuse, as that would seem too unfriendly. Moreover, she did want to taste the local specialties. After enjoying a hearty meal, Furs declined Emma's suggestion for afternoon tea and instructed her not to disturb them upstairs no matter what happened. Finally, Furs returned to the room under the housekeeper's slightly ambiguous gaze and didn't come out again. At exactly 3 o'clock, the chiming of the wall clock still echoed, and within the deep red illusory light, figures appeared one after another in the majestic palace, by the side of the ancient long table. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." Miss Justice outlined a smile and stood up to bow to the seat of honor. After receiving a slight nod in response, she greeted the other members of the Tarot Club one by one and keenly noticed that the Sun seemed a little uneasy. "Mr. Sun, what are you worried about?" Audrey asked aloud. Derek didn't hide anything and immediately recounted the entire story of successfully feigning illness and being sent to the bottom of the round tower for isolation and treatment. He also expressed his concern about whether the Tarot Club would be discovered by mystical items, and only felt relieved after receiving a positive answer from Mr. Fool. But in the end, he suddenly remembered what the former exploration team captain had said and blurted out. "Have any of you heard of this person called Amon?" As the representative of the knowledgeable in the Tarot Club, Hanged Man Alger readily took on the heavy responsibility of explaining history. After a lengthy introduction about the Amon family, the Tarot Club officially got down to business. Subsequently, Miss Justice, Miss Judgment, and Mr. Hanged Man successively submitted their diaries, totaling 12 pages. This was the most in any Tarot Club meeting. This made Mr. Fool quite satisfied. In the tacit silence of everyone, he began to read these diaries. Excluding the repetitive diaries with familiar beginnings and related to the Sao Bai plot, Mr. Fool finally found 4 pages of valuable diaries. Part of it was the Emperor's early diaries, recording the history when he was still a Chunabu before becoming a Beander, thinking he was the chosen one. At the same time, Mr. Fool also learned his real name. Huang Dao. Klein muttered the name softly in his heart, but his brows furrowed slightly. Because he realized from Rosal's diary that the interval between his and Rosal's transmigration was less than a year. However, the time dimension in which they appeared in this world spanned nearly 200 years, which made him slightly uneasy. But soon he temporarily put these emotions aside, because there were more diaries waiting for him to read. September 5th, I still couldn't enter the painting world of the Knowledge Church in the end, even though the steam engine I invented has led the tide of the era and brought disruptive changes to this world. But that group of old-fashioned old men always refused me entry. Am I not intelligent enough? Anyway, I'll remember this grudge. Sooner or later, I'll snatch this painting back and hang it by my bed. Klein's eye twitched slightly. So that's why you targeted the Storm Church and the Church of the Blazing Sun later. Suppressing the urge to complain internally, Klein continued to read. Fortunately, Lu Xuan once said, when fate closes a window for you, you can just walk through the door. The Knowledge Church in Leuenberg is extremely exclusive, so I made the Iron Blazing Sun in the Intis Empire, the Church of the Blazing Sun, my second preferred target. Although I am a believer of the Steam Church, both preach in the Intis Republic, and the relationship between the two sides is quite good. With hardly any effort, I successfully persuaded the Church of the Blazing Sun to let me enter their painting world. June 25th, I have been approved and will officially enter the painting world of the Church of the Blazing Sun tomorrow. I'm so looking forward to it. What exactly will be inside? Klein's expression shifted slightly, growing more curious about the content that followed. His gaze moved down, and a phrase of national essence came into view. Cao. The big character, Cao, occupied a full 2 lines, enough to show how the Emperor was feeling, well, grief and indignation. They said they'd let me in, and they really just let me in. I just followed the guide from the Church of the Blazing Sun for a tour, and wasn't even allowed to move around freely. If the leader hadn't been a demigod, I would have really wanted to sneak away. But even so, I confirmed 2 things. One is that within the Church of the Blazing Sun, some clergy members refer to the painting world as arc. This is not surprising, after all, the painting world is meant for this purpose. And the second thing is that the inside of the painting world is different from what I imagined. After all, the 2 painting worlds in the game are both depictions of a world of ice and snow, but the one in the Church of the Blazing Sun is more like a paradise. Even after leaving the painting world, that vibrant state where everything flourishes is still vivid in my mind. If I hadn't known that the everlasting Blazing Sun's divine kingdom was elsewhere, I might have even suspected this was the everlasting Blazing Sun's divine kingdom. However, it's a pity that since I couldn't move around freely, I didn't see the half-dragon sister nor the miss. It seems that besides the Sun Knight patch and the painting world, there is nothing else related to Black Soul in this world. Of course, even with just these, it proves that this world has a certain connection with Black Soul. However, based on the information I currently have, I strongly suspect this is the Deep Sea Era. Even if it's not, it's definitely related to the Deep Sea Era. The Deep Sea Era. Klein's eyes flickered slightly. Since reading Rosal the Great's diary last time, he had actually also vaguely had this guess. However, as of now, neither he nor Rosal had found enough evidence. With a slight rustling sound, Klein placed the last page of the diary at the top. July 2nd, I attended the meeting of that ancient organization again. Here, I finally got the answer to the question that has been puzzling me for a long time. Klein's heart was instantly moved by the diary's content, and he continued to read. Don't return. This is not home. Quote ? Quote. Klein was immediately full of question marks. What the heck? Just kidding. Junior Transmigration, you weren't scared when you saw this, right? Klein immediately didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Emperor, just write your diary, why do you have to put these unserious things in it? But thinking about the content of the Emperor's previous diaries, he did seem to be an unserious person. After all, who writes a diary if they're serious? Klein composed himself and continued to read. In short, I got the answer from that organization. The people I met, whether it was Patch, the Sun Knight of the Knowledge Church, or those painting worlds, all of them are foreigners. Or to be precise, the painting world is native, but the people who painted the painting world are foreigners. They came from the cosmos, aboard the last refuge, and were drawn to this world by some power in ancient times. And that ancient time was the Chaos Era. However, it's strange that according to that organization, the refuge, or original world was drawn in the first epic and arrived at the end of the second epic. First epic. Klein's expression changed slightly. It wasn't that he didn't know about the first epic. According to the era division method from who knows where, they are now in the year 1349 of the fifth epic. The first epic, which people can access in history books, can be summarized in one sentence: the creation myth. The Creator awoke from chaos, broke the darkness, and created the first ray of light. He then completely integrated into the universe, transforming into all things. His body became the earth and the stars. One of his eyes became the sun, and the other became the red moon. Part of his blood surged into seas and rivers, nourishing and giving birth to life. His lungs evolved into elves, his heart evolved into giants, his liver evolved into treants, his head evolved into dragons, his kidneys evolved into feathered serpents, his hair evolved into phoenixes, his ears evolved into demonic wolves, his mouth and teeth evolved into aberrants, his remaining bodily fluids evolved into sea monsters, with the essence being nagas. His stomach, his small and large intestines, and the evil parts of his body evolved into devils, specters, and various unknown evil existences. His spirit transformed into the eternal blazing sun, the Lord of storms, and the God of knowledge and wisdom. From his wisdom, humans were born. This was the first epic, the Chaos Era. And according to the information Klein has accessed, the following epics can also be summarized as: the second epic, the Darkness Epic, saw the appearance of the first blasphemy slate. The third epic, the Cataclysm Epic, the Evernight Goddess awoke at the end of the second epic and, along with deities like the Lord of Storms and the Eternal Blazing Sun, protected and helped humanity survive the Great Cataclysm. The fourth epic, the Epic of Gods, it is said that in this epic, the gods still walked among humans. The god of steam and machinery, originally named the god of craftsmen, was born in this epic. And now is the fifth epic, the Black Iron Epic. These epics combined already span at least several thousand, or even tens or hundreds of thousands of years. And the so-called creation myth of the first epic is actually something that happened countless years ago. Now, according to Rosal the Great, Patch and the others came from the cosmos. The last refuge they took should refer to the painting world depicted at the end of Dark Souls 3, painted with black soul blood and possessing immortal characteristics. Let's tentatively call it the original world as Rosal the Great suggested. According to the records in the diary, the original world was originally supposed to drift aimlessly in the universe, but eventually, guided by some force, it descended, or rather, fell to this world. Then who guided the painting world to this world? Could it be the legendary creator? If it was the creator, what was his purpose? Moreover, if the original world was guided in the first epic but only descended at the end of the second epic, the time span in between is a bit too long, isn't it? Perhaps something went wrong in between. After all, it couldn't be due to network lag, could it? Mr. Fool is taking longer than usual to read. Justice Audrey thought silently, looking at Mr. Fool at the head of the table. She had no doubts. After all, there were 12 pages of the diary this time, so it was normal for him to take a little longer to read. After a long while, Klein finally came back to his senses. He leaned back in his chair to make himself appear as relaxed as possible and said with a smile, "You may proceed with your transactions." Lover. Hanged Man Alger was the first to speak. "Regarding the bodies of the Beander creatures we harvested on the primitive island, I've managed to sell some of them recently. The total revenue is £15,000. After a pause, the Hanged Man continued, "The Mirror Dragon's body sold the most. Someone bought the entire body and also inquired about the whereabouts of the Mirror Dragon's eyes, offering to pay more. I suspect he belongs to an organization, and this organization likely possesses the Spectator Pathway Potion formula. And the name of this organization, I believe Miss Justice, you should be familiar with it." "Psychology Alchemists?" Audrey asked, somewhat surprised. "Yes." Hanged Man Alger nodded slightly. "The feeling he gave me is very similar to that of the Psychology Alchemists member I encountered before. It should be him. Are you referring to the one you personally sank into the Sonia Sea?" Audrey silently complained in her heart, feeling a bit speechless. Alger naturally didn't know what she was thinking. He turned his head to look at Ember and said, "According to our agreement, I will take a 10% cut as commission and intermediary fee. The remaining £13,500 will be transferred to you via Mr. Fool." "Okay." Ember nodded slightly. "I still have those requests." Mr. World followed closely, speaking in a deep, hoarse voice. "The pituitary gland and blood from the mutated brain of a thousand-faced hunter, as well as the Beander characteristic of a human-skinned shadow, and the hair of a deep-sea naga." As he spoke, Mr. World turned his gaze towards the Hanged Man. The other materials were hard to say, but the deep-sea naga was definitely something Mr. Hanged Man, who was at sea, had the best chance of obtaining. As expected, Hanged Man Alger spoke up. "I don't have any of these 3 Beander materials, but I have clues for deep-sea naga hair, £100 per strand." "Okay." Mr. World nodded. "But I need at least 5 strands." "No problem, I will collect them as soon as possible." After the Tarot Club gathering ended, son, Derek returned to the real world, finding himself back in the dark, cramped room. He cautiously sat for several seconds, finding no unusual changes, and finally breathed a complete sigh of relief. Remembering that Mr. Hanged Man had told him to try and get more information from the former exploration team captain, Derek went to the corresponding metal wall, bent his finger, and knocked. Knock, knock. He completed the signal, but there was no response from the other side for a long time. Just as he was feeling puzzled, an old and ethereal voice suddenly came from the direction of the bed behind him. "Are you looking for me?" As soon as the voice reached his ears, Derek immediately froze. His skin was taut, and the hairs on his body stood on end. At dusk, a villa in the suburbs of Kanat City, Dixie County, welcomed a group of special guests. Most of them were elderly, the youngest in their 40s, and the oldest already over 70, looking like a senior tour group. They gathered in the small conference room in the villa's basement and instructed the housekeeper Emma to invite Ember and Furs to come. Dorian, a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, resembling a university professor, adjusted his glasses and asked in a deep voice, "Are you really that sure he can solve our curse?" Dorian did not answer the question but instead asked back, "Veildu, even if you don't trust my judgment, do you have any other choice?" The man named Veildu fell silent. It was clear that the reason he was here was because he had no choice. Like Dorian, he was unwilling to give up any possibility of lifting the curse. So, in the letter Dorian wrote to him, there was only a simple sentence. "Make the family great again." And it was this sentence that successfully persuaded Veildu. Whether true or false, they were willing to give it a try. Seeing Veildu fall silent, Dorian slowly spoke again. "Don't worry, even if he can't cure the root cause, he can at least treat the symptoms. I have confirmed this. And for us, even if it's just treating the symptoms, it's quite important, isn't it?" "I hope so," Veildu said in a low voice, but he didn't continue to ask. Just as Dorian said, even if they could only treat the symptoms, it was a rare opportunity for them. However, he still had some doubts in his heart. Because according to Dorian's description, he clearly hadn't seen it with his own eyes. He only guessed that Mr. Black had a way to lift the curse based on what Ms. Walsh said, but his tone was unusually certain. Although it could be explained by his obsession with the family's prophecy, Veildu always felt there was something unreasonable about it. Knock, knock. The housekeeper Emma went upstairs, came to a room on the second floor, and reached out to knock on the door. Furs opened the door, looking at the housekeeper outside with some confusion. "Ms. Emma, is there something?" "Ms. Wall, Mr. Dorian is back. They are waiting for you in the conference room." The housekeeper replied respectfully. "Okay, please wait a moment." Furs nodded politely and then closed the door. After thinking for a moment, she handed the notebook to Ember and whispered, "Please don't have any problems again." Ember took the mystical item, but the moment he took it, the notebook suddenly disappeared. But Ember just sighed and said, "What happened last time was unexpected even for me. It definitely won't happen this time." Led by the housekeeper, Ember and Furs left the room and were taken downstairs to the conference room. Creak. Finally, after a long wait, the door of the conference room was pushed open. The Abraham collectively shifted their gaze to the doorway, selectively ignoring the beautiful lady, and finally fixed their eyes on the rather young-looking man. "Mr. Black." Dorian immediately stepped forward with a smile. "This is Veildu Garcia Abraham." He first pointed to the man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, then introduced the others one by one. And everyone in the room, without exception, were representatives sent by the various branches of the Abraham family. In this small conference room, they could even decide most of the family's affairs. And if they unfortunately met with misfortune, they were fully prepared to ensure they would not harm the family. "Mr. Black." Veildu waited silently for Dorian to finish the introductions, then asked without hesitation, "I just want to know one thing, do you truly have the ability to solve the curse on us?" Dorian's expression changed slightly. He had intended to proceed gradually, but he didn't expect Veildu to be so direct. His heart immediately tightened. Ember was not angered by Veildu's question but instead asked back, to everyone else's surprise. "That depends on what kind of solution you want, treating the symptoms or curing the root cause. My requirements aren't high, treating the symptoms is enough." Veildu took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Dorian should have told you that as long as you can help the Abraham, even if it's just treating the symptoms and not curing the root cause, we can agree to any of your conditions. The only question is, how can I verify what you say?" Furs whispered, "Perhaps it can only be verified during the full moon." "No need." Veildu seemed to have anticipated this question and replied without hesitation, "I have a mystical item that can simulate the effect of a full moon, at any time, causing everyone around to suffer the curse, and hear the ravings that are only heard during the full moon." The other Abraham's expressions changed slightly. They hadn't expected Veildu to be so aggressive. Then, Ember looked at the others and asked thoughtfully, "Do you want to avoid this?" "I don't need to." One of the 70-year-old men said with a smile, "I'm already this old, I might not even survive the next full moon. It's just a matter of living a few more days. I'll stay and be a witness." Dorian's eyes were extremely resolute, and he said in a deep voice, "I believe in Mr. Black, and I will stay." The others seemed to want to say something but ultimately fell silent collectively. They also chose to stay. Seeing this, Ember no longer asked, turning his gaze to Veildu. "Begin." This time, even Veildu couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Was he that confident? After a moment of hesitation, Veildu took out a black iron box from under the table. The surface of the box was engraved with a large number of inscriptions, which seemed to subtly form the shape of a door. It also seemed that under the influence of these inscriptions, the area around the box was filled with an invisible sense of sealing, preventing the power within from overflowing. Ms. Wall. Veildu hesitated and glanced at Furs next to Ember, kindly reminding her, "Do you need to step away?" The Abraham had long since come to terms with life and death. Even if they risked losing control in the curse, they hoped to witness the curse being lifted with their own eyes. But there was no need for Ms. Wall to participate, she was innocent. No need. Furs had a faint smile on her face and politely refused, "I believe him." Veildu was silent for 2 seconds, finally placing the box on the table. He twisted the mechanical switch and unlocked the spiritual shackles. Under everyone's gaze, he slowly opened the top of the box, making a creaking, ear-grating sound. Veildu reached his hand inside, and when he withdrew it, there was a puppet the size of a figurine in his palm. It was slender, resembling a small wooden stake carved with crescent-shaped eyes and a mouth, inlaid with dried dead grass and flowers. The Abraham waited for a long time, but the expected curse did not arrive, and they couldn't help but feel a little confused. No effect. Just as a similar thought arose, the next second, the puppet was suddenly covered in a rich but illusory crimson moonlight. It undulated gently like a tide, as if connected to something high in the sky. At this moment, the crimson moonlight was silently and rapidly spreading, enveloping everyone around it. Almost in the blink of an eye, the curse descended. Bang! Several members of the Abraham family painfully fell onto the table with dull thuds, but the pain caused by the impact did not alleviate the feeling of their heads about to explode, nor did it calm their restless desire to end their lives with a single cut. Compared to the pain brought by the cursed whispers, these physical pains were simply insignificant. "It's here." Veildu's expression was also distorted and struggling from the pain, and he gritted his teeth and shouted. As he spoke, everyone's hair in the conference room grew incredibly fast at a bizarre speed. And the 70-year-old old man was especially obvious, his physical body was undergoing mutation. Beneath the dry skin, it was as if small worms were wriggling, and small bumps like insect eggs were bulging on the surface of the skin, as if they were about to break out of their cocoons the next moment. And the moment the crimson moonlight spread, Ember was already prepared. His right hand held an imprint like a burning flame, raised above his head, while his other hand pointed to the ground parallel to it. His right hand slowly lowered to point to the ground, and his left hand raised to point to the top of his head. Throughout the entire process, both arms remained on the same straight line. And after he completed this set of movements, a golden magic circle emerged from under his feet, composed of an equilateral triangle with a perpendicular bisector drawn inside, 3 intersecting circles within it, and countless inscriptions that ordinary people could not discern. Ding! Under the shroud of golden light, accompanied by a crisp sound like a bell, everything returned to its original appearance. The insect eggs, wriggling beneath the old man's skin, disappeared. Although still dry, it no longer appeared bizarre. The painful whispers that tormented the Abraham disappeared from their minds, and their consciousness returned to clarity. And the puppet on the table, which had originally emitted crimson moonlight, seemed to have suffered a great blow and instantly lost all its radiance. It lay quietly on the table, losing all its mystical properties. It was as if it was just a puppet that looked a bit strange but was actually very ordinary. Open black lens bracket principle of regression close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket prayer of fundamentalism of the golden rule. One of the foundational prayers. Can heal all abnormal states and eliminate special effects. Remove all mimicry and reveal the true form. Fundamentalism uses 2 powers. To explain the golden rule: regression and causality. Regression means converging all things towards the unchanging. It is the gravitational force in terms of meaning. Close black lens bracket. This. The pain and confusion in Veildu's eyes dissipated, replaced by shock and disbelief. Actually. His expression became uncontrollably excited, as if someone who had been wandering in desperation for a long time had finally seen a ray of hope in the last moments of his life. He looked excitedly at Ember, seemingly wanting to express his inner excitement. But at this moment, Ember seemed to feel something and raised his head, seeing the boundless gray fog and the tall figure residing in the majestic ancient palace. Ember's expression shifted slightly, and he quickly said, "I'm going to the washroom." Ember didn't care what the Abraham thought. He took out a notebook from his spiritual space and handed it to Furs, then, under the gaze of the others, left the conference room without looking back. Not long after Ember left, someone in the conference room suddenly exclaimed. Veildu and Dorian subconsciously looked over and saw a member of the Abraham family, holding a crystal so transparent it was almost illusory, with a look of disbelief on his face. Dorian's pupils contracted slightly. He recognized that crystal, it was the Beander characteristic left behind after a sequence 5 feet traveler, died. But the problem was, this Beander characteristic had already been made into a mystical item. He subconsciously reached into his pocket, where there was originally a mystical item made into a divination item. However, the moment he took it out of his pocket, there were two things in his palm. One was the necklace originally used for divination, and the other was an eye-sized diamond, which was the Beander characteristic of an astrologer. Above the gray fog, in front of the ancient bronze long table, Ember slightly bowed to the tall figure in the main seat. Mr. Fool. Lover. Mr. Fool lightly tapped the table with his finger and said with a smile, I have a piece of information I'd like to trade with you. What information? Ember's expression shifted slightly as he asked. Mr. Fool, as always, maintained that condescending, unfathomable state, and said leisurely. Painting world. Of course. Mr. Fool smiled and added, I'm referring to the first, painting world, which can also be called the original world. Not the imitations created later, since you've already come into contact with those imitations, haven't you? Ember nodded slightly, he had indeed entered the painting world held by the Aurora Order. Seeing Ember nod, Klein continued leisurely. The first, original world came to this world, tracing back to the first epic. I think you should know the creation myth. Ember calmly nodded. Yes. In the first epic. Klein nodded with satisfaction, and began to speak leisurely as if to continue, but suddenly paused after just starting. Just as Ember looked over in confusion, Klein suddenly chuckled. It seems before we start discussing, I need to deal with a little bug. Saying that, he suddenly extended his right hand, spreading his spirituality, and touched the crimson star corresponding to the sun. Suddenly, a scene of prayer appeared before them. Son, Derek, was bowing his head in devout prayer, telling Mr. Fool everything that had happened in the dungeon, including how the former, exploration team captain had suddenly appeared in his cell and launched a sneak attack on him after mutating. But neither Mr. Fool nor Ember were focused on this, because at this moment, they both coincidentally cast their gaze towards the blurry scene behind the sun. There was a transparent, illusory figure. He had hands and feet, but was like a python, twistedly wrapped around the sun, his head reaching behind the sun's head. In the blurry scene, he vaguely wore a black classical robe, a matching pointed soft hat, and a crystal-like monocle on his face. The sun was completely unaware of any of this. Interesting. Mr. Fool seemed to chuckle upon seeing this scene. Who is that? Ember frowned and asked. Amen. Ember heard Mr. Fool's low and calm voice, which seemed to carry a hint of playfulness, or rather, an Amon's clone. Ember nodded thoughtfully, not paying too much attention. After all, given Mr. Fool's relaxed attitude, it was clearly not too troublesome a problem. However, what he didn't know was that although Mr. Fool said it was interesting, he was actually panicking inside. He had to panic. After all, that was the blasphemer Amen. To deserve the title of blasphemer, he was conservatively estimated to be at least an angel. Combined with the fact that the Amen family was once one of the 5 great angel families of the Tudor dynasty alongside the Abraham family, and the ancestor of the Abraham family was a sequence 1 angel, it can be inferred that the main body of this, Amen, is at least a sequence 1 angel, and perhaps even contains a uniqueness. And this, Amen, residing in the sun's spiritual body clearly wasn't trying to be some kind of old man who helps the protagonist grow. Instead, he wanted to wait for the next tarot club gathering to sneak into the Fool without anyone noticing, like a virus or a Trojan horse. At that time, his control over this mysterious space might be stripped away. A sequence 1 angel, and with sufficiently bizarre methods. The Fool looked around, but in the end, he couldn't find a way to deal with Amen. Although he had considered using the gray fog and the mysterious space to deal with Amen by leveraging its power. But his own strength was limited, and he might not be able to achieve outstanding results against the invasion of at least a sequence 1-foot angel. So, to be safe, he decided to summon the peak combat power of the Tarot Club. Ember. As long as Ember was here, what if Amen really invaded the Fool? At worst, he could just let Ember burn him. With this mindset, Mr. Fool concealed the fact that he had discovered Amen long ago. Instead, he used the pretense of information to invite Ember to the Fool, and then, accidentally, discovered Amen residing in the sun's body. Only in this way could he, justifiably, and righteously, get Ember to take action. Mr. Fool glanced at the Amen residing in the sun's spiritual body, and he couldn't help but be a little startled by the opponent's bizarre methods. But then he glanced at the seemingly ordinary Ember next to him, and his expression relaxed again, becoming full of confidence. Not a big problem, the advantage is with me. Chapter 126. What's on the other side of the sea? Amon's avatar. Ember muttered in a low voice, then looked up at Amon wrapped around Sun in the image, lost in thought. When Klein saw Ember was there, his heart immediately felt at ease. Even if he couldn't handle it, Ember was there to back him up, so there was nothing to fear. All he needed to do now was follow the original plan and give the mystical ritual to Sun, which would allow him to leverage the power above the gray fog and eliminate Amon's avatar. However, just then, Ember suddenly spoke. Mr. Fool, do you need help? Klein's expression shifted slightly, and a look of pleasant surprise appeared in his eyes. The reason he invited Ember above the gray fog under the pretext of information about the original world was only to have Ember as a backup, not to directly ask for his help. Firstly, he was concerned about the fool's dignity, and secondly, he couldn't afford the sufficient price. Although Ember still owed him a favor, to prevent himself from being burned one day, he felt it was better to save it. But if Ember voluntarily offered to help, then the initiative would be with the fool. Klein suppressed the surprise in his heart, trying his best to maintain the fool's mysterious and unfathomable demeanor, and asked in a slightly playful tone. Interesting, how do you plan to do it? He asked this question entirely because Klein himself didn't know what to do. Ember definitely had the ability to act above the gray fog. After all, the fact that he took out rings and knives was enough to prove that acting or not acting was not a matter of ability but a matter of willingness. But Klein couldn't let Amon come up to the gray fog. The variables would be too great, and he didn't dare to gamble. But if they didn't come up to the gray fog, how could they, belonging to two different worlds, harm each other? It's very simple. Facing the fool's question, Ember thought for a moment and slowly said, Mr. Fool just needs to bestow me upon Sun. Klein's eye twitched. Was there such a move? He had performed both sacrifice and bestow more than once. After all, there was still a pile of Beander creature corpses sacrificed by Mr. Hanged Man in the corner above the gray fog. But what he had bestowed before were all inanimate objects. He had never thought of bestowing living people. Ultimately, above the gray fog was similar to the spirit world. Those who appeared here were their astral bodies, aura souls. Although theoretically it was indeed possible to bestow souls, this would undoubtedly bring some potential unknown risks. While Klein had also tried summoning his soul before, that was after performing a divination above the gray fog and confirming there were no risks before making the decision. Even so, his soul couldn't stay out of his body for long, as it would consume a large amount of his spirituality. But Ember was here now, and he couldn't perform divination in front of him. But if he couldn't perform divination, the uncertainty was too great, coupled with the potential risks. Klein hesitated for a long time, finally tapping the table lightly with his finger and saying in a low voice. Are you sure? The ritual for bestowing souls is not that stable, and accidents might happen. Ember smiled and countered. How are you sure I'm Aesul? The fool was silent. He couldn't say for sure what state Ember was in right now. If you say he wasn't a soul, he was currently appearing above the gray fog in the form of an astral body, or quasi-astral body. But if you say he was a soul, this was after all an undead who had once been burned to ashes. Theoretically, both his soul and body had been burned clean, leaving only a residue. Thump, thump. Klein's fingers on the bronze-long table tapped lightly. Without much hesitation, he smiled and said, although this is a very dangerous attempt, since you insist. Then, as you wish. After a pause, Klein continued, this can offset a portion of the favor. Ember nodded slightly, without bargaining. It seemed that for him, whether the favor owed was large or small had no meaning. As for Klein, his inner thoughts at this moment were extremely active. It could offset the favor, even if only a little bit, even if it was a tiny bit. But as long as there was a little bit of favor, it would ensure that Ember always owed him a favor, so he would have to hesitate when burning himself. At least he would have to hold back a little, right? As for the favor he owed Ember. That was the favor Klein already owed. What did it have to do with me, the fool? With this thought, Klein's heart settled. He immediately extended his spirituality and responded in a low voice to the little son. I know. I have something for you to do. Arrange a bestowal ritual. Son Derek suddenly awoke from his dreamless sleep. Before his eyes was the boundless gray fog, the high and mighty fool, and in his ears echoed vague and profound words. Derek had no hesitation in following Mr. Fool's instructions and immediately began preparing the materials for the ritual. However, he couldn't help but feel a little strange. Mr. Fool's response seemed to be a bit slow this time. Was it because the matter I reported wasn't important enough? Thinking of this, Derek couldn't help but feel a little discouraged. But the next second, his heart suddenly jolted, and a strong sense of guilt surged within him. How could I think that? Derek, how could you think of Mr. Fool like that?" With a heavy heart, Derek walked around the table twice, then carefully closed the window, lit the candle, and arranged the ritual for requesting a bestowal. Soon, the crimson star corresponding to sun above the gray fog shone brightly, quickly rippling and condensing into a vague and mysterious door. And above the entire gray fog, a small amount of power was leveraged, flowing like water. Hearing the layered prayers, Klein lowered his head and looked at Ember beside him, as if asking if he was ready. And Ember's response was as concise and clear as ever. He nodded slightly and stepped towards the vague door. "Phew, if even he isn't afraid, what do I have to be afraid of?" Klein chuckled to himself, and at the same time let out a long sigh of relief. As Ember walked towards the door, he also extended his spirituality, guiding the flowing gray fog power towards the vague door, forcing open a crack and stabilizing the transmission channel. And then, all that was left was for Ember to enter in. Klein, who had been relatively calm, his pupils suddenly constricted. Because in his line of sight, within the silhouette of sun outlined by the vague light of the crimson star, a hand so shriveled that only skin and bone remained suddenly reached forward, slowly but firmly grasping towards the boundary of the crimson star, giving the impression of penetrating reality and entering the spiritual domain. That Eamon was attempting to use the connection between the vague door and the gray fog to open the boundary and extend his hand into the gray fog. In just an instant, his entire upper body had already entered the vague door. It was as if in the next second, he could cross over from the vague door on the gray fog side at any time. Whoosh! The boundless gray-white mist showed a slight disturbance for the first time. The previous, flowing, seemed to have converged into waves, into a strong wind. Klein's heart tightened, and he almost instinctively reached for the Black Emperor card in front of him. But before that, Ember had already entered the vague door. Klein stopped his movements and began to nervously await the result. And in the channel, connecting the two vague doors, located in different worlds, Ember and Eamon met head-on. Eamon, who had only squeezed his upper body into the vague door, stopped his movements. Looking at Ember standing in front of him, he raised his hand to adjust his monocle, curled the corner of his mouth, and said with great interest. "A bit interesting." Ember nodded slightly and also said, "Indeed." Although they had met face to face, neither of them seemed to have the intention of attacking. They just stood there motionless. Until a starry torrent, like the trail of a comet streaking across space, or like the scattered star rivers in the dark deep sky, passed through Ember's body from the side and directly hit Amon's body. Comet Azdalar. At that moment, Ember seemed to see a hint of stiffness appear on Amon's face, which had originally outlined a confident smile. Clearly, as the god of deception, he had never expected to be ambushed one day. Bang! Due to the narrowness of the channel, and the fact that Amon's upper body was already inside the vague door, he seemed to have nowhere to retreat at this point and was hit head-on by Comet Azdalar. In just an instant, his body was completely swallowed by the starry torrent. And Ember didn't hesitate at all. With a flip of his right hand, a staff appeared in his palm, which seemed to be made of wood, or perhaps stone. At the top of the staff was inlaid a blue gem. In an instant, endless light blue energy frantically gathered at the top of the crystal staff, and finally converged into a terrifying torrent. An seemingly infinite stream of light blue energy instantly surged from the top of the staff, transforming into a soul torrent that could surpass light, instantly swallowing Amon's upper body along with Comet Azdalar. Soul torrent. Open black lens bracket. When Lothric and the Grand Archives were founded, the initial sage taught this magic. It can shoot out a large amount of soul torrent. The initial sage was not only skeptical of the transferring fire, but it is also said that he was privately the prince's teacher. Close black lens bracket. Good. Klein, who was watching the battle, was instantly overjoyed and shouted in his heart how satisfying it was. There's no need to talk sense with this kind of evil deviant. Working together is the right way. Is this a group fight? No. This is a righteous 2-on-1. The soul torrent of the initial sage and Azdalar's origin magic collided with intense sparks at this moment. On Amon's body. Regardless of Amon's mood, at least Klein was very satisfied with what he saw. With two great kings serving me alone, how could this blessing be small? I see Eamon is nothing more than a mere head for sale. No, I can't be arrogant. Klein shook his head, took a deep breath to calm himself down, and kept a firm grip on the Black Emperor card. Although it seemed that Ember and his summon were currently at an advantage, no one knew if Eamon had any bizarre means to turn the tables. So he had to be cautious, and then cautious. If an accident occurred, although he might not be able to play a significant role, at least he couldn't just stand by and wait for death. With this thought in mind, Klein's gaze never left the battle inside the vague door. However, due to the dazzling light of the two torrents, coupled with Amon's entire body being covered by the torrent, he couldn't see what Amon's current situation was at all. Until, the light blue torrent released by Ember among them was the first to dim. What's going on? Mana is empty. Take a potion. Where's your Estus flask? Klein's expression changed slightly, and he was already prepared to take over. He didn't expect Ember to run out of strength so quickly, which completely contradicted Ember's image in his mind. Although this move did consume a little bit of mana, especially when cast continuously. But it shouldn't wilt so quickly, right? However, when he saw the other deep blue torrent that was still surging, he couldn't help but show a relieved expression. Fortunately, at least Ember's unknown summon was still very strong. Just as this thought arose, the deep blue torrent also quickly dimmed until it disappeared. Klein's expression changed dramatically, and he wished he could slap himself twice. Why couldn't he control his mouth and pick up the bad habit of jinxing? However, what Klein didn't know was that although the torrent had disappeared, the reason was not because the mana bar was empty. It was because Amon was already dead. Open black lens bracket Beander characteristic flowing from the blasphemer Amon close black lens bracket. The moment he received the notification, Ember chose to stop, and the mimic tier naturally stopped gradually under his command. As for the vague door that had originally stuck Amon, it was now empty. Klein looked at the illusory door, then at the sun, and confirmed that his spirit body was no longer possessed by strange things. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. So, is it completely resolved? At the same time, Derek in the City of Silver also broke out in a cold sweat. Because he also saw the transparent, illusory figure covering his spirit body. The figure wore a black classical robe, a soft pointed hat of the same color, and a crystal monocular on his face, coiling around him like a python. It was Amon, whom he had seen in the prison. Without his knowledge, Amon had quietly possessed him, and even the chief was unaware. Fortunately, Mr. Fool discovered him and dealt with him. Derek, who was sweating from fright, breathed a sigh of relief, and a look of reverence instinctively appeared on his face. He subconsciously spoke according to the words described in the mythology course. Praise be to you, great Mr. Fool. In the deep darkness located somewhere unknown, a lightning bolt cut through the sky, illuminating the vicinity. With the light of the lightning, a thick and broad gray and white building was faintly visible at the bottom of the gully. The figure wore a black classical robe, a soft pointed hat of the same color, black curly hair, black eyes, a broad forehead, and thin cheeks, exactly like the phantom Derek Berg had seen. He raised his hand, pinched the crystal monocular, turned his head to look to the left, towards the distance. As expected, he suddenly whispered in the Fusite language. After a pause, the figure's lips curved into a smile, and he uttered a word. Fool. As soon as he finished speaking, he was about to jump into the gully in front of him. But for some reason, he paused and waited. Then came the second pause. After an unknown period of waiting, Amon's expression became solemn. He finally realized a serious problem. His avatar was dead, but the Beander characteristic had not returned. Just now, in order to resist the attack of that torrent, and to successfully break into Saphira Castle in one go as much as possible, what he infused and integrated into that avatar was not just some Beander characteristic that could be discarded at will. And now, all these Beander characteristics were lost. Obviously, he had overplayed his hand a bit. But fortunately, the problem wasn't too big. After all, this wouldn't cause too serious an impact for the time being. Amon's solemn expression didn't last long. He pinched the crystal monocular, and a smile curved at the corner of his lips. Interesting. Phew, that was close. Seeing that the threat was finally eliminated, Klein finally breathed a complete sigh of relief. At least for now, he didn't have to worry about Amon's threat, which was a good thing. However, in that case, the bestowal ritual actually didn't need to continue. After all, Ember had already dealt with Amon, and he just needed to come back through the illusory door. Thinking this, Klein allocated a portion of his spirituality to stabilize the illusory door. Although he didn't know what would happen if he got lost in it, it was clearly not a good thing. Fortunately, this wouldn't consume too much of his spirituality, not to the extent that he couldn't even get Ember back. However, what he didn't expect was that Ember didn't walk back, but waited for a moment in place before walking towards the illusory door on the sun's side. Klein was a little confused and guessed, does he still want to continue testing whether the soul can travel between different areas? However, if such a thing can really be done, it's actually a good thing for the other members of the Tarot Club. As Klein thought of this, his expression suddenly froze. Yes, other members. Because to do this, someone must simultaneously perform the bestowal ritual in the real world, and he must also perform the bestowal above the gray fog. Anyone can perform the bestowal ritual, but the bestowal can only be done by Klein himself. And Klein obviously doesn't have a doppelganger technique, he can't perform the bestowal ritual and the bestowal at the same time. This means that the Tarot Club members will have the added benefit of being able to call upon Ember for help at any time, but this benefit specifically excludes Mr. World. I was the one who organized the Tarot Club, I was the first to enter the Fool, I was the first to meet Ember, it was all me first. Why did it turn out like this? Klein suddenly felt as if his heart had been pricked by a needle, experiencing extreme pain. Why does it feel like he, the founder, can't enjoy any of the benefits of the Tarot Club? Why is this happening? Klein was in pain, while on the other side, Ember had already arrived in front of the illusory door. And his idea was actually very simple. After all, the bestowal ritual was already set up, so he couldn't bestow nothing, right? That would be too embarrassing for the Fool, so even if it was just for the sake of the Fool's reputation, he had to go over and take a look. However, what no one expected was that the moment Ember stepped out of the illusory door, Klein could no longer perceive his presence. Klein's expression changed drastically, and he almost stood up with a whoosh, his face full of disbelief. This was because Ember had appeared neither on the little sun's side nor on his own side. He had just disappeared silently, without a trace. In the image, the little sun was still praying devoutly. He only saw Aemon being destroyed, but the illusory door in front of him showed no change. Ember had clearly entered that door, but he did not appear in the image transmitted by the little sun. Klein almost subconsciously cast his gaze towards the cluster of flames representing Ember, only to find that even that cluster of flames had disappeared, as if it had never existed. Could something have gone wrong? This sudden change caused Klein's expression to become solemn. His brain rapidly processed information, beginning to consider the feasible methods now. Klein was silent for a long time, finally taking off the yellow crystal pendant wrapped around his cuff. While holding the pendulum in his left hand, Klein used meditation to try to calm himself down and adjust his state. After all, in this situation, the only thing he could do was perhaps divination. After making preparations, Klein materialized a new piece of parchment and silently wrote down the divination statement. Ember is completely dead. Immediately after, he placed the divination statement on the table, letting the yellow crystal pendant almost touch the words. Entering a state of meditation and completing all the steps of the pendulum method, Klein opened his eyes and looked at the result. The yellow crystal pendant was rotating counterclockwise, quite fast and with a large amplitude. This means negation. Klein immediately breathed a sigh of relief. This indicated that Ember was not dead. But thinking about it, how could a person whose goal was to slay gods die so easily? What's more, this was Ember, known for being undead. After thinking carefully, Klein changed the divination statement. Ember is in danger. This time, the pendulum gave a positive indication. Ember will indeed encounter danger, and it's not small. But it's just not small. For Ember, who was formerly an undead and is now a remnant, death is just the beginning, not the end. Klein vaguely had an idea and wrote a new divination statement again. Can I contact Ember again? After calmly and diligently working, Klein saw the pendulum remain motionless. Klein was startled at first, then gave a self-deprecating smile. Perhaps it was because he was worried, he had even forgotten that divination could not use question marks. Gathering his thoughts, Klein rewrote the new divination statement. I will meet Ember again. Klein completed the divination, opened his eyes, and found the yellow crystal pendant rotating clockwise, quite fast and with a considerable amplitude. This meant that he could meet Ember again, and it wouldn't be too long. But Klein was still slightly worried, because the flame representing Ember's spirit body had disappeared, and he didn't even know how to pull him above the gray fog. After hesitating for a moment, he began to divine once more. Ember will come to the Fool again. The pendulum still indicated affirmation. The divination result meant that he would appear again, which meant that the disappearance of the flame was only temporary. What was the key to all this then? Why did the flame disappear, and where exactly was Ember? Klein suddenly had a headache, not vaguely, but a real stabbing pain. First the Tarot Club, then Aemon, plus these consecutive divinations, the rapid consumption of a large amount of spirituality in a short period of time led to his headache. After a long hesitation, Klein endured the headache and wrote down a line of divination statement. Ember is in the forsaken land of the gods. The pendulum still indicated affirmation, which immediately made Klein, who saw the result, freeze on the spot. He hesitated and looked at the image projected by the little sun again. There was still nothing there, and Ember had not reappeared. But the result of the divination clearly indicated that Ember was indeed in the forsaken land of the gods. Hello. A slightly timid voice from beside him pulled Ember back to reality. Ember followed the sound and looked. Under the shade of a tree not far away, a young boy wearing a coarse linen cloth, with a cloth bag he had just taken off at his feet, and a still childish appearance, was carefully looking at him. And not far from the boy's side, there was a blonde girl wearing a complex and simple long dress. Compared to the somewhat nervous, even uneasy boy, the girl was currently openly looking at Ember, her wine-red beautiful eyes full of curiosity. Seeing Ember look over, the girl showed a sweet smile and stretched out her fair and tender little hand to wave at Ember. "Hello, mister." Ember nodded slightly, greeting the two of them. His gaze subconsciously swept over the girl's middle finger, where a pale red ring was worn on her slender finger. She also noticed Ember's gaze and subtly put her hand behind her back, quietly taking off the ring, as if worried that Ember would covet the ring and commit murder for wealth. Ember quickly put this small matter behind him and began to think about another problem. Although he hadn't seriously learned the language of this world, with the assistance of the Eye of Wisdom, he could hear that the other party was speaking giant language, and he could also communicate with the other party through the Eye of Wisdom. However, when Ember looked up at the sky, he couldn't help but show a puzzled expression. Because above his head, a sun emitting dazzling and scorching light was radiating light and heat to the surrounding earth. Bright sunlight filtered through the dense leaves, forming dappled golden spots of light and shadow on the boy under the shade. If he remembered correctly, the place where Thiessen, Derek was located was the forsaken land of the gods, so the bestowal ritual should have bestowed him to Thiessen, Derek in the forsaken land of the gods. But wasn't there no son, Derek in the forsaken land of the gods? What was this one above his head? An illusion. But even if Thiessen, Derek above his head was an illusion, where was son, Derek? Is this the forsaken land of the gods? Looking at the boy under the shade of the tree who was cautiously observing him and the bright-eyed and intelligent girl, Ember suddenly asked. The boy was stunned for a long time, shook his head, and hesitated, not knowing how to speak. Finally, he mustered up the courage and said, "Mister, I'm sorry, I don't know what forsaken land of the gods you are talking about. I have never heard of this place." Ember was slightly surprised and asked further. "Then is this the North Continent or the South Continent?" The boy looked a little confused, but the girl's clear voice said beside Ember. "This is the East Continent. The North Continent and South Continent are on the other side of the sea." East Continent. Ember showed a pensive expression. In his memory, there was clearly no concept of the East Continent. This was not because he was unlearned, although he was indeed a little bit unlearned. But more importantly, in the eyes of others in the Ruined Kingdom, there was also no concept of the East Continent. Ember was still thinking, but the boy on the other side couldn't help but ask. "Mister, are you a noble sanguine?" Ember's expression suddenly became strange when he heard the boy's address. "Noble sanguine. If the sanguine you are talking about refers to vampires, I don't think so." Vampire. When the boy heard Ember's answer, he suddenly felt a chilling sense of horror. His expression gradually stiffened, and his body tensed. On the other hand, the girl next to him asked curiously. "Mister, are you a human?" Ember was immediately amused. After thinking for a moment, he didn't deny it and nodded slightly. The young girl showed a thoughtful expression, while the young boy seemed to instantly let out a sigh of relief, even revealing a hint of overwhelming joy in his eyes. But at the end, he didn't know what he thought of, and he couldn't help but exhort. "Mister, although the sanguine have declined, they have not disappeared. You'd better, not use the word vampire casually, as it will make the sanguine feel insulted. Of course, not only should you not say such things in front of the sanguine, but you should not say such things in front of anyone else. After all, the sanguine are not much different from us in appearance, and none of us knows how many sanguine are hidden among humans." Ember nodded thoughtfully, and in the eyes of the young boy, he thought that Ember had taken his words to heart, but his eyes were still cautious. But in fact, Ember was actually thinking about another question. He had never heard of the East Continent, and the young boy and girl in front of him had never heard of the forsaken land of the gods. But the common point is that they both know the North Continent and the South Continent, and they obviously use the same, Fusaic language. On the other hand, their judgment of the strength of the sanguine was completely different. In Ember's impression, the situation of the sanguine was no different from those secret organizations and wild Beander, who could only hide in various kingdoms. But in the eyes of the other party, although the situation of the sanguine also seemed bad, their status and strength were far above humans. These differences immediately made Ember realize a problem. He had transmigrated again. Of course, he didn't think he had transmigrated to another world again. That is to say, this might not be a spatial transmigration, but time. And it's very simple to prove this. Ember looked up at the two people under the tree shade and asked. Which epic is it now? Epic. The young boy was stunned again, and after a long time, he asked hesitantly, what do you mean by epic? Ember looked at the young girl next to him who seemed to know more than the young boy. The young girl pouted angrily and muttered in a low voice. I don't know everything either. Forget it. Ember's expression was also a little helpless. Cross-channel communication was really a bit difficult. He asked casually, what's your name? Alan. The seemingly honest young boy just wanted to answer this question, but before he could say anything else, the young girl next to him smiled and said, he's Alan, I'm Alice, little Alan's older sister. Alan opened his mouth, wanting to speak but hesitating, and finally just lowered his head silently, which was considered an admission. As Alice spoke, she suddenly asked with some curiosity, Mister, what should I call you? Ember was silent for a moment, then slowly said, you can call me, Ash. Now there's one last thing to do. Above the gray fog, Klein rubbed his temples to relieve the needle-like pain in his head. Although he had already divined that Ember would not be in too much danger and would contact him again later, no one could be sure how long this would take. If it was only 1 or 2 days, it would be fine, but what if it was 1 or 2 months or even half a year? To minimize the impact of Ember's disappearance as much as possible, Klein felt it was still necessary to do something. After all, no matter what, Ember's disappearance was related to him. And the first thing he had to do was to inform Miss Magician, who had been with Ember. As Klein sat back in the fool's position, he stretched out his right hand, extended his spirituality, and touched the crimson star corresponding to Miss Magician. In the basement of a villa in the suburbs of Kanat City, Furs was trying her best to buy time for Ember, who was going to the washroom to meet Mr. Fool. But suddenly, a surging tide of crimson light appeared in front of her eyes, completely engulfing her unprepared. When she adapted to the change, the sacred palace supported by stone pillars and the mottled ancient bronze long table appeared in her sight again. And Mr. Fool, as always, was shrouded in gray-white mist, sitting at the head of the bronze long table. But what surprised Furs was that she didn't see Ember there. But Ember just said he was going to the washroom, which translated to going to see Mr. Fool, right? Had their conversation already ended? Or had something unexpected happened? Furs' heart tightened, and she couldn't help but feel a little worried. She wasn't stupid. Mr. Fool couldn't not know that there were others next to her, but he still pulled her unprepared into the gray fog, which meant that it was likely that something unexpected had happened. No, think for the best. Perhaps it's not necessarily a bad thing. While Furs was thinking wildly, Mr. Fool's low voice sounded beside her. Miss Magician, please confirm Mr. Lover's condition as soon as possible. Before Furs could react, Klein had already cut off the connection with her. It wasn't that he wanted to deliberately act like a riddle man, but that his spirituality couldn't support it anymore. Just pulling Miss Furs to the gray fog to say this one sentence had consumed a lot of his remaining spirituality, and he had to use it sparingly. Moreover, Miss Magician was not alone at the moment, and she didn't have that much time to discuss with her at length. Indeed, when the connection was cut off and her consciousness returned to her body, Furs' mood was extremely heavy. Although Mr. Fool's words were brief, they revealed a very important piece of information. As she had guessed, something unexpected had happened to Ember. Excuse me, I'm going to the washroom. Furs pursed her lips tightly, quickly said to the other Abraham in the conference room, and turned to leave. What happened? Dorian was stunned when he saw Furs' appearance, and he couldn't help but feel a little worried and suspicious. In his eyes, he only saw Furs suddenly spacing out for a while, and her expression became a little ugly after that, as if she had received some bad news. But the other Abraham did not notice this situation. They were still immersed in the joy of the curse being lifted. Leaving the basement, Furs happened to meet the housekeeper Emma on the first floor and immediately asked, Ms. Emma, have you seen Ash? Mr. Black. Emma asked back, and after seeing Furs nod, she replied, he went upstairs after leaving the basement just now, and should have gone back to his room. Thank you. Furs thanked her and hurried to the second floor, walking through the corridor and confirming with the passing maid that Ember had not come out after entering the room. This gave Furs a glimmer of hope, and she hurried back to their room. However, when she opened the door, the layout of the room was as usual, but she did not see Ember. But even though Furs didn't find any trace of Ember, she noticed a depression on the sofa. Reaching out to touch it, there was still lingering warmth on it, indicating that Ember had been sitting there not long ago, or even for a long time. But now, he was gone, silently disappeared. No, the washroom, right, he might be in the washroom. Fur's face turned pale, and she stepped back a few steps in panic, then in her haste, she seemed to grasp a ray of hope. She quickly walked to the washroom in the room, but when she mustered up the courage and pushed open the door with trembling hands, she only found it empty. Only at this moment did she resign herself to this fact. Ember had disappeared. Mr. Fool must know something. In her panic, Fur seemed to grasp the last straw, quickly wiped her face, and chanted in a low, trembling voice. The fool that does not belong to this era. You are the mysterious master above the gray fog. You are the king of yellow and black who holds good fortune. As per your request, I have confirmed Ember's situation, he has disappeared. If you know anything, please tell me what happened, I am willing to pay any price for it. Here it comes. Above the gray fog, Klein, who was still rubbing his temples to relieve his headache, heard the illusory prayer coming from his ear and his expression changed slightly. He looked at the constantly expanding and contracting crimson star, and decisively extended his spirituality, choosing to listen. The next second, Miss Magician's slightly trembling voice entered his mind, making Klein show a somewhat stunned expression. Disappeared. No, it's not too strange. Klein shook his head, forcibly suppressing the surprise in his heart. Ember is not human after all. Well, although it sounds like an insult, he is indeed not human. Essentially, he is just a pile of burnt residue, and neither his body nor his soul can clearly describe his current state. Although theoretically only Ember's quasi-spirit body disappeared, for Ember, who doesn't even have the concept of body and soul, it is not impossible for his body to disappear at the same time as his quasi-spirit body disappears. Moreover, for the current situation, it might even be a good thing. At least Miss Magician doesn't have to think about how to explain the body Ember left behind to the Abraham. Klein found pleasure in his misery, but these psychological activities were only for a moment. He quickly straightened his expression and said in a relaxed tone as much as possible. Don't panic, he just cooperated with me in a small attempt. Fur's was full of confusion, but her panicked heart was somewhat soothed by Mr. Fool's words. After all, she also knew that Mr. Fool often asked the members of the Tarot Club to make some attempts, and these attempts had always brought some positive changes to the Tarot Club. Yes, an attempt. Klein leaned back on the chair back, enduring to show a leisurely expression, and smiled. Do you remember what I told you? Ember is not human, he has no concept of body and soul. For him, these two are one. So when his soul appeared above the gray fog and cooperated with me in some small attempts, his body would also disappear. Of course, this is also something I confirmed after the attempt. Mr. Fool. Furs believed Mr. Fool's words, which finally calmed her panicked heart a little, but she still asked with some hesitation, will your attempt be dangerous to Ember? Dangerous. The fool seemed to sneer, his tone still relaxed and even with a hint of playfulness. There is indeed danger, but it won't be him. Having finally fooled Miss Magician, the fool cut off the connection again. But he himself did not stay above the gray fog, but returned to his body in reality. And the moment he returned to his body, a sharp pain struck his mind, and his eyelids became extremely heavy, unable to open. He felt completely powerless, even his sense of direction was completely lost, and he lost all sensation of everything around him. He only felt a dizzying spin before falling straight onto the bed. This was the first time his spirituality had been so completely depleted, and the only thing Klein could be thankful for at this moment was that he had deliberately found an angle before entering the gray fog so that he could fall onto the bed as comfortably as possible when he returned. Chapter 127. Elbow, follow me into the house. Ahead is the Silver Country, and behind the Silver Country is the magnificent giant king's court. Ember heard the slightly excited voice of the young man beside him and looked at the two people next to him. The young man's face was filled with undisguised excitement, while the girl next to him seemed somewhat uninterested. Ember withdrew his gaze and looked into the distance. Not far away was a huge town, with a bustling crowd at the city gate, entering and exiting. That was the Silver Country that Alan spoke of. And behind the Silver Country, there was a mountain peak standing in the twilight. The mountain peak stood tall, with steep cliffs, and at the summit was a magnificent and grand palace. That palace was tall and majestic, not seemingly built for humans, giving a direct impression that it came from mythology, and the twilight light falling upon it seemed to be solidified. That was the giant king's court. And as he gazed at the magnificent palace solidified in the twilight, a strong sense of déjà vu immediately surged in Ember's heart. That was the birthplace of the Rodland deities, the divine capital. Enor Londo. Ember shook his head, casting aside these past miscellaneous memories, and asked, do you believe in giants? Yes. Alan nodded seriously, saying with considerable pride, almost everyone on the entire East continent believes in the giant gods. It was the giants who protected humanity, allowing the human race to survive the long dark years. Not just that, Alice added with a smile, humans on the East Continent, besides believing in giants, also once believed in the elf gods. For example, in the easternmost part of the East Continent, there have always been humans who believe in and serve the elf gods. After a pause, Alice adorably stuck out her tongue and said, "Of course, I've never seen them though. After all, that place is too far away for us, more like a legendary story." "Oh, right, there are also the sanguine. There used to be people who believed in the sanguine gods, but that was a long time ago. The current sanguine are already on the verge of extinction and can only hide among humans to escape pursuit. After all, from the outside, humans and sanguine are almost indistinguishable." Ember raised an eyebrow slightly. "Before, yes." Alice nodded and explained, "The blood ancestor was also one of the 8 ancient gods before, but the blood ancestor fell a long time ago, which is why the sanguine declined. Their original territory was also taken by the dragons." "Oh, right, don't just say these things to anyone, these things are taboo everywhere." Ember showed a thoughtful expression and murmured in a low voice, "Giants, elves, and sanguine. These 3 races were indeed recorded in history, and this made him more certain that he had just returned to the past. This was not a big deal, it wasn't the first time anyway. As for the current time," Ember suddenly asked, "do you know about the blasphemy slate?" Alan was stunned for a while, hesitating to look at the girl beside him, while the girl asked with a curious and innocent look, "What is that? You don't know? What about potion, and pathway, and sequence? Have you heard of them?" Alan shook his head blankly, while Alice beside him turned red in the face, seemingly ashamed of her ignorance. After all, a second ago she was showing off the historical secrets she knew to Ember, but the next second she was asked speechless. "I see, you haven't heard of them." Ember was pensive. According to the records of the human kingdoms and the 7 gods' churches on the North Continent, the first blasphemy slate appeared at the end of the Dark Epic, which was the second epic when humans struggled to survive under the protection of the gods. The second blasphemy slate appeared at the end of the third epic, and its appearance marked the end of the Calamity Epic. And now the first blasphemy slate has not yet appeared, so the time should be in the earlier middle period of the second epic. Of course, it could also be the later period, a very short time before the appearance of the blasphemy slate. However, according to the records of the major churches, in the second epic, humans survived under the protection of the Lord of Storms, the eternal blazing sun, and other gods. But the current facts are clearly not the case. Humans do not believe in the Lord of Storms or the eternal blazing sun, they believe in giants, elves, and sanguine. As for the gods active in the second epic according to later historical records, none of them have appeared. Alan seemed a bit scared, and timidly said, "Ahead is the Silver Country, Mr. I Shu, please don't say anything strange there." "Don't worry." Ember glanced at him and said slowly, "I am always cautious." Alan immediately relaxed after getting Ember's assurance, without any doubt in his words. Alice's expression was a bit strange though, she felt that Ember was talking nonsense with his eyes open. But what could she do? She could only believe Ember. Gradually, they got closer and closer to the Silver Country. Although it was called the Silver Country, what appeared before them at this time was a town. According to Alan, the Silver Country had a vast rural area, not just this one town, but also many subordinate villages and towns. However, because the town in front of them was the largest and the closest city to the giant king's court. So in the eyes of outsiders, this town is usually considered a symbol of the Silver Country. The guards at the city gate were undoubtedly also humans, and they let Ember and the other 2, who were also humans, pass directly without any questioning of their identities. Although they looked like they were diligently performing their duties, their actions could be completely described as dereliction of duty. Ember asked a little strangely, "Have they always been like this? There's nothing we can do about it." Walking on the marble streets in the city, Alice changed her playful demeanor from before and explained very seriously, "If it's a human, there's no need to question them. And if it's a sanguine disguised as a human, they can neither distinguish nor stop them." After a pause, the girl spread her hands helplessly and stuck out her tongue, saying, "But this is not something we should consider. What we should do now is find a place to stay first. It's already twilight, and if we are still wandering around outside at night, we will definitely be caught as sanguine." Ember asked in surprise, "They dare to catch vampires?" "Of course they don't dare." Alice explained with a smile, "Mortals naturally cannot pose a threat to the sanguine, who are a transcendent race, even if their ancestor has fallen. But you should know that the Silver Country is not only inhabited by humans. As a country that believes in giants, the giants also provide some protection for humans in normal times. It may not be common during the day, but giants occasionally patrol at night. Alice paused and added seriously, if we are mistaken for sanguine because we are wandering around at night, and happen to encounter a patrolling giant, our fate will be very tragic. After all, giants will not carefully distinguish whether we are humans or sanguine. Also, Alan added weakly, those who dare to wander around outside at night are most likely real sanguine. And if we are unfortunate enough to encounter real sanguine, our fate will only be more tragic. I heard that those sanguine like to suck human blood the most, and those who are sucked will turn into mummies. Little Alan is right. Alice nodded seriously and reminded, if you accidentally encounter sanguine and happen to expose their identity, the sanguine will definitely kill the person who exposed their identity without hesitation to avoid revealing their identity. Especially in a country that believes in giants. A port in Kanat City. Furs, who declined the invitation of the Abraham, boarded the steamship returning to Pritz Harbor overnight, and Dorian Gray, who was also returning to Pritz Harbor, was also with her. Similarly, Dorian will also become the messenger for communication between the Abraham and Furs in the future. Of course, Furs is also a messenger, but she represents Ember. It's finally over. Furs boarded the steamship, entered her room, locked the door, and immediately lay on the bed, looking exhausted and mentally drained. For Furs, who had no acting talent, acting in front of the Abraham was too difficult, and she couldn't even be sure if they had seen anything. Where did you go? Furs buried her head in the pillow and murmured in a low voice with some grievance and worry, Mr. Fool said he was going to try something, but what kind of attempt would make someone disappear? What Mr. Fool said, really? Furs pursed her lips tightly, inevitably feeling some worry and doubt in her heart. Because no matter how Mr. Fool swore it was just a small attempt, she still hadn't seen Ember. She didn't know where Ember was, or even if he was dead or alive. Theoretically, Ember, who possessed the sacrifice ring, should not die easily. And although he was only sequence 7 on the surface, his actual strength was far more than that, and there should not be many people in this world who could threaten him. But no matter what, he was still missing. Bang bang. The sudden knocking on the door outside startled the girl in the room, and she asked nervously, who is it? It's me, Ms. Wall. Dorian's voice sounded outside the door, and he asked, are you free now? Furs pursed her lips, got up from the bed with a complicated expression, and walked slowly to the door. Mr. Dorian. Furs opened the door, with a hint of confusion on her face, and asked in confusion, it's so late, is there something? It's like this. Dorian saw that Furs's expression was normal and asked with a smile, I have 2 questions I'd like to ask, is Ms. Wall free now? Just call me Furs. Furs said politely, and then asked, what questions? It's like this. Dorian pondered for 2 seconds and asked slowly, I want to know if Mr. Black has encountered any trouble. Furs's heart tightened, but she didn't show it on her face, just shrugged helplessly. I don't know, he just left me a note. In fact, I don't even know where he is now. Furs paused and continued, as for trouble, if there is any, it will only be his enemies. Well, anyway, that's what Mr. Fool said. Dorian pondered for a moment, not knowing what he was thinking, and said slowly. Miss Furs, if you need any help, feel free to ask. Although the Abraham family has declined, they still have some foundation and can provide some assistance within their capabilities. After a pause, Dorian continued solemnly, this is not only for Mr. Black but also for the Abraham. For now, Ember is the only one who can help the Abraham break the curse. For this only hope. Okay. Furs's eyes flickered, with a polite smile on her face, if there is really a need. She did think about whether she needed to ask the Abraham for help, but first, she didn't know what happened. Second, if it was something even Mr. Fool couldn't do, she didn't think the Abraham could provide much help. After thinking for a while, Furs suddenly took the initiative to say, also, Mr. Dorian, please inform Mr. Vaildu and the others. The time for the second gathering will be 3 days before the full moon night. There is no need to postpone it, it will be held as scheduled. I see. Dorian fell silent and nodded slightly, then, I will take my leave first. I wish you sweet dreams, Miss Furs. Miss Furs smiled and nodded, then closed the door, watching Dorian's retreating back. The moment the door was closed and locked, the girl's expression instantly fell. When will he be back? I can't keep this up for much longer. Let me reiterate, I really haven't heard of this classification method of the first epic and second epic. In a room in a hotel in the City of Silver, the girl sat on the edge of the bed, stretching lazily, fully displaying her graceful figure to the young man in front of her. After stretching, the girl propped her hands on the edge of the bed, gently swinging her fair, crystal-like feet in the air. At the same time, she raised a slender finger and said seriously, however, according to the chronology of the elves and giants, it can be divided into the budding era and the era of primordial fire. Elaborate. Ember nodded slightly, motioning for Alice to continue. The world was initially a chaos, followed by the era when ancient gods appeared one after another. The sky, earth, ocean, and underground gradually transitioned from absolute disorder to a certain degree of order. However, apart from the ancient gods, no one knows exactly how many years this lasted, only that it was a very, very long time. And this era was called the budding era, perhaps symbolizing the budding of the ancient gods. Giant King Ormir, Dragon of Imagination Anquelt, Aberrant King Kvastir, Elven King Suniasolam, Destruction Magic Wolf Flegre, Blood Ancestor Lilith, Phoenix Ancestor Gregare, Demon Lord Farbati. During this period, these 8 ancient gods successively revived, and then entered the era of primordial fire, where the ancient gods confronted each other. Primordial fire. Ember suddenly chuckled. What are you laughing at? Alice puffed out her cheeks, looking at him with some dissatisfaction. I remembered something happy. Ember smiled and shook his head, without explaining. He just gave the girl a look, as if to say, continue. Alice felt somewhat helpless, but could only continue speaking. In short, the era of primordial fire lasted for less than 1,000 years. During this period, the 8 ancient gods formed 3 distinct factions. Among them, the giants, elves, and sanguine formed the pan-human faction to oppose the non-human faction composed of dragons, phoenixes, and aberrants. Besides these, the destruction magic wolf and demons were common enemies of both factions. It is said that their goal was to destroy everything. And approximately several hundred, or possibly several thousand years ago, the exact duration of this period is not clearly recorded. But it is certain that the blood ancestor Lilith, Aberrant King Kvastir, and Destruction Magic Wolf, Flegre fell in a betrayal. Betrayal? Who betrayed whom? Ember raised an eyebrow and asked. I don't know. Alice said very decisively, the Giant King and the Elven King were originally allies with the blood ancestor, but ultimately, the blood ancestor Lilith was betrayed. But no one knows who exactly betrayed Lilith. The Giant King accused the Elven King of betraying the alliance, and the Elven King also accused the Giant King of betraying the alliance. Saying this, Alice sighed helplessly again. Also, can you please not interrupt me when I'm talking? It's really annoying. Okay. Ember nodded and said seriously, I promise. Alice gave him a glare, but didn't dwell on it, just continued to explain. In short, the death of the blood ancestor Lilith marked the end of the era of primordial fire. The world then entered the era of twins, dominated by giants and dragons, which is the era we are currently in. In this era, the giants dominate the East Continent, the dragons dominate the North Continent, and the South Continent is contested by the phoenixes and the demons who intend to destroy the world. As for the sanguine, they are nearly extinct due to centuries of persecution, with only a very small number hidden in human towns on the East Continent. Of course, it's worth mentioning that although this era's chronology was proposed by the elves, it was eventually widely accepted by all races. And the elves have always been located on the easternmost edge of the East Continent, considered the most reclusive race. And it is said that their hometown is on the distant West Continent, but no one has ever been there, and it seems even the elves themselves cannot go there. And with the fall of the 3 ancient gods, the remaining 5 great ancient gods seem to have reached some secret agreements, forming a certain balance between them. Since the fall of the blood ancestor Lilith, there have been no intense conflicts between gods for several hundred years. Alice paused, and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Compared to the chaos of the past, this is already the best era, isn't it? A flicker of understanding flashed in Ember's eyes. The things Alice mentioned completely corresponded to the second epic in history. For example, the reason why the second epic is called the Era of Darkness is from a human perspective. Because during this period, the main characters of the ocean and earth were dragons, giants, elves, aberrants, demons, phoenixes, demonic wolves, and undead, which corresponds to the 8 ancient gods mentioned by Alice. And humans, who had no extraordinary abilities, could only eke out a living under the oppression of the various races, naturally making it a genuine era of darkness. And now, perhaps, is the time of transition between this second epic and the third epic. And the key to all this is the first blasphemy slate. Ember looked at Alice, feeling a little surprised as to why she knew so much information, and asked thoughtfully. Are these things you're talking about common knowledge for humans? Not really. Alice straightened up upon hearing this and said proudly, these things might be common knowledge among the Yander races, but for humans, they are secrets that most people may never be able to touch in their entire lives. You're asking me why I know? Alice then asked with a smile. Ember hesitated to speak. He actually didn't intend to ask. But seeing the expectant look on her face, he still nodded gently. That's because I'm one of the few mysticism masters among the human race. The girl, less than 20 years old, said with a proud face, these secrets are hidden knowledge that I dug up from all over the world, from various towns and even from beyonder races. Mysticism master. Yes. Alice's expression was incredibly proud, and her tone became somewhat excited as she said, we firmly believe that humans were definitely not born as they are. The revival of the ancient gods and beyonder races is likely because they obtained certain things in the budding era. And it is precisely these things that are perhaps the authority wielded by the gods, and it is these authority that made them beyonder. Ember nodded subtly. Alice's idea wasn't entirely wrong. The 8 ancient gods should correspond to the sequence 0 of 8 certain pathways. They had at least assimilated the uniqueness of the same pathway in all 3 sequence 1 beyonder characteristics. Among these 8 ancient gods, the only 3 whose pathways could be confirmed were: the Giant King corresponds to Warrior, the Elven King corresponds to Storm, and the Dragon King corresponds to Spectator. The remaining Demonic Wolf King might correspond to Darkness, the Blood Ancestor corresponds to Moon, and as for the other 3, specific correspondences cannot be found for now. And the reason Ember knew these things was also because of Sun. He had always referred to the Warrior pathway as the Giant pathway, and the Spectator pathway as the Dragon pathway. And that the Elven King wielded the authority of Storm was also told by Sun. According to the historical records of the City of Silver, the era of the ancient gods was ended by the ancient Sun God. And according to the historical records of the various countries on the North Continent, it was the Lord of Storms, the eternal blazing sun, and the God of knowledge and wisdom who led humanity to overthrow the rule of the ancient gods. Undoubtedly, these 2 records are in conflict. But it's not surprising, after all, history is written by the victors. And compared to the history circulated in the countries of the North Continent, Ember is more inclined to believe the records of the City of Silver where Sun is located. After all, he had once seen a large painting on the primitive island discovered by Alger. The tall figure carrying a luminous cross might symbolize the ancient sun god. And the 3 who were devouring his corpse might be the 3 gods, including the Lord of Storms, who altered history. As for the infant, Ember inexplicably thought of the fallen creator. If history was indeed as he speculated, then perhaps all of this could be connected. And the only question now is, where is that ancient sun god? And what is the meaning of him returning to the past? To end the ancient gods like Manus? Or the ancient sun god? But judging from the history that was passed down later, it seems his intervention was not needed during this period. Are you listening to me? The girl's somewhat displeased voice sounded in Ember's ear. When he came back to his senses, he found Alice looking at him with puffed-up cheeks, gently kicking Ember's calf with her fair, jade-like feet. Ember asked apologetically, "Sorry, what did you say?" "I was asking." Alice sighed softly, repeating the question with some helplessness, "What is that blasphemy slate you mentioned earlier?" The blasphemy slate. Ember pondered for a long time, seemingly organizing his thoughts. While contemplating, he took 2 steps to the left, and finally said slowly, "That is." Alice perked up her ears, and the fair, jade-like feet that had been kicking Ember's calf intermittently were also withdrawn. Ember's expression became incredibly serious, and he said earnestly, "A slate. Huh." Alice puffed up her cheeks in annoyance, saying angrily, "I told you so much information, and you're not even willing to answer one question for me." As Alice spoke, the more she thought about it, the angrier she became, feeling that her emotions had been deceived. She angrily stuck out her leg and kicked Ember. However, Ember was already prepared and moved 5 centimeters to the left without a sound. Not only did he easily dodge the girl's attack, but he also watched as the tip of the girl's tender white foot kicked hard against the corner of the table. Bang! Woo-woo-woo, it hurts. The next second, the girl's face visibly turned red. She rolled on the bed, holding her swollen toe in pain. Seeing the girl's beautiful face contorted with pain, tears streaming down, Ember nodded impassively. This naturally drew a wronged and resentful look from the girl. If her toe, which had hit the corner of the table, hadn't still been throbbing with pain, she really would have kicked him again. "Don't look at me like that." Ember ignored the girl's resentful gaze and said indifferently, "It's not that I don't want to tell you, it's because I don't know what it is. I've only heard of the blasphemy slate, but I've never seen it with my own eyes. Only a ghost would believe you." Alice's voice carried a hint of a sob. She curled up in the corner, covering her toe and crying tearfully. Seeing the girl's beautiful face tear-streaked like a pear blossom in the rain, someone who didn't know would think Ember had done something inappropriate to her. Speaking of which, Ember didn't comfort her. Instead, he walked to the window and looked down at the street where there were already few pedestrians, suddenly asking, "Your brother doesn't seem to be back yet. Aren't you worried that something might happen to him?" "No way. Little Alan is different from someone like you. He definitely wouldn't abandon his sister and run off alone." Alice wiped her tears with the back of her hand and glared fiercely at Ember. "Are you sure?" Ember glanced at her and shook his head. "He can let me, a stranger, be alone with you. Are you sure he wouldn't abandon you?" Alice puffed out her cheeks, becoming a little less confident after what Ember said. And coincidentally, just at this moment, there was a sound of hurried footsteps from outside the corridor, and these footsteps finally stopped in front of their door. Then, there was a knock on the door from outside. Bang bang. Alice's small body tensed slightly, and she weakly shrank into the corner. "Please wait a moment." Ember called out towards the door, then walked towards it calmly, but slowly, giving Alice ample time to cover herself with the blanket. Creak. After a long while, the wooden door was finally opened. The moment the door opened, Ember saw a group of guards in leather armor with swords and daggers at their waists standing in the corridor outside the door. Leading them was a middle-aged man who looked around 30 years old. And in their midst, stood a trembling Alan. "Hello, is there something I can help you with?" Ember asked with a look of confusion, but very politely. "Excuse me, mister, my name is Wirt Elliot." The middle-aged man first apologized and introduced himself, but his gaze began to scan the room cautiously. Thus, he saw the girl curled up in the corner of the bed, wrapped in a blanket, crying her eyes out. "Woo-woo-woo, Ash, you even brought them to see." "Sorry, I didn't see anything." Wirt's expression instantly froze. His old face turned red as he hastily retreated from the room, also blocking the prying eyes of his other team members. "Let's talk outside." Ember sighed helplessly, closing the door behind him as he stepped out of the room. The moment the door closed, there seemed to be rustling sounds from inside the room, as if a girl was frantically getting dressed. Ember still politely inquired, "Mr. Wirt, is there something you need from me?" "I'm really sorry, Mr. Aishu." Wirt coughed twice and said with a wry smile, "I really didn't know, and I really didn't see anything." "I believe you, Mr. Wirt." Ember nodded and asked somewhat helplessly, "But you don't need to repeat it twice. I'm more interested in knowing what happened now." He naturally believed Wirt's words. After all, Alice was covered with a blanket, her clothes were properly on, and even he hadn't seen anything. It would be strange if Wirt had. "It's like this." Seeing that Ember's expression didn't seem fake, Wirt explained, "We were patrolling outside just now and saw him looking a bit, well, lost in thought, wandering around outside. That's why we came into the hotel to ask about the situation." "Sorry for the trouble." Ember glanced at the somewhat dazed Alan and sighed, "He is Alice's younger brother. I don't know why he would. She's not my sister." The previously lost Alan suddenly seemed to receive a huge shock, his face flushed red as he shouted, "I will never admit it, she is not my sister." Wirt's expression instantly became incredibly strange, and the expressions of the guards he brought also became somewhat playful. They were originally patrolling outside, and accidentally saw Alan wandering the streets as if he had lost his soul. After all, they were battle-hardened city guards, and they immediately became vigilant, mistakenly thinking that a sanguine had infiltrated. After all, Alan's lost look was very similar to those controlled by the sanguine. But who knew that they would storm into the hotel aggressively to arrest someone, only for this to happen? How could this not be awkward? This wasn't the days of someone hypnotized by a sanguine at all, this was clearly the despondency of someone whose older sister had been taken away. Because his own sister was having a room with another man, this boy named Alan was in immense pain. He wanted to leave but couldn't abandon his sister, so he could only wander outside the hotel in a daze. In an instant, the city guard's brains filled in the entire story. Cough cough. Wirt coughed twice again, saying with an extremely awkward expression, "I am truly sorry, Mr. Aishu. It was my duty, I didn't mean to disturb you. You can cough, I wish you a good dream." "Thank you." Ember nodded slightly, and hearing Ember's thanks, Wirt felt even more mortified. He lowered his head and led the other guards away, leaving only a panicked, trembling Alan standing at the door. Ember watched Alan calmly, which only made his body tremble even more. In the nearby corridor, there were also many travelers who had come to watch the show after hearing the commotion, looking over with expressions of anticipation. "Alan, get in here." Suddenly, a girl's embarrassed and angry cry came from inside the room, "Ash, grab him and bring him in." Ember shrugged, put a hand on Alan's shoulder, and said leisurely, "Come on, come inside with me." Alan's body trembled slightly, but he didn't resist. He submissively allowed Ember to push him into the room. Alice had gotten out of bed at some point, but seemed to have some difficulty moving, limping to the table and sitting down. Sit. Alice glared at the two people who entered the room, extended her fair jade finger, and pointed to the seat opposite her. Alan lowered his head fearfully, his body incredibly stiff, like a puppet acting on command. He sat down trembling, and Ember sat down on the side closer to Alice. Who told you to sit down? Alice glared at him, saying somewhat angrily. Then I'll leave. Ember pointed to the door and retorted. Quote. Alice puffed out her cheeks angrily, giving Ember a fierce glare. And you? Alice looked at the trembling Alan opposite her, and immediately became furious. Really, why are you always so timid as a boy? Didn't you say you would protect your sister well? But look at yourself now, how can you protect your sister well? Do you know what kind of bullying your sister is suffering here? Tisk. Ember clicked his tongue, instantly receiving the girl's embarrassed and angry retort. What are you looking at? It's all because you bullied me. Ah, yes. Ember spread his hands, not denying it, and went straight into a state of surrender. Whatever you say is true. Woo. Seeing Ember surrender, Alice was stunned for a moment, and then quickly started crying again. You actually glared at me, you weren't like this before, you clearly said you would love me forever. Woo, I'll never believe in love again. My fault. Ember raised his eyebrows slightly, then directly pulled the girl into his arms, comforting her with an unchanged tone. Aren't I afraid you'll get sick from anger? Alice's body stiffened abruptly, clearly not expecting Ember to attack suddenly. This was the first time she had ever been treated like this by someone. Just as she instinctively wanted to struggle, Ember suddenly leaned close to her ear and said faintly. It's gone too far. You don't want things to escalate to an unmanageable point, do you? As he spoke, Ember actively released his hands and sat back in his original position. Let's stop here, Ember said indifferently. I won't hold your behavior just now against you either. Let's both take a step back, and leave it at that. You. Alice was so angry. You are amazing, you are noble. Anyway, you weren't the one who was taken advantage of, so of course you don't care. With her anger having nowhere to vent, Alice immediately glared angrily at the young man opposite her. Alan, it's all your fault. Alan's body trembled violently. Why is it always me who gets hurt in the end? He wanted to cry, but he couldn't. Woo. Mama, I'm so scared, I want to go home. Meanwhile, in the next room, a guard with his ear pressed against the wall showed a knowing, teasing smile. He heard the commotion inside, nodded silently, and then quickly tiptoed out of the room without alarming anyone. He quickly caught up with the city defense team waiting outside the hotel and whispered the situation to Wirt, the captain leading them. Wirt frowned. It seemed this was indeed just a very ordinary family of three. It was just that this younger brother had a bit of a sister complex, but that was their family matter, and he couldn't interfere. Alan, you're going too far. Didn't you say you wanted to be a brave child? Alice puffed out her cheeks with some dissatisfaction. She had thought Alan would be a good child before, but the girl's angry cry made Alan's body tremble even more. But it was just trembling. Alan didn't say a word from beginning to end. And seeing that Alan couldn't stand the test, Alice once again turned her gaze to Ember, looking very angry. Ember was a little speechless and had to change the subject. Since the faith of the Silver Country is the Giant King, will he occasionally leave the Giant King's court and come to the Silver Country? No. Alice suddenly put away her dissatisfied expression, performing a Sichuan opera face change, and said with a shallow smile, although the vast majority of mortal kingdoms are under the rule of the Giant King's court, and most of them believe in the Giant King Ormir, such as the Golden Country north of the Silver Country is the only exception. Their faith is the harvest goddess Omibella. Omibella. Ember frowned slightly and asked in confusion, aren't there only 5 ancient gods? Who told you she was an ancient god? Alice retorted, and Ember, knowing she was still angry, wisely chose to remain silent. Seeing that Ember dared not refute, Alice snorted lightly before continuing, Omibella is the queen of the Giant King Ormir. She is not an ancient god, but a subordinate god of the Giant King. There are subordinate gods too. Of course, you didn't think ancient gods were all solitary, did you? Alice seized the opportunity to mock him again, but then Ember looked at her expressionlessly. Alice felt an inexplicable panic in her heart and immediately changed the subject, saying, as the protagonist of the Twin Era, the Giant King's strength is the strongest. His subordinate gods include not only his queen, the harvest goddess Omibella, but also several other subordinate gods such as the god of Dawn Badhale, and the god of honor Brad. Correspondingly, the wife of the Elven King Suniasolam, the Calamity Queen Gohinam, is also his subordinate god. And since the blood ancestor Lilith fell, the beauty goddess Ornia, who was originally a subordinate god of Lilith, has also defected to the Elven King. Tisk, that bitch. Angel. Ember pretended not to hear Alice's last sentence, but based on her description, he successfully equated these so-called subordinate gods with angels. Beyonders of Sequence 4 and Sequence 3 are already enough to be called demigods or saints. And angels of Sequence 2 and Sequence 1 should be the subordinate gods Alice is talking about. Alice didn't know what Ember was thinking, she just continued. Compared to her husband, the giant King Ormir's brutality, and her son, the god of Dawn's warlikeness, the giant Queen Omibella is a rather benevolent god. This may be influenced by her authority. Therefore, she occasionally comes to the City of Silver to manifest miracles for her believers. How do I get to the giant king's court? Ember suddenly asked. Alice was slightly taken aback by the question, and then quickly returned to her innocent girl appearance, smiling and saying, "There is a road in the City of Silver that leads directly to the giant king's court, but it must pass through the afternoon town." Chapter 128. It must be done by the communists. That is Afternoon Town. On a small hill not far from Afternoon Town, the young girl gently smoothed her wind-blown hair with her small hand and softly said, "Legend has it that passing through there leads to the giant king's court." Ember stood beside Alice, also gazing at Afternoon Town in the distance. Though called a town, it was not much smaller than the City of Silver where they had previously resided in the Silver Country. Afternoon Town was built at the foot of the mountain, naturally divided into upper, middle, and lower levels. There was night and day here, but all the daylight hours were in an afternoon state. No matter if it was heavy fog, torrential rain, or ice and snow, the relatively strong sunlight could not be obscured. This is the only path to the giant king's court, the gate separating reality and myth. Is the giant king there? Ember looked at the magnificent palace behind Afternoon Town that seemed frozen in twilight and suddenly asked. Yes, not only giant King Ormir, but other giant gods are also there. It is said that only devout believers can enter and receive an audience and blessings from the giant gods. Alice put her small hands behind her back, walked with light steps to Ember's side, leaned forward, and tilted her head to look at Ember, asking curiously, "But why are you asking this? You don't seem to be a believer of the giant king, do you?" Ember glanced at her and said calmly, "Curiosity." Alice puffed up her cheeks, giving him a look that said, "Do I look like an idiot?" clearly not believing his nonsense. But Ember obviously had no intention of explaining. He just walked silently towards Afternoon Town. "Little Alan, keep up." Alice rolled her eyes, but quickly followed Ember's steps, and waved to the young man behind her. Alan's body trembled slightly, as if fighting something, but he ultimately followed silently. Although Afternoon Town was just a town, its prosperity seemed even greater than that of the Silver Country. Devout human believers came and went in an endless stream, and the three of them blended in without being conspicuous at all. Alice looked at the devout crowd around her, her voice carrying a hint of nostalgia, and softly said, "They are here on pilgrimage." Ember's gaze swept towards a slightly hunched figure not far away. He was slowly moving towards Afternoon Town, prostrating himself every 3 steps. And there were many people like him, forming a long line. Their devotion to the giant faith was almost palpable, evident without words. But was it truly worth it? As the line slowly advanced, the 3 of them, mixed in the crowd, finally reached the city gate of Afternoon Town. Unlike the City of Silver, besides a team of human guards at the city gate of Afternoon Town, there were also 2 5-meter-tall giants on either side of the gate. The skin of the 2 giants was a strange gray-blue, with thick animal hides wrapped around their chests, bellies, and waists, while the rest of their bodies were exposed, and even their feet lacked protection. They leaned on great swords that were level with their chests and wider than human door panels, looking down at the entering believers with their characteristic vertical single eye on their foreheads. And when the believers saw these tall and powerful giants, they would naturally feel a sense of awe. Because for mortals, even without the intervention of those giant gods, these ordinary giants alone were god of combat who could charge through crowds 7 times without injury. Upon entering the city, they found that the architectural style here was slightly different from the City of Silver. Here, gray stones were piled up to form different houses. These buildings were arranged compactly, spreading out. Some were entirely hollowed out, nearly 10 meters high, while others were not much different from the living environment of normal people, only slightly taller than a single person. The short ones were for mortals, and the tall ones were for the giants. Is it them? Is the ritual the Lord commanded to be given to them? I don't know. Should I test them? Go, our Lord is watching you. If you are exposed, you know what to do. Understood. May the glory of humanity last forever. May the glory of humanity last forever. Praise our Lord. Praise our Lord. Ember walked on the city streets built of solid stone slabs. Alice was intimately holding his arm, like a couple in love. But they seemed oblivious to everything, while Alan, who was following behind them, suddenly shivered. He abruptly looked around. In the alleys covered by shadows between the houses, shadows seemed to be faintly peering out. Silver Country, City of Silver. In a magnificent hall supported by stone pillars, reaching 10 meters high and clearly not prepared for humans, an old man with white hair and beard was devoutly praying with his head bowed. Ward Eliot looked at the old man's back and silently walked towards him. In this vast and magnificent hall, humans easily felt their own insignificance, and unconsciously developed respect for the tall giant stone statues on both sides, and the huge murals painted on the sides of the hall. The same was true for Wirt. Every time his gaze swept over the stone statues of the giants, his heart would involuntarily flutter, because he always felt as if these giant stone statues were alive. And when his gaze swept over the two huge murals in the hall, he would involuntarily lower his head. Because in those two murals, the protagonist of one was a giant wearing silver full-body armor, emitting obvious light, with a cluster of morning light condensed in the eye position. In the center of the other mural stood a female giant with long dark brown hair, wearing leather armor above and a long skirt below. She held ears of wheat, fruits, and other items, surrounded by harvested fields, clear lakes, fruiting trees, and brightly colored mushrooms. These two giants, one was Badhail, god of dawn, and the other was harvest goddess Omibella. The Silver Country worshipped harvest goddess Omibella, and Badhail, god of dawn, as her offspring, was also generously shared a part of the faith by the harvest goddess. Wirt's gaze swept over the mural depicting the female giant, lingered for a moment, and then quickly moved away, silently lowering his head, not daring to look again. After walking for an unknown amount of time in this empty and magnificent hall, Wirt finally reached the old man's back and bowed respectfully. High Priest. The old man came back to his senses, looked at the middle-aged man before him with his cloudy eyes, and smiled. Wirt, in 3 days it will be the divine birthday. At that time, Harvest Goddess will personally visit the Silver Country to bestow blessings upon the devout children who believe in the goddess. Are all the rituals and celebrations ready? Wirt still kept his head down, whether out of respect or for some other reason, he just said in a low voice. We have already prepared everything, just waiting for the goddess's arrival. After a pause, Wirt seemed a bit hesitant and said in a low voice. High Priest, recently many outsiders have come to the Silver Country. Their identities are unknown, and it is even suspected that some sanguine are lurking among them. It is difficult for our city guard alone to distinguish them. I am a little worried that these people may disrupt the ceremony. The old man smiled, his words full of devout faith and reverence for the gods. It is all right, the blade of our God will cleanse those sinners with ulterior motives. Besides, there is an angel residing in the city. If you are not sure how to distinguish those sanguine, you can ask the angel for help. Wirt lowered his head, seeming to nod thoughtfully, and then said respectfully. Yes, High Priest. The old man showed a relieved smile, silently turned back to look at the tall female giant statue in front of him, respectful and devout. Praise the goddess. Wirt lowered his head even further, and also prayed in a low voice. Praise our Lord. After praying, Wirt silently withdrew from the magnificent palace. Under the gaze of the palace guards, he silently walked across the square in front of the palace, through the streets, and returned home. Creak. Wirt pushed open the door, and a gentle female voice came from the inner room. Wirt, is that you back? Lunch is ready, just wait a moment. Okay. Wirt looked at his wife coming out of the kitchen and showed a happy smile. He was married and had 2 children. One was already undergoing training in the reserve of the city guard, and the other was still in swaddling clothes. Sitting at the dining table, Wirt looked at his wife, and they smiled at each other. Then they both closed their eyes, clasped their hands together, and began to pray devoutly. Our Father in heaven, hallowed be your name. Your kingdom come, your will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us today our daily bread. And forgive us our debts, as we also have forgiven our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For yours is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory forever. Amen. East Continent, a small village near the elf sphere of influence. In a magnificent temple in the center of the village, a tall giant statue with a vertical single eye was enshrined, which was giant King Ormir. At this moment, a man wearing a white robe and a silver cross hanging on his chest stood before this huge statue. He had his head bowed, looking as if he was praying. The man's hair was not long, mainly black, but the roots showed a pale yellow-gold color. His eyes were azure blue, but upon closer inspection, a hint of golden light could be seen. His skin was fairer, his features were distinct, and his eye sockets were deep, making him appear to be from the north. He was either thinking or listening, and suddenly reached out to grip the silver cross on his chest. The corner of his mouth curved slightly, and he whispered, "Amen, Lord." Just then, a handsome young man with bright red hair like fire suddenly rushed towards the temple, shouting as he ran, "Leodoro and Osekis, they want to rebel." Medici. The white-robed man glanced at him and said leisurely, "What did you do again to make Leodoro and the others angry?" "It's really not my fault this time." The young man called Medici looked wrong. But the white-robed man just shook his head, clearly not believing what Medici said. Behind them, two tall but equally handsome young men were rapidly approaching the temple, clearly chasing Medici. However, when they saw the white-robed man, their steps quickly slowed down, and they respectfully lowered their heads. "Lord." The white-robed man nodded slightly and instructed. "Leodoro, go and call Saucereer and Ouroboros over." "Yes, our lord." Leodoro replied respectfully, took a few steps back, turned around, and left in one direction. The red-haired young man asked curiously, "Our lord, where are we going?" The corner of the white-robed man's mouth curved slightly, and he smiled. "To cooperate with the giant king." "Cooperate?" Medici's expression was strange. "You stole their believers, and now you say you want to cooperate. Aren't you afraid of being slapped to death by the giant king?" The white-robed man suddenly put away his smile and looked at Medici expressionlessly. In a hidden space filled with light, a 100-meter-tall cross stood in front. Before the cross, a blurry giant figure stood there, bearing everything, looking down with pity at all spirits. And in front of the giant, there were rows of black chairs with backrests, but there was only one prayer. This prayer had his eyes closed, sitting in the center of the first row, wearing a very simple white robe, with a light gold beard that covered the lower half of his face, his hands clasped in front of the silver cross pendant on his chest, his expression gentle and calm. At this moment, he raised his head, revealing clear, childlike eyes, and murmured with a peaceful expression, "I always thought that you fell into slumber after that, and I have been waiting for you to wake up. But only now do I realize that what I saw was actually you, waking up from slumber, from the future. This is truly surprising. No, this doesn't seem like something I should be surprised about. This is more fitting for another me. What has been will be again, and what has been done will be done again. Is this great power of time also caused by the first fire? If it was the first, could he do this? He should be able to, right? It's just that, why didn't you think of burning me at that time? Isn't that what you have been desperately seeking? If you don't burn anything, how can the first fire be continued? Then everything I've done, doesn't it lose much of its meaning? Or is it that all of this was a lie from the beginning? It started with a lie and ended with a lie." He suddenly raised his head, probably feeling that he should smile at this moment, so the corners of his mouth curved slightly. In front of him, a scene suddenly appeared, moving from far to near, from blurry to clear. Finally, the person in the scene appeared before his eyes. It was a person wearing a white robe, with a very classical aura. Behind his head was a halo, silently emitting radiance, like a sun. At his feet, there was a translucent circle divided into 12 segments, each containing symbols representing different times. Behind him was a shadow like a curtain, and within the shadow, an eye seemed to be silently peeking out. He suddenly sighed softly, waved his hand to fade the scene, and once again murmured in a low voice, "What is your relationship with her? Or rather, what is your relationship with them? But no matter what you want to do now, it is extremely unfavorable to me as I am now, even if there is another me. This may be a good thing, or it may be a bad thing. Looking back now, if I had been burned back then, the situation might be much better than it is now. Although that would make me lose some power, at least I wouldn't be bothered by the first anymore. Of course, it's also possible that I would be completely burned away." His voice grew softer and softer until his figure suddenly disappeared. And after he disappeared, the entire space seemed to return to nothingness. November 5th, another Monday. At 2:30 in the afternoon, Klein entered the mysterious space above the gray fog ahead of time. In the magnificent and ancient palace, he sat in the position belonging to the fool, and his gaze began to silently search among the crimson stars, some large, some small, some translucent, some solid. But as always, he still couldn't find the existence of that cluster of flame. "This is troublesome." Klein sighed deeply. Within this week, he would come to the gray fog every day to check on the flame, symbolizing Ember, but each time he returned empty-handed. And in the blink of an eye, it was the day of the Tarot Club gathering again. How could he explain Ember's disappearance to the others? Klein frowned tightly, not only pondering a solution but also thinking about where Ember was now. According to the result of the last divination, Ember was indeed in the forsaken land of the gods. But up until now, Sun still had no information about Ember. Klein speculated that it might be the interference from Amon's avatar before death, which caused Ember to successfully reach the forsaken land of the gods but land in the wrong location. He, who was supposed to appear beside Sun, was very likely to appear randomly in another place, perhaps even beside Amon's main body, due to the interference from Amon's avatar before death. But this still couldn't explain why the flame suddenly disappeared. Of course, it could also be blocked by something, which is why he temporarily couldn't find the flame that symbolized Ember. And the first thing that can be confirmed is that the forsaken land of the gods definitely cannot do this, otherwise Sun wouldn't be able to contact him. Is it Amon? The possibility is also small. Although he is likely a sequence 1 angel, second only to gods, he is not a true god after all. Although Amon almost successfully invaded the Grey Fog, it was only almost. Furthermore, Amon needed Sun as a medium to even invade the Grey Fog, so interfering with the Grey Fog is even more preposterous. But if these are not the culprits behind the flame's disappearance, then what is the reason? Could it be the interference of a true god? The eternal blazing sun has already proven that true gods cannot easily interfere with the Grey Fog, and the only precedent for the Grey Fog being successfully invaded was when he first divined about Ember. She is the Evernight goddess, more exalted than the cosmos and older than eternity. She is also the Crimson Lord, the Mother of Concealment, the Queen of Calamity and Fear, the Lord of Slumber and Silence. Klein softly chanted the goddess's honorific name, and the memory of the goddess invading the Grey Fog back then surfaced in his mind. Although the goddess was eventually forced back by the Grey Fog, the extent of the goddess's invasion was clearly stronger than that of the eternal blazing sun. But if the goddess was not forced back, but voluntarily retreated just to give him a small warning, then the nature would be completely different. Then the goddess, as the Mother of Concealment, might really be able to conceal the flame representing Ember. But this still doesn't explain things. For example, the goddess shouldn't cooperate with Amon. And whether Ember is beside Amon's main body or concealed by the goddess, his divination will inevitably alert these two, and may even lead to the Grey Fog being invaded again. And even if the previous divination already indicated that Ember was not in danger, and even if the divination result showed that he could contact Ember again, Klein couldn't just rest assured and ignore it. He had to do this divination because the person was lost because of him. Klein took a deep breath, opened his right hand, and in his palm was an emerald ring full of cracks and nicks. This was the sacrifice ring that Ember sold to Miss Justice back then, which Klein, using the identity of Mr. World, tricked Miss Audrey into giving him under the pretext of being in danger. Of course, Klein had no intention of shamelessly keeping the ring. He was just preparing to use this ring for divination. After all, if there is an item used by the divination subject, the divination result will be more accurate. Klein materialized a piece of parchment and immediately wrote down the specific divination statement on the paper. Ember's location. After silently repeating it 7 times, he held the parchment and the sacrifice ring and leaned back against the chair. A few seconds later, Klein's eyes deepened, changing from brown to black, and he entered a state of meditation. His eyelids drooped, and he saw a translucent and hazy dream. That was a huge city built against a mountain, clearly divided into upper, middle, and lower layers. And Ember was on the streets of this city, with a beautiful young girl by his side, who was playful and lovely, smiling like a flower, seemingly saying some sweet words. Judging by the direction they were facing, they seemed to be preparing to leave the city. Behind the two of them, there was also a boy who was shrinking back, seemingly trembling with fear. In addition, on the streets near them, there were bustling crowds passing by. And what made Klein feel most incredible was that among these passing crowds, there were several giants with grayish-blue skin and vertical single eyes. Those were real giants, but hadn't giants already gone extinct? But the scene didn't give Klein time to be shocked, because when his gaze followed Ember's gaze, which suddenly turned back in the scene, and was pulled into the distance. Only then did he discover that behind this town, on that high mountain, there was a building that seemed frozen in the twilight. Klein didn't know what words to use to describe it: magnificent, grand, towering. It was simply like the giant king's court in legends. When Klein saw this, the dream quickly faded, and he woke up, his eyes still filled with the shock of seeing the dream. No, perhaps it's not. It might really be the giant king's court. Klein swallowed, suddenly realizing a serious problem. According to Sun, there aren't many living people left in the forsaken land of the gods. At least for the past 1,000 years, besides the city of Silver, they haven't found any other living person in the wilderness. And more importantly, there is no daytime in the forsaken land of the gods, only night. But the place where Ember was had beyonders and people bustling about, shoulder to shoulder, and it was daytime. Although it looked like late afternoon approaching twilight, it was indeed daytime. This is definitely not what the Forsaken Land of the Gods should look like. But those giants, and that magnificent building that looked like the Giant King's court, and what Sun once said, the City of Silver's former belief was the Giant King, and the City of Silver is near the Giant King's court, and the divination result that Ember is in the Forsaken Land of the Gods. All of this combined told Klein a message that was enough to shock even gods. Ember is indeed in the Forsaken Land of the Gods, but it is the Forsaken Land of the Gods before the Cataclysm, before it was abandoned by the gods. His crossing, transmigration, travel, did have an error, but the error was not in space, but in time. Klein thought almost instinctively. It must have been Manu's. Klein's mouth twitched, and he suddenly felt this thought was a bit brainless, so he decisively cast it aside. Although he still didn't know the reason for Ember's travel, Klein had a hunch that it wasn't due to any interference, but related to the first fire. But no matter what, at least he can now justifiably explain Ember's disappearance to the Tarot Club members. Soon, the time reached 3 in the afternoon. Beams of light rose in the palace resembling a giant's dwelling, and Justice, Hanged Man, and others projected blurred figures tinged with slight redness. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." Audrey greeted every member of the Tarot Club as usual, but her gaze paused when it reached the empty seat where Ember should have been. Miss Magician Furs quietly clenched her hands under the table, her lips slightly pressed. "Still haven't returned. What on earth happened, Mr. Fool?" Furs took a deep breath, gritted her teeth, and stood up, saying, I collected 33 pages of Russell's diary this time. I will give you these diaries in several installments, but I hope to get an answer from you." 33 pages. Klein's expression shifted slightly. Even Miss Justice couldn't collect this many diary pages. Miss Furs probably used the Abraham family's connections. Should one say it lives up to being an ancient family with thousands of years of heritage? As for Miss Furs's question, Klein had anticipated it. "You may." Klein felt confident and was not flustered, smiling as he said, "You can ask your question first." "Mr. Fool, I request a private conversation." Furs hesitated for a moment, then said in a low voice. Mr. Fool nodded slightly, waved his hand to block the perceptions of others, and then turned his gaze to Miss Magician, indicating for her to continue. Furs pursed her lips and gathered her courage to ask. "Mr. Fool, I just want to know where Ember is." Klein was not surprised by Furs's question, but couldn't help but feel a little emotional in his heart. Looking at this, Miss Magician probably hasn't told Judgment and Miss Justice about Ember's disappearance yet. Is she prepared to sacrifice herself to protect them as much as possible? "I'm a little envious." Klein's expression was somewhat complex. He thought of Captain, Leonard, and also Benson and Melissa again. But he quickly adjusted his state, using the clown's ability to control expressions, and said with a relaxed tone and a smile. "Do you want to know the answer alone, or do you want others to know as well?" "Just me." Furs replied without hesitation. Mr. Fool nodded slightly and with a wave of his hand, materialized the dream he had just divined for Furs. Quote. Furs stood frozen in place, seemingly shocked by the scene in the picture. This made Klein quite satisfied. He was in the same state when he saw this scene, which was very normal. "Mr. Fool." Furs hesitated for a long time and asked softly, "I want to know where this place is." Klein leaned back against the chair and said leisurely, "The Forsaken Land of the Gods, the Giant King's court." Furs's brain seemed to be crashing, unable to process this overly complex information. She could only ask with difficulty, "Mr. Fool, can you show the scene just now to the others as well?" "Of course." Klein smiled slightly, "I like equivalent exchange. This is the answer you exchanged for, the decision is in your hands." He wished everyone could see this scene, otherwise, what if they all thought he had harmed Ember? Wouldn't that severely damage the credibility of him as the fool? Silver Country. Ember and the other two who returned from Afternoon Town took a rented carriage back to the Silver Country. The journey was smooth and unimpeded, except when they were stopped by the guard at the city gate. When the captain leading the city defense stepped forward to inspect, he couldn't help but be taken aback, saying in surprise, "Mr. Ash, why is it you?" "Mr. Wirt." Ember also looked at him with some confusion, "Aren't you from the city defense?" "The city defense also rotates." Wirt Eliot shrugged, glanced at Alice and her brother in the carriage, and a hint of amazement flashed in his eyes. He hadn't looked carefully last time, but seeing her this time, he hadn't expected the girl to be so beautiful. It was a pity that she was covered with a quilt when he saw her last time. He really didn't know what kind of delicate body was under that quilt. It was a long time before Wirt finally recovered his senses. He composed himself and asked casually as if unintentional, "Where did you come from?" Ember did not hide it and said frankly, "We just came back from Afternoon Town." Word showed a look of understanding. One of the purposes for many outsiders coming to the Silver Country was to go to Afternoon Town. Because that was the place closest to the Giant King's court, whenever they wanted to pay homage to the gods, they would go to Afternoon Town. And the pilgrimage teams of those fanatical believers were endless, extending for more than 10 miles. However, most people would ultimately return disappointed. After all, the giant gods lived in the Giant King's court, so how could they easily appear before mortals? Mr. Ash, Word reminded, if you want to see the gods, you don't actually have to go to Afternoon Town. Ember, who was originally indifferent to the gods, became interested when he heard this. Word knew he wasn't a local and patiently explained. In 3 days, it will be the god's birthday. Every time on that day, the harvest goddess will personally come and bless the people of the Silver Country. If you want to pay homage to the gods, you might as well wait a few more days. After a pause, Word added, at that time, there may be more than one god present. Word stopped here, as if he didn't want to reveal any more information. He also had no intention of continuing the conversation and quickly waved to the guard behind him, signaling them to let them through. 3 days later is the god's birthday. Ember tilted his head to look at the girl beside him and suddenly asked. Alice looked at him with a smile and after a long time said in a somewhat arrogant tone, "You don't even know something like this. I really don't know which remote mountain corner you popped out of." Ember ignored her and turned his gaze to the boy on the opposite side who was shrinking his head and pretending to be an ostrich. "Alan, do you know?" Alan still looked timid and replied in a low voice. "The god's birthday is the day the god was born. Each god has a day as their god's birthday, and the believers of the god will hold a celebration on this day." Ember's expression twitched slightly. "What you said is like saying nothing at all." Shaking his head, Ember looked at Alice again and asked, "Did you come specifically for the god's birthday?" Alice showed a smile that seemed to dim everything, and replied in a sweet voice, "Yes." Ember looked at her with a blank expression and raised his hand at the same time. This instantly made the smile on Alice's face, which was originally blooming like a flower, stiffen. She looked at Ember with a look of disbelief, her eyes seemingly saying, "Are you not playing fair?" And facing the girl's question, Ember was ready to prove this point with action. "That's right, he's not playing fair." Alice was so frightened that her face turned pale. She curled up in the corner, looking like she had been bullied and defiled, and cried, "Woo, don't come here. Don't do this to me, I'll tell you whatever you want to know. If it really doesn't work, I can help you with my hands, please don't do that. At least not here. Be normal." Ember withdrew his hand and said expressionlessly, "Boring man." Alice rolled her eyes and sat back next to Ember, her face once again showing an elegant and sweet smile. She said with a smile, "That's right, Alan and I came for the god's birthday. After all, this might be the only opportunity in our lives to pay homage to the gods up close. After all, they are gods." As Alice spoke, her face couldn't help but show a look of longing, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Harvest Goddess Omi Bella, what a wonderful name. Ash, don't you think? Ember didn't respond to her, but just looked thoughtfully at the top of the girl's head, as if he knew something. And Alice's mouth still held a faint smile as she looked thoughtfully in the direction outside the city. Before the Harvest Goddess arrived, she still needed to do one thing, at least she had to have the strength to match it. For example, being promoted to Sequence 2 Desolate Matriarch. The fool, in the magnificent palace, the Tarot Club fell into a deathly silence for a moment. Forsaken land of the gods. Hanged Man Alger asked hesitantly, "Mr. Fool, if I want to know the method for Mr. Lover to go to the forsaken land of the gods, what price do I need to pay?" Mr. Fool Klein laughed in a low voice. "This method is not applicable to anyone other than the lover. Other people were not like Ember who could separate spirit and body, without problems, and it was even more impossible to travel through time. If anyone really learned Ember's operation and insisted on passing through the illusory door to the location of other members, their souls might survive, but there was no guarantee that their bodies would not have problems. And Klein did not want to casually do some dangerous experiments that would cause the Tarot Club to lose members, so he naturally had to block the possibility of others seeking death in advance. Isn't it good to be alive? Not applicable. Alger nodded thoughtfully. He had actually discovered Ember's special nature long ago, and at this time, he also connected the two. Mr. Fool. Miss Justice asked hesitantly, "Then, when will Mr. Lover be able to come back?" Klein's eyes moved slightly, and he chuckled. "That depends on when he wants to come back. Sorry, Ember." Klein silently apologized in his heart. After all, he didn't know when he would be able to contact Ember. And at this time, if he couldn't pretend to be foolish and muddle through, then he just had to shift the blame. Mr. Fool. Son, Derek finally couldn't hold back and, with an extremely excited and shocked mood, couldn't help but interrupt and ask, I want to know where in the forsaken land of the gods Mr. Lover is. The other members all looked at Derek. They all knew what Ember's location meant to Derek. In the forsaken land of the gods, there was no such thing as daytime. Everything was shrouded in darkness. And now, not only did Ember appear in the forsaken land of the gods, but he was also in the daytime. This place was far more valuable to Derek and the City of Silver than anything else. Klein's fingers tapped lightly on the long bronze table, and he said calmly. Outside the Giant King's court. He didn't know exactly where Ember was, so he could only use outside to refer to it. After all, there were so many giants in the picture, and that magnificent palace could already be confirmed as the Giant King's court. Derek stood up a little excitedly and asked further. Are you referring to Afternoon Town? Afternoon Town. Hanged Man's eyes flickered, and he suddenly asked, what place is that? Sorry, I lost my composure. Derek calmed down a little, and while organizing his thoughts, he explained, in the records of the City of Silver, this was the only road that the Silver Country had to take to the Giant King's court. There, humans and giants lived together in the town, surrounding the ancient god's residence that was forever fixed at dusk, like the last great door from the real world to myths and legends. After a pause, Derek continued, however, although Afternoon Town is not far from the City of Silver in the records, we have not found any trace of its existence for so many years. All the towns we found were only ruins, and none of them were like Afternoon Town, forever fixed at the dusk of the afternoon. No, maybe you have already found it, but you just didn't recognize it. Klein complained in his heart. Ember was in the past, in an era when the giants had not yet been exterminated and the great cataclysm had not yet occurred. At that time, the Giant King was probably still alive, and, Afternoon Town, was naturally still in a state of dusk. But after thousands of years, the dusk of Afternoon Town has probably long been shrouded in darkness. Mr. Fool. After Derek finished explaining, he continued with a somewhat uneasy voice, I want to know how to get to Afternoon Town. I am willing to pay any price for this. No, the City of Silver is willing to pay any price for this. Derek's expression was extremely excited. He believed that if the elders of the 6-member council knew about this, they would definitely agree. Because in the environment where Derek lived, night was the most terrifying existence. Once they left the City of Silver, they had to remain in a state of being constantly illuminated by light, and even if they lost it briefly, the interval could not exceed 5 seconds. Otherwise, they would completely disappear into the darkness. Having survived in this environment for thousands of years, daytime had become a legend for the City of Silver. And if they could live under the daytime again, they would be willing to pay everything for this light of only dusk. I'm very sorry, but you can't. Klein sighed in his heart, but he still had to maintain the posture of the fool on the surface, so he just shook his head calmly. As I said before, this method is only applicable to Mr. Lover. Derek froze in place and sat back down listlessly after a long while. But at the same time, a question also arose in the hearts of others. Why is it only applicable to Ember alone? P.S. How many people have read Harvest Night? Type 1 and let me see. P.S. Let me explain the issue of pulling people in. First, before Klein became a Beander, he could pull in 2 people, Justice and Hanged Man. Ordinary people, 2 slots, 2 members. Secondly, based on the original text. Volume 1, Chapter 77. Moreover, after becoming a seer and gaining Beander powers, Klein also felt that he had a deeper grasp of that mysterious space. For example, he could pull in 1 more member to the gathering. At this time, Klein had just become a Beander. Sequence 9, 3 slots, 2 members. Volume 2, Chapter 13. But there are also some limitations. With my current strength, I can at most establish 1 more connection. At this time, Klein had just been promoted to Sequence 8 and had not been in Backland for long. At that time, he had already pulled Hugh onto the Grey Fog, but he hadn't let her participate in the Tarot Club yet, and he still needed to test her, and at this time, he could still pull in 1 more. Sequence 8, 5 slots, 4 members. Volume 2, Chapter 241. Counting those not yet accounted for, I can roughly pull in 4 new members, but I don't have any targets for now. At this time, including the existing Justice, Hanged Man, Sun, Magician, and Hugh who was pulled in but not completely, there were already 5 people. Summary. Cuttlefish also strictly calculated that each sequence could increase the number of slots by 2, and both promotion and complete digestion of the potion could increase 1. Chapter 129. Although, did you get the wrong person? The city of Silver in the early morning was particularly lively. The streets were filled with residents of the city of Silver wearing brightly colored clothes, their faces beaming with smiles. It was the annual celebration, and the harvest goddess would leave the legendary giant king's court and descend to the mortal world to bestow her blessings upon them. Furthermore, a legend circulated within the city of Silver. If a mortal was favored by the goddess, she would even personally meet with this mortal and bring him into the giant king's court. This mortal would have the privilege of personally visiting the divine court and meeting the giant gods. This meant they could not only behold the revered countenances of the gods they worshipped but also have a chance to gain the favor of the harvest goddess. Alice leaned by the window, resting her right hand on the windowsill and cupping her chin, gazing at the bustling crowd below with a slight curve of her lips. A god's birthday, what a wonderful moment. Ember, who had arrived by Alice's side at some point, suddenly asked out of the blue. If Omibella truly comes to the city of Silver, how do you plan to deal with her? That's very rude. Alice rolled her eyes at him, pouting with dissatisfaction and muttering, you should refer to her respectfully as the harvest goddess. All right. Ember shrugged, repeating perfunctorily, then how do you plan to deal with the harvest goddess? Does that even need to be asked? Alice smiled sweetly and said, of course, I'll eat her. Ember looked at her deeply. Lilith, the blood ancestor. November 21st, a luxurious villa in the suburbs of Pritz Harbor. The usually deserted suburbs were exceptionally lively on this day. People from all over the world arrived at the villa in carriages, either rented or belonging to prominent families. The sound of hooves, wheels, and discussions echoed throughout this not-so-small villa area. The normally cold and quiet villa area was as noisy as a marketplace on this day. The carriages did not stop at the villa entrance because there were simply too many. Although the villa was not small, it could not accommodate close to 100 carriages. These carriages were parked in an open space not far from the villa, with the coachman responsible for their care. And the Abraham who arrived by carriage walked towards the villa with longing for a new life. Gradually, more and more people gathered, making the living room, which was originally large enough to accommodate hundreds of people without being too crowded, seem unable to hold everyone. Moreover, due to the sheer number of people, even though many maids had been temporarily hired, it was clearly still not enough. There were men and women, old and young, sitting on sofas, or on temporary long benches, and even more simply standing because there were no seats. Although there were many people, it was not noisy. Most of them sat quietly, patiently waiting for the arrival of the red moon and salvation with hope and apprehension. From the railing on the second floor, Furs poked her head out, looking at the crowded living room, and quickly withdrew her head as if feeling guilty, whispering. So many people. Hugh, who had specially come from Backland, looked at her speechlessly from the side, but still squatted down and asked in a low voice. Can you really do it? No problem. Furs glanced at the notebook in her arms and said confidently, Ember recorded many Meander abilities for me before he left, including the healing tears that can cure curses. The effect is almost the same as the original. As long as you know what you're doing. Seeing her friend's confident demeanor, Hugh couldn't help but feel relieved. She then stood up and leaned out to look at the crowd below, sighing softly. I really didn't expect there to be so many people. Should I say it's worthy of being an ancient family with a history of thousands of years. Even though it has declined, its foundation is not something we can imagine. So many Beyonders, how much money would that cost? Although the Abraham were troubled by the curse, they would not hear the ravings as long as they did not become Beyonders. This led to a large family population for the Abraham, but the number of people truly willing to risk losing control and becoming Beyonders was still small. Even so, there were still hundreds of people present here. Their presence here meant that they must be troubled by the curse, and thus must be Beyonders. Even if most of them were only low-sequence Beyonders, it was still astonishing. For example, to cultivate a sequence 9 Beyonder, the price of the main ingredients for the potion formula alone would be at least 200 gold pounds. And to cultivate hundreds of Beyonders, with quite a few sequence 8 and sequence 7 among them, it would cost at least 100,000 gold pounds. However, Hugh suddenly became worried again and asked in a low voice, Furs, are you sure it's okay? If some of these people mutate due to the curse, and the rest are troubled by the curse and unable to resist, a chain reaction is likely to occur. If all hundreds of Beyonders here mutated under the red moon, not only would the Abraham family face annihilation, but Hugh herself was not confident in protecting Furs among hundreds of out-of-control Beyonders. Do you not trust me that much? Furs rolled her eyes at her friend and said irritably, besides, the abilities were all recorded by Ember himself. Even if you don't trust me, you should trust Ember, right? What's more, Furs paused and said seriously, even if they really lose control, there's actually no need to worry too much. In the notebook, there are many Beyonder abilities with powerful offensive capabilities. Hopefully so. Hugh didn't speak, but her eyes still looked a little worried. Finally, after who knows how long, the red moon emerged from the clouds under the watchful eyes of all, its light pure and bright, full and complete. And at the same time, the Abraham in the villa seemed to sense something and looked up at the full moon outside the window. The moment the red moon emerged, the strange and polluting ravings echoed in everyone's minds. Furs's expression was extremely serious. She calmly unfolded the palm-sized bronze-green notebook in her hand, revealing a page of smooth white paper. On the white paper were a large number of strange patterns and symbols full of mystery and ancient flavor. The most eye-catching were several glowing white dots. Furs's finger naturally and lightly slid over the white dots on the white paper, and a complex symbol quickly formed in her mind. With the infusion of spirituality, a circle of white-gold circular magic array like a moonwheel appeared at her feet. It spread outwards from her in ripples like water. And when the patterns of the magic array spread out and touched the Abraham who were in pain because of the ravings in their minds disappeared in the blink of an eye, as if shielded by an invisible force. It worked. Seeing this scene, Furs couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She subconsciously looked towards the window. The full moon outside the window still emitted a bright crimson light, but the ravings no longer troubled the Abraham. It's true, it really worked. The curse has been healed. Father, did you see? We successfully defeated the curse, and the Abraham will rise again. In the living room, experiencing the absence of the curse's pain under the full moon for the first time, the Abraham wept with joy, embracing each other to celebrate their new life. It was as if the Abraham family would welcome rebirth at this moment. Everyone was immersed in the atmosphere of joy and excitement, but no one noticed a drooping pea vine outside the window. A lady in black leather boots sat on a swing chair woven from vines. Her chestnut hair fell naturally, and her straight eyebrows were perfectly arched. At this moment, the lady was looking at the villa below with her pair of azure eyes. Did you find anything? The lady turned her head and asked softly. The blue doll sitting on the lady's shoulder seemed to frown. She lightly jumped up, stood on her feet, stepping on the lady's delicate collarbone below her. Her forearms touched each other at the chest and abdomen with her fingertips, her gaze deep as she said. I can't see. The king seems to have left this world. But the stars tell me that the king is still here, just with some variables. The plan remains unchanged. The king will eventually return to the throne. The lady was silent, her eyes slightly lowered, only whispering. According to your will. ... Of course, I'll eat her. Alice leaned against the window, batting her eyes mischievously at Ember with a sweet and lovely smile on her face. Coupled with the girl's petite figure, the slightly terrifying words she spoke did not seem shocking, but rather made people feel a little cute, as if she was just joking. Ember looked at Alice with seemingly profound meaning, hinting, "That's the harvest goddess." Yes. Alice smiled, "Precisely because she is the harvest goddess, I have to eat her. Only in this way can I express my heartfelt reverence for the goddess, isn't that right?" As if already a little impatient, Alice stuck out her tender, soft tongue and licked her delicate cherry lips. In that moment, she displayed a captivating charm completely different from her previous pure and lovely appearance, breathtakingly seductive. It was as if this was her true form, or perhaps a part of her true form. Ember asked calmly, "Why do you want to eat her?" Huh? Alice blinked her eyes and asked in a somewhat naive tone, "Do I need a reason?" "Don't you need one?" "Do I need one?" Ember watched her calmly, saying nothing. "All right." Alice decisively retreated, pouting and muttering discontentedly, "Isn't it because that bitch betrayed me? When we formed the alliance, I knew those two brainless guys, Ormir and Sunia Sorum, were completely unreliable. One only knows how to mate and reproduce, completely devoid of reason. The other is irritable and prone to tantrums at the slightest displeasure, impossible to even talk to. So, the ones who were truly working to maintain the alliance all along were actually their consorts. Omibella is gentle and generous, treating even mortals with the same attitude. It makes one feel like she is the most benevolent of gods, and when with her, she feels like a trustworthy elder sister next door. Gohinam, on the other hand, gives a much worse impression. Although very beautiful, she always has a cold, stern face, constantly giving off the feeling that she is secretly plotting something. So I've always been wary of the Elf King, fearing that Gohinam might persuade this impulsive and irritable fellow to betray the alliance. But I never expected that the one who would eventually betray me would be Omibella." Alice gnashed her teeth and said, "That seemingly gentle and considerate bitch is actually full of schemes, with a rotten conscience." However, this might not be a bad thing. Alice suddenly smiled again, her smile sweet, saying, after dying once, those Za forces were expelled from my body. Although this made me incredibly weak, it also made me purer than ever before. Ember's expression shifted slightly, and he immediately became interested, saying eagerly, "Explain, pure, in detail." Alice gave him a contemptuous look, but didn't refuse, only her tone was not very friendly. "Do you remember the 8 ancient gods I mentioned?" "I know." Ember nodded slightly. The 8 ancient gods were born from chaos. While this gave them unparalleled power, their power was extremely impure and not pure. This, in turn, weakened their might and also made their personalities tyrannical and evil, cruel and terrifying. Ember suddenly asked, "What about you?" "I'm no exception," Alice admitted with a sweet smile. "Although I've always prided myself on being the most normal one, I have indeed been troubled by these impure forces. I wanted to separate them, but that would make me weak and give other ancient gods an opportunity to take advantage." Mr. Ash. Alan, who had been trembling and had never heard of this before, raised his hand and bravely said, "According to records, even the vampire ancestor Lilith, who had the most normal appearance and was called the incarnation of beauty, was essentially disgusting and hideous. For example, her true form was actually a mass of flesh the size of a mountain, covered in various reproductive organs, emitting dense black mist, constantly creating strange creatures. Anyone who approached her would be dominated by desires for mating and reproduction, becoming walking organs." "Shut up." Alice's loud reprimand interrupted Alan. He was like someone whose throat had been choked, unable to speak or breathe, his face turning red. Alice, her face flushed with anger, stomped her foot and said furiously, "This is slander. It's defamation. Naked defamation. At most, I only have a pair of bat wings, clearly very cute, okay. It must be that bitch Omibella who did this. That bitch has always been jealous that I'm prettier than her. She thought I was dead and started slandering me wantonly, that damn bitch. Eat her, that damn bitch, I must eat her." Alice was undoubtedly extremely angry, but even when angry, her exquisite face appeared exceptionally cute. It was hard to imagine such a young girl saying such rebellious and horrifying things. Because even though the harvest goddess was only a subordinate god, she was still a genuine god. For mortals without any Beyonder abilities, blaspheming God was tantamount to seeking death. For example, Alan, who was trembling beside them, only regretted why he had ears and why he had to hear these things. He was really just a very simple mortal. He originally thought that Alice's infiltration of the City of Silver was simply to survive by lurking in a human city-state like other sanguine. But who knew she actually wanted to kill a god? Ember looked at the girl's exasperated appearance and asked thoughtfully, "So, you are now admitting that you are Lilith? Why deny it?" Alice, or rather, Lilith, winked playfully and giggled. "After all, there are no outsiders here, right?" Ember raised an eyebrow slightly, looked at Alan beside them, and asked, "Is he your subordinate?" Lilith's gaze also paused slightly, and she looked at Alan as well, tilting her head cutely and smiling. "Not really. The Sanguine's first embrace is very noble, not to mention the first embrace of the blood ancestor, which has never been given to anyone else. Little Alan is just someone I picked up on the road. After all, as a weak girl alone in the wilderness, it's easy to be suspected, isn't it? But if I have a younger brother protecting me, it will seem much more reasonable, don't you think?" Lilith blinked and said with a smile, "But now, little Alan doesn't seem to be of much use anymore. Then do you want me to help you?" Ember took out the flame of curses and said seriously, "I guarantee it will be burned completely." "I'm going to be silenced, right? I'm definitely going to be silenced." Alan shrank into the corner, trembling with tears in his eyes, like a desperate prisoner waiting for the judgment to arrive. "It's not that bad." Lilith stuck out her tongue and giggled happily amidst Alan's nervous and desperate emotions. "Little Alan didn't really do anything bad, did he? I'm not some bloodthirsty demonic wolf. You can leave after the matter is done. Of course, the premise is that little Alan, you must not think about running away again. 3 strikes and you're out. If it happens too many times, even I will get angry." Alan opened his mouth, feeling a little heartbroken, but quickly shook his head, indicating that he dared not. "I won't run anymore, never again. Anyway, no matter how I run, I can't escape. If I had known earlier that the one who kidnapped me was the legendary ancient god, the blood ancestor Lilith, how would I dare to think about running away?" "Little Alan," Lilith suddenly said, "can I trouble you to go out and fetch a pot of water?" "Okay." Alan silently lowered his head and left conveniently, closing the door behind him. Lilith withdrew her gaze with satisfaction, turning her attention back to Ember, and said with a smile, "So, let's talk about the cooperation again, Mr. Sun God. Wait. Ember frowned slightly and looked at Lilith hesitantly. You just said, sun god. Is there a problem? Lilith looked at Ember in confusion and asked strangely, isn't that what your believers call you? Or do you want me to continue calling you, Ash? Ah, you wouldn't want me to call you, dear, would you? Lilith covered her mouth and chuckled softly, it's not impossible. After all, unlike those crazy ancient gods, you are very normal. As a true god, you certainly have the right to conquer. By the way, I'm still a virgin, humans seem to care a lot about this, right? Don't be so surprised, I'm the real deal. After all, those ancient gods are either too ugly or their strength is not as good as mine, they simply don't have the qualifications to conquer me. Speaking of which, I really want to taste the flavor of a god, Ash must feel the same, right? Lilith stuck out her tender, soft tongue and licked her lips, her eyes like silk, displaying full seductive charm. However, in the face of Lilith's teasing and provocation, Ember only expressionlessly held up two fingers one after another. First, I am not called sun god, and I have no believers. Second, are you mistaken? Lilith, who was seductively licking her lips, suddenly froze, her eyes widening sharply. Huh. Chapter 130, You are the sun god. Then what am I? You are not the sun god. Lilith's charming face was filled with shock, and she said in disbelief, you actually lied to me. Ember glanced at her with an expressionless face and said calmly, I never said I was the sun god, and I never lied to you about anything. This is all just your wishful thinking. Huh. Lilith widened her eyes and pointed at Ember in shock and anger, so angry that she was speechless for a moment. Ember watched Lilith calmly. Her current expression was exactly like someone who had taken off their pants, only to find that the other person pulled out something bigger than their own, carrying 3 parts disappointment, 3 parts shock, and 4 parts anger. But what does this have to do with Ember? He is just an innocent passerby. No. Impossible. Lilith gritted her silver teeth and denied firmly, you must be lying to me. Among humans, besides the sun god, it is impossible for there to be an individual as powerful as you. Over the past few days, she has never given up on testing Ember. Although her current strength is far less than before, not even comparable to a demigod, she is definitely not someone mortals can rival. Although Alan's description of the blood ancestor Lilith is slander and defamation, part of it is also true. Anyone who approaches her will be dominated by the desire for mating and reproduction. Unlike Alan's crude description, Lilith named this authority, enchantment. This power allows her to easily enchant anyone, even ancient gods, making them fall in love with her from the bottom of their hearts. But ancient gods are true gods after all, so they often break free from the control of enchantment in an instant. But even if it is only for an instant, it is enough for her to complete a desperate counter-kill. And this authority is precisely why she was able to drag the destruction magic wolf, Phlegre and the king of aberrations, Kavahesir Tum, 2 ancient gods of the same rank, to their deaths with her, even when she was betrayed by the giant King Olmir and trapped in a desperate situation. Although she has lost most of her power due to feigning death and rebirth, the authority of enchantment is still in her hands. Back then, even the destruction magic wolf, who was solely focused on destruction and ruin, could not resist her enchantment. Even if her strength is not what it used to be, it is not difficult to use enchantment to influence a demigod. However, Ember can not only resist her charm, but is even completely unaffected by her charm. His strength must be above that of a demigod. In summary, Ember must be the sun god. Lilith searched for arguments while trying hard to convince herself, and finally insisted, you are the sun god. I am not. I don't care, you are the sun god. If I say you are, then you are, even if you aren't. Lilith stomped her foot in annoyance, her charming appearance exactly like a little girl throwing a tantrum and acting like a rogue. Ember looked at the acting out Lilith expressionlessly and said indifferently, why does a 100-year-old crone pretend to be a maiden? Lilith's charming expression froze on her face. Ember looked at the girl's appearance and suddenly said apologetically, sorry, I take back what I just said. Lilith's expression softened slightly, like the sky clearing after rain. But the next second, she heard Ember's voice again. It is my fault, you are not just 100 years old, you must be at least 1,000, or maybe even 10,000 years old. But the meaning is still the same, why does a crone pretend to be a maiden? Lilith's delicate body trembled slightly, her fair face covered in a blush, from anger. She looked at Ember half wronged and half resentful. Are you eating oil cakes? Never mind how old she is, but you can't deny that she is a rare beauty, right? And she is an immortal, unkillable beauty who won't be broken. Would it kill you to be a little considerate? You weren't like this before. Anyway, Lilith gritted her silver teeth and said, whether you are the sun god or not, you have to help me. Why? Ember retorted. Because you were summoned by me. Lilith let out a charming cry, revealing 2 sections of jade-like arms like snow-white lotus roots, and pulled out a ring from somewhere to put on her middle finger. It was a ring that was semi-transparent throughout, as if made of light red amber. A blood-colored gem, about half the size of a fingernail, was set on its top, emitting a faint glow. The next second, behind Lilith, a phantom, hazy door inscribed with many mysterious symbols stretched out of thin air. With an ethereal creaking sound, the door opened a crack. And Ember also instinctively felt a connection between himself and that door. In relying on the connection between the door and him, it seemed as though someone wanted to use it to control his actions. Of course, that was just a thought. So, Ember ignored the doors, summoning, looked at Lilith expressionlessly, and said indifferently, "You were the one who summoned me." He originally thought there was a problem with the fool's side, but it now seems that while there is indeed a problem, it is not with the fool's side but with this seemingly harmless petite girl in front of him. So what? Lilith snorted lightly. I originally wanted to summon the sun god, but there's no difference now anyway. No matter what, you were summoned by me, so you have to obey my commands. Is that so? Ember nodded silently, making Lilith think he had admitted defeat, and she immediately showed a proud expression again. However, the next second, he walked directly towards her. What do you want to do? Lilith showed a scared expression and subconsciously took 2 steps back. Ember was expressionless, slowly approaching step by step with a strong sense of oppression. Finally, he stood directly in front of Lilith, his tall figure casting a large shadow over her, and while looking down at her, he slowly extended his hand. Ah! Lilith closed her eyes tightly in fear, her delicate body trembling slightly, but only Ember's voice came from beside her ear. Good girl, let me see. Lilith opened her eyes and realized that Ember hadn't hit her, but just opened his palm in front of her. You. Lilith's small face was red. She felt she had lost face and wanted to say something harsh but didn't know what to say. In the end, she just silently took off the ring, obediently placed it in Ember's palm, and whispered weakly, "Remember to give it back to me. You have so many rings, you wouldn't be greedy enough to keep this one of mine, would you?" Ember didn't listen carefully to what she said, because his attention was on the ring. Open black lens bracket Lilith's ring close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket a ring cherished by the blood ancestor Lilith. Made by refining the extraordinary characteristics of predecessors through a special method. It is said to have been personally gifted by someone she cherished. Wearing the ring can make the surroundings enter a full moon state. So that corresponding extraordinary abilities can be greatly enhanced. Combat skill, Gate of Summoning. Summons a gate leading to the depths of the spirit world. It is said that it can cross the limitations of time and space, allowing creatures from the depths of the spirit world to come to the real world through it. But summoning a specific creature requires a medium, and there is only one chance within a certain period of time. Close black lens bracket. Combat skill. Ember looked at the ring in his hand and fell into deep suspicion. A ring actually has a combat skill, is this reasonable? But that's right, this is not a ring in the traditional sense after all, but a magical item. Although it has a combat skill, it is still a magical item in essence, and as long as it is a magical item, it has side effects. What is its side effect? Ember looked at Lilith and asked. HMPH. Lilith puffed out her chest proudly and snorted lightly. There are no side effects, have you seen it? This is the great power of me, Lilith, the blood ancestor. Ember looked at Lilith with a thoughtful expression, didn't say much, and directly threw the ring back to Lilith. Don't throw it around carelessly. A trace of panic flashed in Lilith's eyes, and she hurriedly reached out her hands to take the ring. Seeing the ring safe and sound in her palm, Lilith breathed a sigh of relief and put it on her right middle finger with extreme care, while glaring fiercely at Ember. Ember frowned slightly, completely unable to understand why she was angry. After all, with her strength, she could easily catch the ring, and there was no possibility of accidentally dropping it on the ground due to a mistake. Even taking 10,000 steps back, what if it fell on the ground? Could such a magical item possibly be broken? Ember shook his head. He didn't think he could guess Lilith's thoughts and wasn't going to try, but instead pressed on. What was the medium you used to summon me? A cross. Lilith was still glaring at Ember angrily, but still explained, that was given to me by the sun god through his believers. This is the medium that proves my identity, which is why I thought you were the sun god. As she spoke, Lilith somewhat annoyed threw the cross to Ember, seemingly wondering why the one summoned by the sun god's cross was not the sun god. Ember took the cross and casually retorted. So that's why you thought you summoned the sun god. Lilith guiltily shifted her gaze. She and the sun god were in a cooperative relationship, but there was no foundation of mutual trust between them, not to mention she had been betrayed once before. That's why she tried to use the method of summoning, attempting to meet the sun god first and establish a contract through the gate of summoning. She didn't expect to be able to control a true god with this contract, but at least it could give her a backup plan, ensuring she was prepared for anything. After all, unless Lilith confessed herself, the summoned person wouldn't know what kind of contract they had with the one who summoned them. At a critical moment, this unknown contract might also become the key to turning the tables. Open black lens bracket crucifix of the devout believer close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket a crucifix blessed by the sun god, thus establishing a faint connection with the sun god. Until the sun god falls. This connection will likely always exist. Close black lens bracket. Ember frowned, looking closely several times but still couldn't see where his connection to the crucifix lay. Didn't they say that summoning a specific creature required a medium? Using the sun god's medium resulted in summoning him, is this reasonable? Ember's expression shifted slightly. Not knowing what he had thought of, he suddenly asked. Can the summoning be undone? Yes. Lilith did not hide it, stating frankly, undoing the summoning can send you back to where you should be, but... Lilith paused, then said seriously, you have to help me first, or at least wait until I've gotten rid of the harvest goddess. Okay. Ember nodded slightly, not refusing. Lilith blinked, seemingly not expecting Ember to agree so easily. She had thought. Ember suddenly asked, when will the sun god arrive? Lilith, whose thoughts had been interrupted, didn't hesitate and subconsciously replied. He should have arrived by now. We just need to find a chance to get in touch with him. Ember nodded slightly and turned to walk towards the door. Let's go then. Lilith puffed out her cheeks behind him, looking at Ember's back, and grumbled discontentedly. Honestly, why is his attitude still the same as before? I'm a god now. Keep up. From far away, Ember's voice came from the corridor. Got it. Lilith puffed out her cheeks. She knew Ember must have heard her grumbling, but she still reined in her emotions well and quickly followed Ember's pace. Walking up to Ember, Lilith raised her head to look at Ember, who was much taller than her, and said discontentedly. You were summoned by me, you have to walk behind me. Ember glanced at her, then nodded slightly. Okay. Ember moved back a step, standing behind Lilith. Lilith blinked, seemingly not having reacted yet. She clearly hadn't expected Ember would actually agree. Then, shall we go? Let's go. Lilith said tentatively, then repeated it loudly with high spirits, walking out of the inn with her head held high and chest puffed out. Thanks to the girl's charming and lovely appearance, passers-by seeing this scene didn't find her spoiled, only that she was very cute. So cute. Lilith nodded to herself, feeling delighted. After all, she was the embodiment of beauty. The combination of a handsome man and a beautiful woman frequently caused passers-by to turn their heads, even when walking on the crowded streets of the Silver Country. Men envied Ember's romantic encounter and good fortune, having such a beautiful partner as Lilith. Women, on the other hand, angrily punched their own partners, blaming them for not being as considerate as Ember. Did we forget something? Ember looked at the passing crowd, suddenly frowned, and asked. What? Lilith turned her head, looking at him with incredibly innocent wine-red eyes. Ember pondered for 2 seconds, then said hesitantly. Where's Alan? He didn't seem to see him when he came out. Don't worry. Lilith blinked, smiling, and said, he can't run away. As Lilith said this, not far behind the two, a struggling young man was reluctantly following them from a distance. Occasionally, passers-by would point at him, thinking he was a stalker. Only the young man felt like crying without tears in his heart, wasn't he clearly being forced? On the streets of the Silver Country, a group of 6 men were following the crowd towards the square in the city center. The citizens of the Silver Country all wanted to get to the square as quickly as possible, because it was the closest place to the temple, and when the harvest goddess descends upon the Silver Country, she would appear within that temple. One of them, a young man with red hair, looked at the bustling crowd coming and going and clicked his tongue, saying, This Silver Country is really lively. It's completely different from the places we've seen before. It's normal. A somewhat serious-looking young man beside him said lightly, those places before were remote villages with not many people in total, and they didn't even build their own temples. But this is the Silver Country, one of the 2 major kingdoms closest to the Giant King's court. Although because they only worship the harvest goddess Omi Bella here, it may not be as prosperous as the Golden Country, which directly worships the Giant King, it is far superior to other kingdoms. Overall, the level of prosperity here should be second in the world. After a pause, he continued, of course, this is limited to mortal kingdoms. Compared to the giant king's court and the city of miracles, Liveshead, the so-called prosperity of these kingdoms is completely insignificant. You just know a lot. The red-haired young man chuckled, but then said with some envy, the giant king's court, I really hope to be able to enter it one day, even if just to see it. Don't even think about it. The serious-looking young man poured a basin of cold water on him, saying abruptly, that's impossible. How do you know? Didn't legends say someone went in? That's just a legend. The serious-looking young man looked at the talkative red-haired young man and sneered, that's just a lie fabricated by the giant gods for humans. In the eyes of the arrogant giants, they would absolutely not allow mortals to defile their, God's kingdom. Only fools like you would believe such an obvious lie. Although he said that, a hint of longing was also revealed in the young man's eyes. After all, both the giant king's court and the city of miracles, Liveshead, were the legendary gods' kingdoms belonging to the ancient gods. Lord, the red-haired young man was still a bit unconvinced. He turned his head to look at the white-robed man beside him and asked expectantly, will we have a chance to go into the giant king's court and take a look? If the Lord is here to cooperate with the giant king, he should invite us, right? Right. There will be a chance, Medici, there will be a chance. The white-robed man, who had been silent, suddenly smiled and said, one day, we will have a chance to go there, but... The white-robed man said meaningfully, it may not be as guests, and we may not need an invitation, but now is not the time. Did you hear that? Leodoro, the Lord said it himself. Hearing the white-robed man's reply, Medici immediately showed an excited expression and happily challenged the serious-faced young man beside him. The serious young man merely glanced at him but had no intention of arguing with him. Instead, he showed a thoughtful expression. This made Medici feel like he had made a fool of himself, like punching cotton, and he was a bit annoyed. Gradually, following the crowd, the group of 6 arrived near the square. And just then, they suddenly heard some noisy sounds coming from beside them. Has the person you mentioned arrived yet? I told you, he's already here, we just haven't found him yet. Then go find him. I said I haven't found him yet. Looking in the direction of the sound, not far behind them was a couple arguing. The man looked like he lacked romance and kept urging his female companion beside him to look for something, while the woman was full of grievances and resentment, looking like she was about to cry. P.S. The purple-clad one, an old woman. The purple-clad one celebrated a grand birthday, hosting a strong feast for guests at the lost home. When the dishes were almost gone, she brought out aged wine and offered drinks to the guests. The guests all dared not, and declined. Only the Son of Heaven permitted, drank 3 pots, and became greatly drunk. The purple-clad one was very pleased and asked to dance to entertain the guests. The guests thought of declining, fearing death, and dared not speak of their hardship. So she danced. The sheng and shao began, the flute sound arose, the purple-clad one with disheveled hair was enchanting, thinking herself extremely beautiful. After the dance, she suddenly questioned the guests. The guests were all astonished and praised her skill. Only the Son of Heaven, drunk, said, laughable. Why does an old woman pretend to be a maiden? The purple-clad one was greatly enraged and whipped him in the courtyard. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.